Good morning. Welcome to this online info day for the European Innovation Council presenting the EIC Work Program 2024. So I will start by a number of housekeeping rules. So this info day is web streamed and recorded. The recording and presentations will be published on the EIC website in the days following the event. Questions can be asked only via Slido. This will appear in the next slide. And note that if you do not want your name to appear in the recording, please submit your question as anonymous. Existing frequently asked questions on the EIC Work Program 2024 will be updated with all new questions, including those not addressed today, provided that they are not already included. So now on Slido, you can use this code if you want to join directly, or you can just find us on the EIC Work Program 24, and then you will be asked to select a room. So there are 5 rooms for the Pathfinder, lump sums, Transition, Accelerator, and Business Acceleration Services. And now briefly the agenda of our event today. So we will start with an introduction where I will present the main EIC achievement, the policy context, and the novelties of the Work Program 2024. Then we will go into a presentation of the EIC Pathfinder, the lump sum at 11:15, transition at 12. Then we'll have a short lunch break, and then we'll continue with the presentation of the EIC Accelerator, Business Acceleration Services at 4:30, Enterprise Europe Network, and at 16:45, National Contact Points and Closure. So I will now start with the main achievements in 2023. So I'm Stéphane Wacky, I'm the head of the EIC department in the executive agency ISMEA, and I will do an overview now of the main achievements of the EIC in 2023. So as you know, the EIC is Europe's most ambitious innovation initiative. It aims at identifying and supporting and scaling up the disruptive technologies that are emerging from the European ecosystem. It combines research and accelerator for SME, startup, and scale-up. It has a budget of about 10 billion euros over the period 21-27. And it is also has the capacity to invest and become the largest deep tech investor in Europe with a budget of over 3 billion for investment. It's also connected to the European innovation ecosystem through partnership with the ERC, the EIT, a number of regions. We now are at the exercise of the Work Program 24. We had a number, of course, of other work programs that were already put in place and implemented. The first work program for 2021 was adopted in March 21 with 1.5 billion. The second one at the beginning of 22 is 1.7 billion. And the third work program that was adopted for last year was covering 1.7 billion. And today we are happy to be able to present to you the fourth work program of the EIC that was adopted the 12th of December 2023 and proposes 1.2 billion euros of budget across the various funding instruments of the European Innovation Council. So what are the EIC impacts that can already be identified if we look in particular at the last 2 years of the implementation of the EIC? We have supported a growing number of startup and SMEs, 1,600 have been supported since 2014. In particular, 410 were selected for blended finance with around 2.2 billion euros of equity that have been proposed by the companies and selected for us to support. We have seen also an increase in startup with female CEOs coming to us and being selected. Thanks to the EIC fund, we are crowding in other investments. We are now able to have 10 billion euros of follow-up investment to EIC supported companies, which give us leverage effects of 2.6, which means that for every euro that we invest in companies, we manage to generate 2.6 times more money coming from private investors. Also, more importantly, over the life of the EIC, we have now in our portfolio 12 unicorns, meaning the value market capitalization of 1 billion or plus, and 112 centaurs with a market value of 100 million and plus. Of course, we're doing this across the main sustainable development goals that the European Union is following, in particular with a main thematic concentration on the Green Deal, everything connected to sustainability, the digital priorities that are top priority of the European Commission, and of course, health, which is our biggest sector. In terms of the pipeline of breakthrough technologies that we have supported 400 research projects, 800 innovations tracked, and we are piloting transition funding to follow up research results into application. So here you see the support that the EIC provides from the idea to the early scale-up process. So if we go from the bottom of the slide, we start with the funding instrument called the EIC Pathfinder, which is a funding instrument for consortia in which we use traditional grants up to 4 million euros to identify and support research technology breakthrough with low TRLs from 1 to 4. And then we continue our support with the instrument, the EIC Transition, which is also an instrument where we provide grants up to 2.5 million. But here we are able also to provide support to consortia, but also to single companies and mono-beneficiary. The support here is to go to projects that have a higher TRL, 4 to 6, in order to help them develop business cases. And then if we continue to move across the ladder of the development of this research project, we end up with the EIC Accelerator, which is reserved for single companies, startup and SMEs, with grants to up to 2.5 million euros, combined potentially with equity to up to 15 million euros or above. And here, of course, we are looking at companies that propose developments of TRL 6 to 9. We are doing this, of course, by helping those researchers, innovators, and companies through a number of EIC Accelerator services that provide them access to a network of mentors, coaches, but also global partners, give them access to innovation ecosystem partners, and also liaise access to all these different services to an EIC community platform. We are taking companies to many different places to give them opportunities to find new businesses. And then last but not least, the EIC is also giving a number of prizes for women innovator, capital of innovation, innovation procurement, social innovation, horizon, and humanitarian innovation. We are also providing seal of excellence for the EIC Accelerator and also for partially transition. These seal of excellence are being given to companies that are being selected for their excellence and that unfortunately we have not managed to support because of a lack of budget. They also have therefore the possibility to fast track to other funding opportunities at national level. Next, please. So now let me concentrate on the highlight of 2023. On the Pathfinder, we had the development of strategic plans from the 2021 EIC Pathfinder Challenge portfolio with the program managers. On transition, a number of the transition C-shot projects, Professor Anne Louier from Lund University won the 2023 Nobel Prize in Physics, which is great news. And on the accelerator, we continued to experience a very high level of demand. Almost 3,000 full applications received in 2023. The application process has been simplified through the introduction of the Commission corporate tools and a number of other simplifications in order to facilitate the application process. And the EIC Fund has deepened and accelerated its operation in 2023 with 186 investments approved for a total of 1.2 billion euros. Now let's go into more detail with the Pathfinder first. So in the EIC Pathfinder, if we look at the calls that were published and implemented in 2 calls, one for open and one for challenges. In the open calls for the years 21-22, we had more than 1,700 proposals submitted and 126 projects selected for a total of 377 million euros in funding allocated to this project. If we look at the open in 2023, this has translated to 783 projects submitted, 61 being selected for a total of 177 million euros in funding. If we now look at the challenges, we had for the year 21-22, 838 proposals submitted with 191 projects selected and a total funding of 321 million allocated to these projects. For the year 2023, the challenges call is still under evaluation. The deadline was in October, and we had a total budget of 163.5 million euros indicatively allocated to this call. Now, if I turn to transition, so if I first look at the results of the calls for the year 21-22, we had close to 1,200 projects, proposals submitted to us in total, at which close to 900 were for the open part and 288 for the challenges part. Out of these, 140 proposals were selected for funding, which amounted to 336 million euros of funding allocated. If we look now at 2023 for transition, we had close to 300 proposals submitted for open and 144 submitted for challenges. And out of that, 46 proposals were selected in 2023 from these 2 cutoffs, which represented 110 million euros of funding. And now if we look at the EIC Accelerator, so in 21-22, we had a very high level of demand with 8,000 short applications that can apply anytime, which is the feature of the EIC Accelerator. Out of these 8,000 short applications, 5,000 moved to the full application stage for both open and challenges, and 1,081 were invited to interview. And out of this 1,081 invited to interview, 392 companies were selected for support. This represented 860 million euros of grant funding and also 1.4 billion of investment that then have to be implemented with the EIC fund, with the possibility, of course, for the EIC fund to modulate the support that will be given to these companies. Now, if we look at what happened in 2023, we had 2,700 short applications that came on top of the other ones that were already in the system. Of that, we had 2,750 full applications for both the open and challenges. 438 were invited to interviews. This does not include the November cutoff, which is still under evaluation. And we had, so for the first 3 cutoffs of the year, 130 companies selected for around 300 million of grant funded allocated and 500 million investment to be processed by the EIC fund. Now, if I look at the business acceleration services and the main achievements of the years 21-23, we deepened our activities and matching event with corporate investors and procurers. We organized more than 150 events, of which more than 2,200 beneficiaries attended. This translated also in more than 2,000 one-on-one meetings, which led to more than 700 follow-up meetings and more than 100 deals for companies that were involved in those activities. We also generated a lot of support through our co-investment co-investment platform. We have more than 770 companies listed on the platform. We have more than 850 investors that have been registered in those activities. And also, we help the companies prepare for those activities by intensifying the coaching to them with more than 2,000 200 coaching cases. If I look now at the Women Leadership Program, we have 3 cohorts included with more than 180 participants, and 32% of them declared that they managed to improve their skills. We also took our companies to international trade fairs. A number of them are appearing here on the screen. CES that took place last week, GITEX in October, Bio that will be in June. The turnover generated through these events was more than 20 million euros. And we are also intensifying our cooperation with the ecosystem partners. We have set up a catalog on which more than 100 partners are registered, offering more than 450 services. We have also increased our help given to innovators that are at early stage through the Tech to Market initiative, when we have 57 EIC teams that are in venture building. And now I will put the spotlight on our 10 EIC program managers. We see the name here. The program managers are a key feature of the EIC. They are covering a number of very important fields, from biotechnology and health all the way to quantum and sustainable electronics. They are helping us draft the challenges that are put in place through the various funding instruments, but they are also constituting portfolio of projects across the various funding instruments and representing the EIC in all the relevant events in the different fields. The activities of the program managers, whose teams now is fully constituted, have considerably intensified in 2023. And this has been reflected in particular in the constitution, the reinforcement of the constitutions of the portfolios. Next, please. So if we look now at the main achievements that have been particularly highlighted in the EIC Tech Report 2023, the challenge identification for 2024 that appears in the work program, and the portfolio selection from the 23 calls. You can also find our main publications, the EIC Tech Report, as already mentioned, that also appeared in podcast, and also tech talks by the various PMs. I can also highlight the strategic plans that I've already mentioned in the beginning, in particular when it comes to cell and gene therapy, novel routes to green productions and hydrogens, tool to measure and stimulate activities in brain tissues, and awareness inside. So now we will have a number of EIC challenges in 4 days. In order to go more into depth of what these challenges proposes, you have here the date for the various challenges in 4 days. So for the Pathfinder, they will take place on the 20th of March, when we will go through the various challenges that are mentioned here. And for the Accelerator, they will be tomorrow, 16th of January, when you will have the opportunity to learn more about the challenges that will be covered under the EIC Accelerator for the year 2024. So thank you very much. You can find further information on those websites, and then we move on to the presentations by Keith Sequeira of the work program 2024 and its main novelties. Over to you, Keith.
Thank you very much, Stefan. A very good morning to everybody for joining us. My name is Keith Sequeira. I head the team in the European Commission that is responsible for the European Innovation Council. So we work with the board of the European Innovation Council and the president of that board on the strategy for the EIC. We develop the work program, working very closely with the colleagues in the ISMEA agency, and also oversee the EIC fund, the equity arm of the EIC, together with the other partners, the fund manager, the European Investment Bank, which you will hear more later today. It's been an important year for us. We've had quite a lot of changes. So what I will do in this presentation is not to go into the detail of all of the changes for the instruments that you will hear about during the day, but to highlight to you some of the main things that we have been working on, which are important across the program. I would emphasize that we've been getting a lot of advice from the EIC board that has researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, ecosystem builders. So they've been particularly helping us with some of the budget issues you will hear about, the simplifications, the synergies, the IP rules, the economic security. But I would like to highlight one additional piece of work from the EIC board, which is not covered in the slides today, which is their work on the role of consultants to help applicants. So what the EIC board has done has consulted and then published a code of conduct for consultants for EIC calls. So what I would encourage is any applicants that are considering using consultants, you may or may not decide to do that. It's very much your choice. If you are thinking of using a consultancy, please do look at the code of conduct and please do check that whichever consultancy service you are using is applying that code. And that is to try and provide a level playing field and better information and knowledge about what you can expect from consultancy services. And we work very much with consultancy services in order to develop that code of conduct. So I will go through these 6 main points. The first one that you may have seen already from Stefan's presentation is that this year there is a very significant drop in the budget for the EIC. If you look at the figures there, which come from the legislative proposal, you will see that there's a drop of around 400 million euros. The actual drop is a little bit less than that. These annual figures do have adjustments with the receipts from third countries and the annual budget process with the member states and parliament. The reason for this is well known. It's not a surprise. It was known right from the beginning, and that is the next generation EU budget. This was a budget that was an additional budget just for 3 years to provide a boost out of the economic difficulties, to boost the economic recovery. And around 1.2 billion of that was allocated to the EIC in the first 3 years. So you'll see there that explains the difference. But of course, we've had difficult discussions. There are very high subscription rates in all of the activities of the EIC. And following the advice of the EIC board, we have reduced the budget of all of the calls approximately pro rata. But we've also made some other changes. So you will see this year that there are fewer challenges. We want to have a critical mass for the challenges, and in particular in the transition call, it is a purely open call this year. There are no challenges for the transition funding. Secondly, you will also see that there are fewer deadlines and cutoffs. This is to enable us to create a critical mass of funding for each of the cutoffs, but also to improve the quality of the evaluation process. And then lastly, we are now being more stringent for applicants to the first step of the accelerator to pass that first step. Up until now, applicants have required goes from 2 of the 4 evaluators, but we have seen that the track record of those applications is very low in terms of the success rate at the full applications. So the change we have introduced is that from now on, applicants at step 1 will require 3 of the evaluators to say go for that proposal. So this will reduce the number of applications going to full application stage, but it will also stop the process that applicants that are not really ready do not fully meet the criteria and will probably have a low chance of success are going through to the full application stage. If I turn to the, you'll see here, and you will hear more about this, just a listing of the challenges. So you will see that the budgets for each of these challenges have stayed approximately the same as previous years. So we have around 25 million for each of the Pathfinder challenges that would allow us to fund between 8 and 10 projects in these portfolios. And for the Accelerator challenges, approximately 50 million euros for each of those challenges, but with flexibility to fund the best projects. If I turn now to the second change, if I can move to the next slide. Simplifications. We have thoroughly reviewed the experience from the first 3 years of EIC and also across the program. So a major change that you will hear a lot about is the introduction of lump sums. This will be done for most of the calls. The Pathfinder Open will remain this year on the current cost reimbursement system, but the other calls will move to a lump sum approach. This is an important simplification, but it's also an important change. So very important to hear all of the information about this. Secondly, we have seen that actually the differentiation between grant first projects in the Accelerator and blended finance projects in the Accelerator does not make so much sense. What we would like to do is very much work with companies such that the investment happens at the right time. That may not be the beginning of the grant, it may be further into the grant, it may be several tranches of investment during the grant period. So what we would ask now is that all applicants that would like to or believe they need the equity component, the investment component, even if it's not immediate, should apply for blended finance, and we will have the flexibility to provide the investment component at a later stage if that is what is needed. We, of course, maintain the grant-only approach for those companies that have other sources of financing. And another important simplification is on the resubmission rules for the Accelerator. What we have said is from now on, applicants can apply 3 times at any stage, any call, any type of financing, and everybody starts from 0. So if you've applied in the past, that is no longer counted. You have 3 goes at any stage up until the end of the program. So this will remove all of the complexity about exactly what was the deadline for the resubmission, and it will simplify decision making and avoid complexity. If I take the next slide. On the evaluations, again, we have been looking at the experience, getting the feedback and seeing how we can improve. We have been piloting a rebuttal process for the Pathfinder. We have seen that this has not worked as it has intended. It actually has created quite some confusion about the role of the rebuttal in the evaluation process. And this has also been the experience elsewhere in Horizon where the rebuttal has been piloted. So there is no longer the rebuttal process as you have known it in the previous years, but we are allowing longer applications because we have seen there is a value in allowing applicants to provide more detail, and that was done previously in the rebuttal, so we provide space for that. Secondly, and for the Accelerator, we have seen that in the remote evaluation of the full applications, there has been a problem if one evaluator gives a no-go. All evaluators are people, they're human beings, they make mistakes. We don't want that to be the way of ruling out companies. So from now on, for the calls, the cutoffs in 2024, if there is one evaluator that gives a no-go, but the others give a go for all of the criteria, the agency ESMIA will convene a consensus meeting to decide who is right and whether that company should go forward. Thirdly, in the actual jury phase, what we have seen is that the jury phase is not the right time to decide on the investment amount. This is really happening now after the due diligence. We have seen that we work with very dynamic companies, very dynamic markets, and the investment need can actually change between when a company applies, when it goes to the jury, and when the investment decision is actually taken. So from now on, the juries will not change the form of financing. They will not change the investment amount that the company has requested, but they can certainly make observations if they believe the investment amount should be adapted, and those recommendations, observations will be then considered by the EIC fund that decides on the investment amount. Finally, and linked to this, we have seen, as I said, in this very dynamic markets that we work, that the investment amounts and needs can change. So we have provided more flexibility for the EIC fund. It can invest less than the investment amount. This has always been the case. But what we have also added is that the EIC fund is able to invest more than the company, the applicant, has requested, if that is justified by the investment opportunity, the market, the importance of the innovation. So there is this 2 million flexibility, which will be put into the Commission award decisions. But of course, there is a limited budget. So the EIC fund will be taking those decisions also based on the annual budget defined in the work program for all of the investment decisions by the EIC fund. If I move to the next one, on synergies, we are really trying to see how the EIC can be used as an impact to really create impact from the rest of the program and indeed from programs across Europe. So a first important change in the eligibility of transition. So far, this has been mainly limited to the follow-up results from the Pathfinder and also from the ERC proof of concept. In 2023, we made some adjustments to open the eligibility, but only for the challenges. What we are doing this year is to open the eligibility to results from elsewhere in the Horizon program. And by this, we mean the collaborative projects in Pillar 2 of Horizon and also the equivalent parts in the Horizon 2020. So this is a follow-up to results which are at proof of principle stage, proof of concept stage. So this will be an important change, and we will also be promoting this to other parts of Horizon. Secondly, looking at how we work with member state programs, we will be reviewing the plug-in program and also considering whether there should be further certifications. To remind you, there are approximately 50 programs across I think the large majority of member states that are introducing or have introduced the plug-in scheme where they can pre-select companies that are then invited directly to the full application stage. This is an important way of working with national programs. Linked to this, we will be looking for improvements in the fast track. We do this with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and some other programs. And again, to allow them to pre-select companies that fit the profile of the EIC. We've been looking at how we make this smoother in terms of the data exchanges, making sure that when these companies apply to the EIC, they are treated exactly equally to applicants that come through the normal route. And again, looking at how we can strengthen these synergies. And then lastly, on the Seal of Excellence, we see an increasing number of member states and others who are supporting Seal of Excellence that are awarded to projects, companies, which we are not able to fund ourselves. What we will do now is to immediately award those Seals of Excellence after the evaluation process. And we are also have set up a data sharing platform. So those bodies that are supporting Seal of Excellence receive the information immediately, of course, with the consent of the applicant. If I take the next slide, on economic security. So this is an issue of growing importance across Horizon Europe. It's important that we fund the best projects, we develop the technologies, the companies in Europe. We take a very open approach to international collaboration, to scaling up companies globally, not just in Europe. But we also need, in certain cases, to have some protections. So firstly, on intellectual property. So this is about intellectual property that is generated with the funding of the EIC, and so will apply primarily to Pathfinder and Transition projects. What we will ask is if there is a transfer of that intellectual property to countries, non-associated third countries, the project will need to notify ISMER, who will have a period to look at it to see if there's any objections. We have seen that it's very rare there are objections, but it is a safeguard that is there in case of very critical technologies. And that is being done across Horizon. Secondly, in certain critical areas, we will look in the accelerator at the who is actually controlling the company. And again, this is something that is being done elsewhere across Horizon in very specific fields. So these fields this year are artificial intelligence and quantum. We will look at the ownership controls and other controls on the company. And it is possible, if that company is effectively controlled by a non-associated third country, that company applicant would not be selected. Again, we expect this in very few cases. Companies have to be SMEs, which means that they can't be controlled by a larger organization. But this will be a check that we will do consistent with other parts of the program. It will also apply to applicants to the open call of the accelerator if they are applying for these particular fields. And then thirdly, something specific to the EIC because of the equity investments. And here we're looking at the two technologies that I mentioned together with semiconductors and biotech. And the reason for this is across the Union, the Commission, the member states. This is where there are risk assessments ongoing on where there are critical technologies and critical risks. If there are critical risks identified, we may ask the EIC fund in the investment to put in place a particular measure that will mitigate the risk of that technology being acquired by, again, countries that are not associated to the Horizon program or the EIC. This is something that we've had the possibility to do this already. We have not used that possibility. It will be very selective, but it is something that in some cases, and we will work with the EIC fund and give the EIC fund flexibility about the appropriate safeguard, which also has to meet the objectives of really supporting the company to grow and also attracting co-investors to invest alongside the EIC fund in the company. A last point is that in our policies on follow-on investments, this is not something that will routinely be done by the EIC fund, but there are certain cases that we will make a second investment above the amount that was originally decided. And one of these cases is particularly the strategic areas where it's important. So this issue of economic security is also where we are willing to invest more because of the strategic importance. If I take the last issue now, the improvements to the clarifications of the rules on intellectual property. For the Pathfinder, for the transition projects, there are additional rules on intellectual property. These complement the normal Horizon rules, reflecting the fact that the EIC is an innovation program, and the aim is to prevent blockages in the use of that intellectual property for the further exploitation of the results. We had quite a lot of discussion. There was a position paper by a number of university and technology transfer organizations. There were a number of meetings together with the EIC board, and the EIC board published a recommendation earlier in 2023. We have implemented that recommendation in the 2024 work programme. We have clarified the definition of an EIC inventor. This is not anybody who is a co-author or involved in the project. It is an inventor as defined in the applicable patent legislation. And we have also clearly recognized the responsibility of the institution, the Technology Transfer Office, to support the commercialization. So it's only in cases where the institution is unwilling or unable to support the further support of the commercialization that the EIC inventor can exercise access rights for the exploitation of that technology. So we hope this clarifies things and creates the right balance between the critical support that the institutions can and should provide, but also to provide rights to the inventor in case that support is not available. If I move to the next slide, this is a bit of an overview of the calls that you'll hear a lot more about. So you will see, as I was saying earlier, there are fewer deadlines. In particular for the accelerator, there are 2 cutoff dates. Both of those cutoff dates are for open and for challenges. My apologies if this slide looks a little bit misleading. The open is just March and the challenges is just October. That is not the case. Both of those cutoffs are for both open and challenges. For the Pathfinder, the 7th of March is for the open call and the October deadline is the challenge call. And as I mentioned, in Transition, we just have an open call, open also to results from elsewhere in Horizon with a deadline of September. If I can take the next slide, we are not presenting this, but for you to be aware, and this is part of the EIC work programme, we have a number of prizes that are to recognise achievements and encourage more achievements in innovation across Europe. So you'll see here we have the Women Innovators Prize, the Capital of Innovation Award, the Innovation Procurement Award, and the Social Innovation Competition. We will be opening all of these prizes in the coming months. They all open in the first half of this year. Some of those prizes have been already awarded from the previous year. For example, the Capital of Innovation was awarded to Lisbon just before the end of last year. The Women Innovators Prize will be awarded at the R&I Week, which incorporates the EIC Day in March, in the middle of March. So you will see all of the information, including when the new competitions under the 24 work programme will be opened on the EIC website. So I think that was my last slide. I hope that you will learn a lot. Please do not hesitate to ask questions. This also helps us improve and provide the information. So I finish there and I think pass to you, Marta. Many thanks.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Keith and Stefan, for this introduction. We will now move to more detailed presentation and we'll start with EIC Pathfinder. My name is Marta Wsoczyńska. I will be moderating this session. We have roughly 1 hour, 15 minutes. The ambition is to have 30 minutes for questions. The presentation will be given by my colleagues Timo Halanti, Head of EIC Pathfinder Unit at ISMEA, and Martin Lange, Deputy Head of Pathfinder Unit. And yes, just to remind you with the questions, so please use this opportunity and ask questions. The questions can be sent to us via Slido. You can open Slido with any browser on your computer, phone, or tablet. The only thing you have to know is the hashtag for this event, and this is EIC WP 24. And you will have to select the room, EIC Pathfinder, with the yellow code. So I think we are able to start. Timo, I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Marta. And it is indeed my delightness to present you the EIC Pathfinder novelties in 24 work program. So we will give you an idea what is Pathfinder, some information about the past calls, And then the main part of the presentation will be focusing on the two instruments, Pathfinder Open and Challenges, how to apply, what is the contents of the call. And we will devote a lot of time for your questions, so indeed do not hesitate to put them through Slido. But let's start by looking at what is the EIC Pathfinder. If this is a new program for you, what I would like to underline in the next slide, that the EIC Pathfinder funds research to develop scientific basis to underpin breakthrough technologies. And actually here the technologies word should be also emphasized by blue, because this is really a program for technology discoveries. We do that by supporting the early stages of scientific and technological or deep tech research and development. If you want to look at this in terms of technology readiness levels 1 to 4. So the aim here is to build new cutting-edge directions in science and technology, and by doing that, disrupt the current field or the market, or to create new opportunities. So these are really breakthrough discoveries that we are aiming for, and that have the capacity to not, let's say, put the new technologies to the market, but to demonstrate that they are feasible and lead then to the disruptive innovations in Europe. We do that by two funding instruments, two schemes. We have the EIC Pathfinder Open and the EIC Pathfinder Challenges. The Open is open. It supports all projects in any field of science, technology, or application. So we don't have any predefined agenda, no menus that you have to respect. It's a bottom-up program. Your idea counts. But it's quite challenging. I will get into the details how it works. On the challenges, we support coherent portfolios of projects, which are in predefined thematic areas, and the aim is to achieve specific objectives for each challenge. Let's look at what we have achieved so far. And this is, unfortunately, I don't have time here to go to some of our success stories, but I can bring you some statistics which are quite telling for you. So we have had the results from 5 different calls, 3 open calls and 2 challenges calls so far. And probably the most important information for you, the takeaway, is the success rate. So you can see on these columns how many proposals we received, how many we managed to fund, and what was the funding available in each call until now. And you can see the success rate on the most right-hand side. On the Pathfinder Open, we were walking around between 6, 7, 8% until now of the proposals being funded, and in the challenges around 10%. But I must say, in the challenges there was quite big variances, different depending on the topic. So in some topics we went even to 25% being funded, and in others maybe to 5%. So there you have to be a bit more careful. Some challenges are more wide and attractive, others more focused. So now Keith explained a little bit the funding situation in the beginning. And when you look at these statistics, it's important to understand that the EU contribution in 24 is reduced compared to the past. That is something we know, but we do not know how many eligible proposals we will receive. If they remain at the same level, and we have no reason to expect why they would go down, what we can expect that the success rates will be quite some lower in 24 than what you can see in these slides. And right now, if I can get the previous slide, please. Right now we are working on the Pathfinder challenges. The evaluations are ongoing, so that's why this was not presented on the previous slide, these statistics, but the success rate is more or less at the same level as in the past. So we are currently working with the evaluation of 370 proposals under evaluation. Let's then move into the EIC Pathfinder Open. I will present myself, the call and its novelties, and then after me, Martin will go in more detail on the Pathfinder challenges. So keep that in mind. We have 2 different instruments. We are presenting both of them today. So why should you apply to EIC Pathfinder Open? So if you have an idea that you want to realize an ambitious vision for a radically new technology, that will have a potential to create new markets and address global challenges, this might be the program for you. So it's important to understand that we are really expecting, even if it's an early research, that you have an idea how this research technology will lead into markets. So we are providing support to early stages of research, technology readiness level from 1 to 4. And the idea is that we fund projects where there is a high risk in terms of science being successful that could lead into high gain in breakthrough research. The research should provide foundations of a new technology. I mean, that means that you are able to patent, you are able to write high-level research journal papers out of the work. When we are looking at your ideas, we are expecting that you have some conditions that are met. So first of all, we are looking for collaborative interdisciplinary research, and it should have a convincing long-term vision of this radical new technology. So if you're just having let's say, a scientific phenomenon in mind and you want to engage in a research that will increase the deeper understanding without knowing what that will lead, then probably this is not the right program for you. So the technology, I mean, I keep repeating that, but it's important that you understand that this is really the key area for the Pathfinder. Expected outputs are explained on the next slide. We expect that your project, if funded, will provide the proof of principle of the main ideas that the envisaged future technology is going to be feasible, and that you are able to validate the scientific and technological basis. So basically, that it will work. The projects are expected to include top-level scientific publication in open access, but at the same time, you are also expected to take necessary measures to allow the future uptake to take place. And this often means that you have to be very careful in making sure that you are adequately protecting the intellectual property rights. And this means that it's already thought about from the very beginning in your proposal, and that you are also able to assess, when relevant, what are the necessary regulatory certification or standardization processes that you must keep in mind. You are also encouraged to involve and empower in your teams key actors, basically the people who are best in providing this technology basis, that have the capacity to become future leaders, or if they are already leaders, that's fine as well, of course, so that we give support to early career researchers or promising high-tech SMEs and including startups. What's behind this sentence is that we are not necessarily interested in assessing your past successes. So we are more counting in our evaluation what is being proposed in this project, and if you didn't do major discoveries previously, this is not going to be a disadvantage. We are also encouraging and empowering female researchers, and we are looking at achieving the gender balance in the work package leaders. The proposals are submitted by a coordinator on behalf of a consortium, and the consortium under the Pathfinder Open must have at least 3 legal entities that are independent from each other and are established in 3 different countries as follows. At least 1 legal entity must be established in a European Union member state, and 2 other independent legal entities are established in different EU member states or associated countries. And in addition to this minimum condition, you can have further participants from the same countries and beyond. We have no restrictions in the EIC Pathfinder in terms of legal entities and where they need to come from. So they can be universities, they can be research organizations, they can be SMEs, they can be startups, they can be industrial partners, or even individual natural persons. There is no, let's say, minimum condition, contrary to the other parts of the EIC. If successful, your proposal will receive a grant called Research and Innovation Action that will cover eligible costs that are needed to implement your project. We have an indicative size of the proposals, up to 3 million euro, and we expect that this is sufficient in most cases. However, if in your research, if in your idea requires more, you need to justify and you can make a request for a larger grant. So this is not an eligibility condition. It's just an indication what we think is feasible. The average size is until now has been like 3.2 million euros. So you can see that there is a tendency of many applicants to ask just a little bit more than 3 million euros. We will cover under the EIC Pathfinder 100% of the eligible costs. And as Keith explained, this year we will have 136 million euro available as an indicative amount for the Pathfinder Open. Successful applicants will have access also to business acceleration services and interactions with the EIC program managers, as will be explained in the other presentations of today. You have also access to EIC booster grants, and at the end of your successful proposal, you can also submit then, of course, proposals for further steps in the innovation process to EIC Transition or even to EIC Accelerator if your project is able to make fast track towards a commercial exploitation. You can also participate to Next Generation Innovation Talents scheme. How long does it take? So first of all, you need to submit your application via the Funding and Tenders portal. The call is closing at 7th of March. We will take about 5 months to evaluate the proposal, and then 3 months following on that, we are expecting to finalize the grant agreement with you. This means that towards the end of this year, for sure, you should be able to start the work. The proposal is, as usual in Horizon Europe, divided in 2 parts. Part A, which is more the administrative part, and then the part B, where you describe in more detail in single document in free text format, following the template that we have provided to you, all the technical descriptions of the projects. The novelty in this year is that we have increased the allowed number of pages. It is now 20 pages for the sections 1 to 3. The evaluation process has 2 main steps. After your submission, your proposal will be read by several experts, or more precisely, individually, and they will individually go through all the evaluation criteria and give a score and assessment of your proposal. These individual assessments are then given to another group of experts at the evaluation committee phase, who will then conclude and finalize the evaluation. And after that, you will receive the feedback. At the individual evaluation phase, the experts will look at the award criteria, which are published in the work program, excellence, impact, and the quality and the efficiency of the implementation. They will give a score on each of the evaluation criterion, and when the proposal is moved to the next phase, the median of the evaluation scores will be the starting point of the discussions. There is also a weight for each evaluation criteria. So in the work program, and it is very important that you read the work program on these aspects, because while these 3 criteria are the same as in all Horizon Europe programs, we have dedicated specific evaluation criterion for EIC Pathfinder. So please read them. They are not the same as in other parts of the Horizon Europe. So under the first one, excellence, we have a threshold 4, which means that you need to get minimum 4 out of the 5, otherwise your proposal is not eligible. It also has a big weight. 60% of the score out of the 3 evaluation criteria will be based on your excellence. And the evaluators will look at long-term vision, science towards technology breakthrough, objectives, and interdisciplinarity of your proposal. In this second evaluation criterion on impact, we have a threshold of 3.5 and a weight of 20%. Here, the evaluators will look at the long-term impact, innovation potential, and the communication and dissemination. And you can see here, by the way, in red, what are the changes compared to the previous years. So you can see, for example, that under the innovation potential, we have emphasized even more the envisaged new technology, that it will really have the potential for generating disruptive innovation and future markets. And I think this is the biggest difference, a change we have made in the evaluation criteria compared to previous. And then in the next, and this slide, finally, the quality and the efficiency of the implementation. Again, threshold 3 out of 5 and the weight 20%. The actual work plan, allocation of resources, and the quality of the consortium. So it's important to understand that while we don't have, let's say, criterion of what type of participants there needs to be, the quality of the consortium, that each member have a necessary capacity to do the work, and they have a high quality expertise needed for your projects is present. So please do not include, let's say, free riders, because you think that it would be nice to have an extra partner from one corner of the Europe and then another. That's not what we are looking for here. Every participant should have a logical reason to be in your proposal. In the evaluation committee phase, which follows this individual reading and assessment of these criterion, the committee will be composed by the expert evaluators that are different from the proposals that were read individually. They will decide on the final score based on the score from the individual evaluation phase and the outcome of the discussions in this panel. The expert evaluators can be invited also to the consensus discussions, in particular if there is diverging opinions coming from the individual phases. And it happens sometimes. We have often discussions in the like, is this proposal going to make a big discovery, or are they just proposing a little bit too much and what they are doing is not going to be possible? So whether it's a breakthrough or impossible project is sometimes a very fine line, and it can be quite interesting discussion between the experts. Once the evaluation committee has concluded the discussion on each proposal, on the next slide, we come to the ranking list situation. So here, all the proposals, independently of which scientific field they belong to, will have a final score, and we'll put them in a very long list. So you can imagine it's a list of 800 proposals almost. But that means that there will be quite a few proposals receiving exactly the same score. So we have a system in looking at the equal scoring. So what we do not do is to start assessing whether a project in IT field versus medical research would be better to be funded. It would be quite difficult and impossible to have such a kind of discussion. Instead, we will look at the proposals, which one had the highest score under excellence. If they receive the same score in excellence, then we look at which of the proposal had the highest score under the impact. If it's still the same, then we will look at which of the project has a better gender balance among the work package leaders as identified in the proposal. So if there are equal number of female and male researchers, you have a best chance on this criterion. Then we will look at the number of applicants that are small and medium-sized enterprises. We are still having the same score and same result, and it has happened sometimes. Then we will look at which of the proposals has a higher number of EU member states or associate countries participating to the contract. And if still the same, then the evaluation committee can come up with other factors to look at. Once this has reached, we will then look how much we have funding available, and we'll be simply cutting the line where no more funding is available, which will lead us into sending the evaluation summary report to the applicants, which is on the then provided into you to the funding and tenders portal. The evaluation summary report will contain the final score, the collation of the comments of the individual reports. So you will see what all these individual experts' assessments were, and then the panel will add their comments, and they can often, in particular, if there is a discrepancy between what the individual experts were saying, they can enforce, for example, their view. So you can imagine at the end of this process, your proposal has been read by 4 individual experts, plus a committee where several of them were actually going through your proposal very carefully. So we are usually talking about 8 experts at minimum who have read your proposal in detail. The final committee can also add additional comments. If they really think that you are in the wrong type of a program, they might give you an advice not to resubmit your proposal. But what I want to underline, that even if they advised you to not resubmit, we do not have any policy in place in terms of resubmission. So if in 1 year you were unsuccessful, and if you have already submitted several times proposals to Pathfinder Open, you are allowed to submit your proposal again next year. And this concludes my part from the EIC Pathfinder Open. If something was clear, if I meant something too quickly, please submit proposals on Slido, and then I will pass the floor to Martin Lange, who will present you the EIC Pathfinder challenges.
Thank you, Timo. Indeed, good morning also from my side. So while, of course, the main focus of Timo's presentation was on the Pathfinder Open Call that has its call deadline already in March, the Pathfinder Challenges call this year has its call deadline in October only. So you have a little bit more time, of course, to prepare your proposals, and this is of course related also to the fact that the challenges call focuses on specific thematic areas, and we have of course selected 5 exciting topics for this year's Pathfinder Challenges call, which are shown on the next slide. While I will briefly walk you, of course, through the topics now. But before doing that, I, of course, also have to refer to the info day, to the specific info day that we are going to organize to discuss these challenges in much more detail. So as was mentioned already earlier, this info day will take place on the 20th of March. And I very much invite you to already now register this date in your agenda and to keep it fixed. Having said that, I have just seen that there is already a mistake by autocorrection in the topic of the first challenge that we have here. So instead of presumption, this is meant to read prosumption, which is giving me the chance now to explain also this concept of prosumption to you, which is based on 2 words, so the production by consumers. And this is a concept that is already very well known in electricity production. As you know, many of you have probably also some photovoltaic panels on your roofs. And here the same concept is basically translated into this new challenge, where we are going to try to lay the foundations for devices that have the potential for decentralized local energy and production systems, not only for electricity, but specifically for fuels, chemicals, and other materials. Making use of the so-called solar-to-X technologies. Other words for these technologies are known under the terms artificial photosynthesis or solar fuel technologies. The second challenge is also of potential huge impact, and just 2 figures to underline this. When we only look at the mass of materials, cement is actually the largest manufactured product in the world. And this is, of course, because of its wide use in the construction sector. And the downside of that is that our current mainstream cement and concrete technologies are actually the source of not less than 8% of our CO2 emissions. So you can understand that this challenge has an enormous potential impact if we can find breakthrough innovations or ways to decarbonize or to develop carbon negative cement or concrete already. The third challenge this year is addressing the field of agriculture. And here specifically the current food production systems that we have in place, they are heavily reliant on plastics that are derived by fossil fuel. And this reliance actually spans over the whole production process. So already from the growth of our plants, for example, we very much rely on these plastic films, and of course even more as it comes to the packaging of food and beverages. So what we will try to do in this year's challenge is to seek nature-inspired, sustainable alternatives to these fossil carbon-derived plastics and associated production processes. And that, of course, would allow for reusability, recyclability, and full biodegradability. Now, the fourth challenge this year is in the field of nanoelectronics, so in the digital area. And what we will try to do here is to explore solutions that will have a drastic impact on specifically decreasing the power consumption of so-called smart edge devices, which have potential applications in artificial intelligence, communications, computing, and sensing. And of course, here we have to also at the same time, while reducing the power consumption, making sure that the requirements are fulfilled in terms of the performance, such as speed, capacity, reliability, and security of these devices. Finally, we have another topic that is addressing specifically sustainability and reliance of our EU space infrastructure. As you probably also have heard, we have a problem in our EU space infrastructure with the ever-growing orbital population of satellites and specifically also space debris that is posing really increasing challenges to the space infrastructure. And what we will try to do in this fifth challenge is to look for the long-term emerging needs as it comes to green, compact, and affordable deorbiting solutions and in-space recycling of space debris. And moreover, also focusing on innovations that can protect this EU space infrastructure from hazards. So I think you can all agree that these are all challenges that are building on new and cutting-edge directions in science and technology. So this is the common, let's say, denominator amongst these challenges. And what we're trying to do with these challenges is to disrupt the market or create new opportunities by specifically realizing possibly new innovative technological solutions that can address these challenges. And this is also, like in Pathfinder Open, specifically on low technology readiness levels, up to indicatively at least technology readiness level 4, but it is certainly also dependent on each specific challenge. So you will have to look also very carefully in the text that is written in the work program for each of those challenges. Another novelty and difference to the Pathfinder Open scheme is that at the end of the challenge, what we are trying to achieve is and select is a portfolio of projects, a coherent portfolio of projects for each of the challenges that can explore the different perspectives, competing approaches, or for example, also complementary aspects of these challenges. Each of these challenges is also proactively managed and steered by one of our EIC program managers. Next slide, please. So the project outcomes, what is expected at the end of your project is, I would say, depending also on the respective challenges. So also here you will have to look at the different thematic areas and the work program text. But in terms of, let's say, horizontal aspects, we have the same provisions as under Pathfinder Open. We have the need to include as results top-level scientific publications, while making sure that also the IP is protected and also the relevant aspects related to regulation, certification, and standardization are addressed. Then we have also the need to empower key actors, and here specifically empower female researchers and also achieve gender balance amongst work package leaders. Next slide. Now, this is absolutely important. Very soon we will publish the so-called challenge guides on our EIC website and also on the funding and tenders portal, which will give you much more detail beyond the text that is in the work program on the specific objectives of the challenges, and also will give you more technical information that are underpinning these objectives. As I said earlier, we aim to select a coherent portfolio of projects under each of the challenges, and in order to do so, we are transparently publishing the considerations that will play a role in the selection of these projects in these challenge guides. That is why it is extremely important that you also pay close attention to these portfolio considerations when you prepare your proposals. Next slide. A main difference with the Pathfinder Open scheme is also in the eligibility conditions. And here we, of course, allow consortia to participate, and the rules for consortia that are made up of legal entities of 3 or more partners are exactly the same as in Pathfinder Open. There are, however, differences as it comes to consortia that are made up of only 2 entities. And as an exception in the Pathfinder program, we also allow under the challenges single legal entities that are established in a member state or an associated country to participate in this call, with the exception of mid-caps and larger companies that are not allowed. Now, since this is a bit specific to this call, I have included on the next slide a few examples of what would be eligible and what would be non-eligible consortia for this call. But before going into the details, I would like to also point out that there is a specific rule related to associated partners, and it is needed to understand that associated partners are not the same as associated countries. This is a big difference. When I talk about associated countries, we are talking about non-EU member states that have an association agreement for this specific part also of Horizon Europe. And if you go to the next slide, these are, for example, countries like also in 2024, the UK is fully associated to Horizon Europe, and the usual countries from in the past, Norway, Israel, and a number of other countries as well. Now, associated partners are typically participants in our projects that do not receive funding. So that are typically from countries that are neither associated countries nor EU member states. And these associated partners are not taken into account and do not count for the fulfillment of the eligibility rules. Now, let's go through these examples. We have, for example, a consortium of 3 organizations, where 2 organizations come from France and 1 from Germany. This is an example of an ineligible consortium, because we do not have the necessary 3 member states or associated countries represented in this consortium of 3 partners. Also, the next example is such an ineligible consortium, because you have, again, 4 organizations, and there you need to have minimum, again, 3 member states or associated countries represented to become eligible, which is not the case here. Now, in the next example, when you have 2 organizations from France, 1 organization from Germany, and 1 organization from Canada, you have, again, more than 3 organizations and more than 3 countries, or let's say exactly 3 countries represented. But while France and Germany are, of course, EU member states, Canada is not an associated country for the 3rd pillar of Horizon Europe. There are currently transitional agreements in place for the 2nd pillar of Horizon Europe, but not for the EIC. And that is why this organization from Canada is considered as an associated partner, and the minimum requirement as it comes to the number of represented countries is not fulfilled. To show you the example, a few examples of eligible consortia, we would, for example, consider 1 organization from Malta and one organization from Czech Republic to be eligible, because this is a consortium of 2 partners from 2 EU member states. And also the 2nd example here, with an organization from Spain and 1 from Switzerland, would be eligible under the condition, and this is here because the organization from Switzerland, Switzerland is not an associated country and not an EU member state, so that organization would be considered as an associated partner and would therefore not be taken into account. So that means that you would have a single legal entity from Spain that could participate also in the Pathfinder Challenges Call. And now the very final consortium that you can see here. We have 3 organizations represented, but 1 from the US, which is again an associated partner and not taken into account for the eligibility rules. And this means that you have here a consortium of 2 different organizations from 2 different member states, meaning that this is considered as an eligible consortium. I hope that these examples clarify a little bit the rules, and that this will avoid and help you in composing the right consortium for your proposal. Now, what support will you receive if your proposal is actually funded? There are 2 differences to the Pathfinder Open Call. First of all, we consider that for the challenges, proposals with an EU contribution of up to 4 million euro would be appropriate, and you could propose also larger amounts if duly justified. Secondly, what is the large novelty in this call is that we are introducing lump sums for the selected projects instead of the actual cost model that we have done so far. And I will not go into the details about the specificities here, because we have immediately after this Pathfinder session, a dedicated session on lump sums from experts in this field who will be able to provide you all the necessary information. So this year we have an indicative budget of 120 million euro expected to be allocated in approximately equal shares across all the 5 challenges that we have. Next slide, please. What I can say about lump sums already now is that the actual amount of these lump sums will be determined during the evaluation process and will be based on an amount that is proposed by you in your applications. So you will have to give us an estimation of the different project costs, which will then be assessed by the expert evaluators and possibly also who will have the possibility to suggest corrections to these proposals by you. Now, for the so-called portfolio funding, I think we have a specific recommendation. If you can go back to the previous slide, please. So these activities that we foresee are also foreseeing some interactions with other projects in your portfolio and also with the EIC program manager. And in order to plan properly for these activities, we also would like you to include a work package specifically dedicated to these portfolio activities and to allocate at least 10 person months in your plan to this work package. Next slide, please. The key dates of this call are presented on this slide. So the opening date is 20th of June, where you will have all the necessary documentation available on the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. And the call deadline will be on the 16th of October 2024. Next slide. A major difference with last year's call is an increase of the page limit. First of all, instead of the 25 pages for the 2023 call, you will have 30 pages available to describe your project. Because of the introduction of lump sums, we have followed the same approach as in the rest of Horizon Europe, where there are also additional 5 pages given to applicants in other parts of Horizon. An additional key document that you will need to also provide in your applications is a detailed budget table. And this, for that, we will also make available a template on the Funding and Tenders portal that you have to fill in and that you need to use as a basis for justifying the lump sums. All the further details on that also in the presentation after this one. Okay, so we will immediately go to the next slide, where we will have a two-step evaluation process. And on the next slide, you can see an overview of the first step of that evaluation process. Could you go to the next slide, please? To the next slide, please. It seems we have some technical problems here. But in any case, what I can already say you and explain to you is that the two different steps that will be available. Yes, next slide, please. So the first step is an assessment of each proposal individually. So please, the next slide, please. Yes, exactly. So in the first step, we will assess each proposal separately. So we have at least 3 EIC expert evaluators that will be allocated to each proposal, and they will score this proposal on the basis of the award criteria. After they have done that individually, they will come together in a consensus group to agree on a common position of on the scores of each proposal and on the comments, and then all the proposals together will be discussed by the evaluation committee, in the sense that they will check the consistency across the evaluation of these proposals and finalize scores and comments of these proposals. So the big difference with the Pathfinder Open part and the Pathfinder Open call is that after the assessment of each proposal separately, we have in a second step the so-called portfolio considerations that will be applied. Next slide, please. Now, but before coming to these portfolio considerations, just to briefly explain the award criteria here. So for the excellence award criteria, as in Pathfinder Open, we will assess the novelty and the methodology, of course, of your proposal. But we will also look at how the objectives that you have with your proposal, how relevant they are in contributing to the overall goal and the specific objectives of each specific challenge. And as in Pathfinder Open, this criterion counts with a weight of 60%, and you will need to reach a threshold with 4 out of 5. The second award criterion is the impact. And also here we have the innovation potential and the communication and dissemination that will be assessed like in Pathfinder Open. But on top of it, we will also look at how credible the pathways are that you propose to achieve the expected outcomes and impacts of the specific challenge, and how your project would specifically contribute to that. So here, this impact has 20% and 3.5 out of 5 as a threshold. And finally, the implementation also has a weight of 20% and a threshold of 3 out of 5 with exactly the same wording as in Pathfinder Open. We will look at the work plan, at the allocation of resources, and also of the quality of the consortium or of the applicant in case this is a mono-beneficiary proposal. Next slide, please. So the earlier mentioned portfolio considerations will be applied to all proposals that meet the different thresholds that have been defined in the previous slides. And the way how this is done is that, first of all, you will need to very carefully read, as I mentioned earlier, the challenge guides, where we will explain in detail for each challenge how these portfolio considerations will look like. Specifically, we are going to define a number of categories that are stemming from the overall goal and specific objectives of each challenge. And just as an example, this could be certain building blocks or subsystems, technical areas, and so on. And we will perform a mapping of how each proposal fits into the different categories that will be defined in the challenge guides. Now, as a next step, what we will do is, no, please go back. This was a bit too early. Yes, so as a next step, we will have the selection, of course, of a coherent set of proposals. So as a whole, where we will apply is exactly those portfolio considerations, so that the overall set of the projects that will be funded will be able to achieve the expected outcomes and impacts of that challenge, and by that, maximizing their impact. By the way, the evaluation committee, when doing so, may also propose some minor adjustments to the proposals that will then be implemented in the grant agreement preparation process after the evaluations, in case your proposal is selected for funding. As a feedback, you will receive a so-called evaluation summary report that will basically summarize the assessment, including the final score, a comment from the consensus group, some additional comments that the evaluation committee can add, and in the accompanying evaluation result letter, you will also be informed about the underlying portfolio considerations in case that your proposal was, and the ranking of your proposal was affected by these portfolio considerations. So we are not going to give you this information in case it was not relevant for your applications. Now, also to mention related to the lump sum comments, this will be also included only for proposals that will later be invited for grant agreement preparation, and the ones which had really some serious problems that were then rejected as a result of a significant overall underestimation of the costs. Next slide. So after the positive evaluations, in case of success, we will contact you, of course, and you will have a thorough interaction with your, not only with your project officer, but specifically with your relevant EIC program manager that will also plan portfolio activities together with you and together with the other projects in your challenge portfolio. And the aim here certainly is to prepare a roadmap for each of the challenges, which will define collective deliverables, activities, and other objectives of this portfolio. And in general, you will have a continuous interaction with both project officer and EIC program manager that will oversee all the portfolio projects. Next slide. So just as a summary, I think we can now very briefly give you the summary of the Pathfinder program this year for the Pathfinder open call. We have, I think, in general, a relatively stable call text, which only has minor changes compared to 2023, with the main novelties, the increase of the page limit, discontinuation of the rebuttal pilot, small revisions of the award criteria, and then also the addition of the need to assess aspects related to regulation, certification, and standardization. For the Pathfinder challenges, on the next slide, we have, of course, the introduction of lump sum funding. I think this is the most significant change, and a slight increase also here of the page limit for the application form, and also some small changes in the evaluation process. Okay, I think this leaves me only to give you the summary table that is, I think, giving a good overview of what you can expect in the Pathfinder in 2024. And then, of course, I'd be happy to answer together with Timo any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Timo, and thank you, Martin, for your short presentation. We'll go to the questions, as we have 44 questions for you, so quite a lot. And let's start with the first one. Can you give examples of measures for involving and empowering key actors that have the potential to take the lead in translating research into innovations?
Yes, I can maybe take this. And I was just browsing through some of the questions before I answer this one. I make one general statement because I'm not sure if we can cover everything. There are lots of questions of asking for, is this allowed or is that allowed? And quite some details. In most of the cases, it's important to understand that if it's not in the work program, specifically speaking, forbidden, then you can do that. So, I mean, there are lots of, can I do this? Can I do that? Yes, you can. If it's not mentioned somewhere that you could not do it, in many of the questions, the answer is yes, you can. Whether it is useful, whether it is well seen by the experts, that's for you to judge. That's another thing which we cannot answer to you. We cannot tell you, and this brings me to the first question, can you give examples of measures involving and empowering key actors? No, I cannot, because the problem is that I'm not the one who is going to assess this. It is the experts, and actually we will have several hundreds of experts, and in each case, they will read what you have written in the proposal, and there is no additional guidance documents that we would be giving them. There is no secret agenda, and we haven't developed an example booklet for this purpose. So unfortunately, we cannot develop further on this point than what it is in the work program, in the guidance. It will be a case-by-case situation, and it is up to you to judge what would be a best way of doing that in your particular case. Because you can imagine that in different research projects, there can be quite different situations, and how to do that will vary tremendously. And if you are innovative on this point, maybe you will be more convincing to the experts as well. I don't know if Martin has any other ideas on this, but I don't think we can go further.
No, I think all these measures are, of course, as you correctly said, Timo, based on the each individual case. And for example, the way how you can do this empowerment is depending very much on your type of organization. For example, I can imagine that at universities you have different ways and different possibilities to support and to empower these key actors, including through training, of course, through possibilities for career development, for making sure that they have and are able to take responsibility already at early career stages. For example, if we talk about the researchers and innovators of the future, I think this should give you a little bit enough food for thought, I would say, to come up with some innovative ways of how this can be achieved. In your case, the best way.
Thank you. For the second question, maybe at least the first part of it, an SME could be a coordinator, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Indeed, this is absolutely right. There's no reason why an SME could not be a coordinator in principle. However, it has to be certainly kept in mind that for being a coordinator of a consortium, we ask for an enhanced financial capacity. So we will go through a so-called financial capacity check after the evaluation, if you are selected for funding, to make sure that you have the right financially stable situation in order to be able to act as a coordinator.
Thank you. This question we already tackled. We have the two questions that we tackled. We can go to the latest one, but okay. What are the main changes in the 2024 proposal template, part B, compared with 2023 version?
Yes, on this one, the changes are not so significant. We have made only the updates of the work program when necessary, so there are quite minor edits there. I think the biggest difference comes from the allowed number of pages, so both for open and challenges, we are allowing more pages for the part B. And then, of course, for the challenge call, there is the lump sum, but that will be explained in the next presentation, so let's not go into that in this instance.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Can private service providers support a consortium in activities like management, communication, and dissemination? Is it acceptable to have partners participating with management and dissemination activities only, or only partners performing technical tasks can participate?
Yeah, this is a good example of what I meant in the beginning. We have no instructions on any of this. So if you don't read something like this in the work program, we don't give you any instructions. It is up to you to make a good proposal that is having a reasonable and convincing roles for each participant, which is making an excellent breakthrough project. That will be then assessed by the experts in that particular situation. So no, we have no guidance, no rule on these type of questions that are put forward here.
Thank you, Timo. Next one. Only consortium can apply. Why are EIC Pathfinder open calls limited to consortia? Why it is not possible for a single applicant with a promising idea to submit an application? Examples of eligibility are not clear. Could you explain again?
So in the Pathfinder Open, the experience that we have in a long tradition of European collaborative research is that we can make good disruptions to the innovation process by organizing research in collaboration. We are really looking for breakthroughs, and it is the view of the Commission that this can be achieved in the most efficient way by providing funding to consortium. Whether that's right or wrong, that could be, of course, debated, but that has been the tradition, and that's how we are working in the Pathfinder Open. It is also, perhaps, if you want, the politically considered appropriate that this is an EU program, and funding individual participants would put us in competition with some of the national funding which is available. So we are looking for an EU collaboration as part of the proposals under the Pathfinder Open. That's basically the logic behind it. Then examples of eligibility are not clear. Could you explain again? So, okay, there are many examples of, or maybe this was actually related to the Pathfinder challenges, I don't know. But for the Pathfinder Open, the rules are pretty simple. You have to have 3 participants who are independent from each other. So, for example, if you have a company and it has a subsidiary in another EU country, then they would not be independent. So you have to be independent between each other. And in terms of the countries, you have to have 1 participant from an EU member state and 2 other participants who are independent, who come from 2 additional EU member states or associated countries. So at the end of the day, you need to have 3 participants, 3 EU or associated countries, of which 1 has to be an EU country. The more complex situation was in the challenges, but maybe we go forward and assume that the question was on Pathfinder Open only.
Thank you. Next question. Why there's no health-related challenge within the EIC Pathfinder Challenges 2024? Who decides on the topics of the challenges?
Yes, so this is of course a very good question and a long answer I could give, but I think the short answer is have a look at the reports that we regularly publish, and just recently we have published the so-called EIC Tech Report, which summarizes a little bit the strategic intelligence that is going on behind the scenes within our agency, but also beyond, in work with stakeholders, in work together with the EIC board, together with our member state representatives in the program committee, where we are basically discussing the potential topics each year of what could be included in the next work program, and where on the basis of different consideration, a certain choice is made, because the funding is of course unfortunately limited, about which topics will be included in each year work program. Now, what is important is an overall balance of the main areas and the main challenges that exist. So here we talk about, for example, digital technologies. We talk about health-related research. We talk about energy and green tech. And I think that overall, when we look at the different topics starting from 2021 with the first Pathfinder Challenge call, where we had a very strong focus also on health-related research, I think that overall we have a very good representation of all the different topics. And this year we have some newcomers, including, for example, things that are related and relevant for construction sector. I would say that it is important that we all have this right balance, and we will aim to continue doing that also in the coming years and in the coming work programs.
Thank you. Is the funding rate of 100% also applying for SME startups beneficiaries?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can UK institutions apply? What is the UK contribution to the EIC budget? Can an entity from the UK be part of a consortium, and would they receive the budget as a member state?
Yes, United Kingdom, that's good that you asked this question. It's eligible to apply. It is considered in the evaluation as an associated country to the Horizon Europe. And they can be part of the consortium, and they will count, because we were just talking about these rules of minimum participation, so they would contribute to those as well, and they would receive the budget as an associated country, not as a member state. There's a fine difference there, but it doesn't make any difference in practice. And then there's a question which is a bit more complicated to answer. What would be the UK contribution to the EIC budget? Short answer, let's not go into this, because actually all the budget contributions from the EU associated countries are put together at the Commission level and then further down redistributed among the different parts of the program. So it gets quite budget technical question, which doesn't have actually any impact on the participants themselves. So I think we better move on rather than going to the further details of this.
Thank you. Next question. We have applied for the last Pathfinder challenge. We consider submitting the same proposal for the March open call and only implement one. Is it possible?
Yes, this is the same answer as Timo had given at the very beginning. It is not forbidden, so therefore it is certainly possible. Just pay attention to the fact that these are two different calls where the award criteria and the details are also different. So you will need to, I would say, quite significantly adjust even your proposal, specifically under the excellence part and the motivation.
Thank you. Is it allowed to apply for an idea for which a patent request has already been deposited?
Yes, again, short answer, it is not forbidden, so it is allowed, and it's not an eligibility criteria or anything like that. But I would really encourage to try to read carefully the work program and try to understand what we are looking for here. Because if you have already a patent in place, now, depending what you are actually trying to do in the project, but this is an early stage research program. And if you only had a patent, it suggests that you have already made an innovation. There is already a discovery in place. So whether you are in the right program in this situation, I'll leave you to judge, and the experts will assess it. And depending where the technology breakthrough would be there, that is something that will be analyzed.
Thank you. Next question. Do you have any recommendations regarding the use of the 3 additional pages planned for the 2024 version of the template, Part B, compared to 2023 version?
Now, here you as applicant have again the full flexibility to decide how you want to use that space and that additional space that you would need to maybe go a little bit more into the details of describing your ideas or your work plan or the potential impact. I think this is entirely up to you, while keeping in mind, of course, that the weight of the different 3 different criteria and of the 3 sections that will be evaluated is different for Pathfinder Open, where we have under the excellence, of course, 60%, impact 20%, and implementation 20%.
Thank you. Are large companies eligible for EIC funding as partners for SMEs applicants?
Yes, so indeed, in the EIC Pathfinder, there is no restrictions in place. But I mean, I understand it's good that you are clarifying and asking these questions, because it is not the same in other parts of the EIC. So you have to be very careful and make clear in your mind which part of the EIC you are applying. And we do have, as Martin was explaining, in the EIC Pathfinder challenges, if you were applying alone, which is not the question here, a big company could not be applying. But in most of the time, as a partner for SMEs or a partner for anything, because in Pathfinder challenges and Open, we don't have such restrictions for consortium. It is okay.
Okay. What is the position of the Commission regarding the participation of Chinese entities to EIC Pathfinder Consortium? Okay or no go to include SMEs which operates in Finland and China?
Okay, so when we are talking about, and I see there are other questions coming on the international participation, so I make a little bit more general. Have a look at the work program. There is an annex there in terms of participation of non-EU and associated countries. It is all explained there. And at the general level, there are 2 important distinctions. One is participation, and the other is getting EU funding. So it is in some cases possible to participate from different places of the world, but not possible to get funding. And in some cases, it is also possible to participate and get funding. So it depends on which country group you belong to. And there is a very good annex to the work program that explains that there. Now, going into the specific question to China, as it is explained there, There are some restrictions for the Chinese entities, legal entities, which is a precise term, to participate the other parts of the EIC for the innovation actions, notably, but not for the Pathfinder. So in the Pathfinder, you could participate as a Chinese legal entity, but not to get funding. The same applies for the SME that operates. Now, operate is not the key term to use here. The key term to use is where is the legal entity incorporated that is actually applying for the program. Then also in more general level, when we are talking about non-EU, non-associated countries, I draw your attention to the IPR rules and the exploitation. In the EIC, we have, let's say, ambition that primarily the intellectual property rights that are developed in these projects should be exploited primarily in EU countries and EU associated countries. So keep that in mind as well when you are building your consortium.
Thank you. Now we have a question about expert evaluators. Where do the expert evaluators come from? From companies, from TTO offices, or researchers?
So in general, since we are talking about the Pathfinder here, we are usually selecting researchers as expert evaluators. And as you can imagine, you have seen the number of proposals that we receive for each call. We are drawing from a huge number of potential evaluators that are contacted well in advance, always before the call deadlines. But I would say that almost exclusively they are people who have the right knowledge in the specific thematic areas of the proposals that they are allocated to. So these are people with the right research background. We, however, also pay attention to the fact that we have enough representation from expert evaluators with an industrial background, with some innovation background. I think that when the question refers to come from, I don't think they think and refer to the countries that they're coming from, but of course, since this is an evaluation in Pathfinder Open specifically that is run remotely, we are recruiting these experts not only from member states and associated countries, but also worldwide.
Thank you. Next question. Is it possible to apply with the same proposal to both the Open and Challenge Pathfinder calls?
It's not forbidden, so it's allowed.
Okay. Can you provide more information on the clinical studies annex for EIC Pathfinder Open?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is something which is specific for those proposals who are planning to do clinical studies, and it is a standard element for the Horizon Europe. So yes, if you are planning to do clinical studies, then this is an annex which is relevant to fill in. Otherwise, not. So I'm not sure what else can we say at a general level than this.
Now, quite a similar question, I think. Can SME apply for EIC Pathfinder? Can a newly funded SME with an approved innovation product apply with fair chances? Can university core unit be one partner? Is a scientific community a non-profit organization eligible?
Yeah, I mean, again, we do not have any restrictions. Yes, you can apply, and it can apply. Whether that's good or bad, that's for you to judge. Focus on your project and what you're trying to achieve. And that's how you build a successful consortium. We cannot give any general advice even. I can maybe say, because there's a lot of questions on this on a general level, yes, we do have SMEs who are applying. Yes, we do have consortium where there are no SMEs applying. And in both cases, sometimes they are successful, sometimes they are not. So I cannot say that there is a pattern of any kind to follow. What is needed for your idea, for your project, try to focus on that rather than these type of questions, which is beneficial or less beneficial.
Yeah, just to be clear also, since this question talks about an SME with an approved innovation product, of course, under the Pathfinder at least, you will not be able to fund any kind of development work on the specific product that you have already in place. So this should be some new type of research ideas that you might have that go beyond your current product portfolio.
Perfect. Okay, why such a strong focus on interdisciplinary? What exactly is meant by interdisciplinarity? Is this meant within the STEM disciplines for a tech-oriented program, or in SH participation encouraged?
Yeah, I mean, the interdisciplinarity, it's also something which we have had with us for quite a long time, and it's actually a heritage from the previous framework programs already, from the Future and Emerging Technologies program. The reason why we push for it is that it has been seen, and it has been even studied and shown, that it is an efficient way of making breakthroughs in research and innovation in general, by putting together different disciplines, different people who are coming together with their different points of view to the common area. And that's where you are able to make faster and better chances of finding these kind of discoveries that we are looking for. It is also something which is at the heart of the open program, because we don't have this kind of a panel structure where we would say the physics projects go there and the medical project and health projects go there. It is the whole system and the whole program is designed in such a way that your, let's say, research area is not something that we definitely want you to identify or want to pay focus or build. Like if I'm comparing to similar other programs in the framework program, like European Research Council or the Marie-Curie actions, which have this kind of a panel approach where you have a physics panel and a health panel and the IT panel. We don't have those structures specifically, because we think that there is an advantage of allowing consortium to come together and not to think about too much, let's say, traditional scientific fields as such. That's how you are able to make a breakthrough and achieve the new technologies. Then what is in terms of the second part on the STEM and SSH, that could be one way of bringing in these additional dimensions to your project that are needed for the breakthroughs and new innovations.
Yeah, and here I think it's important to stress that this is not meant to be only within STEM, but certainly also including SSH. I think that here is specifically a lot of potential. We are talking about future technologies that might have really a disruptive impact also on our society. So I think that certainly the participation of SSH within the context of interdisciplinarity is possible.
Yeah, and I would really encourage to looking into if this is something you could include in your proposals. I mean, it says tech-oriented program. I'm not sure if we are supposed to. If you look at our funded projects, maybe they are very tech-oriented, but that was not the intention. Actually, it is not intended to be only tech-oriented program.
I'm really serious. We'll have to end our session because of the timing, but there is still one sensitive question. Maybe if you can give us 1 minute answer to this, because we see it already. The right to react has been removed. What can we do now if the evaluators' comments are not justified or scientifically supported? More pages are not the solution.
So indeed, we have removed the right to react, but what we have not removed is the redress procedure. So once you receive your evaluation summary report, and if you think that there was a mistake happening in the process, you can make an appeal. You have 30 days, I believe, to submit your appeal, and then we will really relook at the whole process, and we will check if everything went correctly. And if not so, we will reorganize the evaluation. And occasionally that happens as well. So if you really think that something went wrong, you can make this appeal.
Thank you so much once again, Timo and Martin. I'm afraid we'll have to give floor now to colleagues from RTD for lump sum sessions. And once again, sorry that we couldn't handle all the questions. We'll go through it, and those which have not been yet answered within our frequently asked questions will be, of course, treated and edited and published on our website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. And I will take over. My name is Isabella Prokopovic, and I'm here today with my colleague, Andrea Kikosz, from the Common Implementation Center in DG RTD, and we'll present today to you the topic on lump sums. If we move to the next slide, you will see the how to submit your questions. This can be only done through Slido. You can access it through the code or the QR code, and it's important to use the right room to submit your questions. Here you see with an orange dot for lump sums. As mentioned before, the FAQ document will be updated with the questions from the session, also those who are not answered in the Q&A session due to time constraints. So without further ado, I will leave the floor to Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I will present to you today an overview of lump sum funding in Horizon Europe. Then I will also go through the specificities, so what you will need to take into consideration when you prepare your application. And to start by presenting to you why we use lump sum funding more and more. And there are three main reasons in no particular order presented here. And so it's the financial error rate that has been at around 4% or above in the framework program, and there is a very wide agreement that it has to come down, and we see lump sum funding as a main mechanism to achieve that. Then, of course, there is significant simplification potential, because lump sum grants will not need to report on actual costs and resources. And there will be no financial checks on costs, because once we have agreed a lump sum, this is not going to be questioned afterwards. At the same time, we need to recognize that the actual cost system was and is still rather complex, because we need a lot of rules to make it work, to accommodate all the accounting practices in Europe and beyond, and that necessarily makes for an error-prone system, despite all the efforts we have made over the years to simplify it. And then last but not least, we also want to achieve a better focus on the content. And by not having to do any financial management during the grant implementation, the idea is that the scientific and technical content of the grant gets more attention on all sides. Next slide, please. And so briefly here, you see the distribution of all beneficiaries in Horizon 2020. So 42,000 unique beneficiaries. And you have a tiny share here on the right side of this graph that represent 0.5% of our beneficiaries that have 100 grants or more. And these are usually the big beneficiaries, the established organizations that participate frequently and have many grants. And of course, these organizations, they typically have dedicated staff. They have EU grants offices, so they have the experience and administrative capacity to handle the actual cost grants well, so without too many mistakes. And that is no surprise, because they have been doing so over the years, and they are doing it in parallel for many grants at the same time, so they really have the necessary structure and experience. But on the left side of the distribution, you can see that we have the vast majority of beneficiaries that have exactly one grant in the 7 years program. So that's like 2/3 of all beneficiaries. So with only one grant in 7 years, we cannot expect that these organizations and small entities have dedicated structures or the experience to deal with actual cost grants. So they really need a system that works ideally without errors the first time they use it. And here we see lump sum funding as a system that meets this need. And we also see that this vast majority of beneficiaries with one or two grants over the whole framework program, most of them are either SMEs or newcomers. So it's indeed the small actors that we want to have them participate more in the program. And that's why we need a system that works for them without producing too many errors. Next slide, please. And specifically for EIC, we consider lump sums to work well because lump sum funding is particularly suitable for small and medium size grants. And these are the usual types of EIC grants, which will mostly be managed by single beneficiaries or by small consortia. And the feedback we got from the lump sum pilot participants in Horizon 2020. And now if we look at the main Horizon Europe work program 2023-2024, we can see that the great majority of expected lump sum grants is under 5 million euros each. So this shows that most of our experience with lump sums has been and will be with small and medium sized grants. Next slide, please. And in particular, we got positive feedback from SMEs, as reflected in the lump sum studies performed by the Commission and by the European Parliament in the last years, and also in a statement from SME United, where they acknowledge lump sums to be a highly relevant alternative to improve the access of SMEs to the research and innovation program. And now regarding the effort to prepare a lump sum proposal and document the cost estimates, the extra effort to do so is limited, especially for EIC proposal, where the amount of details does not change much. And however, those detailed cost estimations are needed anyway for the preparations of all Horizon Europe proposals. And again, I would like to highlight that there is the same level of flexibility for projects that are managed with lump sum. So this does not change. Next slide, please. And here I would like just to provide an overview of the use of lump sums in Horizon Europe so far. So we had a stepwise phasing with a low volume in 2021 and 2022. And from 2023 and from this year, we have a first significant wave of lump sum topics. And so in most of these topics, so more than 200 are in Pillar 2 and are mostly for small and mid-sized projects. Then also the Eurail joint undertaking is using lump sum since 2018. Then we will have lump sums for ERC advanced grants from this year, and of course for ERC grants for all the main schemes. So for Pathfinder challenges, transition, and accelerator calls. And just to give an overview, that we signed more than 1,000 lump sum grants so far, and we expect a 50% lump sum coverage by 2027. And now I would like to go through some very basic principles of lump sum funding. I will not go through all the details, but you will see in the following slides where additional information is available. So the basic principle is that we have designed lump sum funding in a way to keep the approach of the actual cost grants as much as possible. So we use the same templates, the same evaluation criteria. We have exactly the same payment scheme. So I would like to highlight that it includes a pre-financing or multiple pre-financings for specific calls, which are done in exactly the same way as it was done before. Then we also use the same technical reporting template, although with a focus on the work packages that have been completed. And the lump sum is divided in more lump sum shares, 1 share per each work package and beneficiary. That allows in the end for a simple financial reporting where all you have to do will be to declare which work package has been completed. And according to the pre-agreed scheme that you see at the bottom of this slide, which will essentially become the financial annex in the grant agreement of a lump sum grant, we will pay the shares of those work packages that have been completed and accepted as such at the end of the reporting period. Next slide, please. When it comes to writing a lump sum proposal, again, many things work in the very same way as they were before. So there are really minor adaptations for EIC proposal. You saw already that the page limit for the proposal increased a bit in order to accommodate lump sum funding. Then you have to present the objectives and methodology and address the impact and the outcomes of your proposals in the same way as you did before. And of course, your proposal, you must cover in the proposal the activities to be implemented in each work package. What is different is that you will also have to provide a detailed budget table with cost estimations. And this detailed budget table is the basis for defining, justifying, and agreeing the lump sum. And just to mention here that for EIC Accelerator calls, this budget table will be needed if you get invited to submit a full proposal for the grant component. And the budget table is for the time being an Excel file that you download from the submission system together with the other templates needed for submitting the proposal. And so you must use this file that is available in the submission system, not any other version that might be available from any other sources. So you have to fill it and submit it as annex to the part B of the application form. And what you need to provide are, again, cost estimations. So this must be an approximation of your actual costs, which will not be as accurate as they would be when reporting actual costs. So they will also have to be in line with the eligibility rules. They must be in line with your usual practices, and that's the key point also for the assessment, for the evaluation. These cost estimations must be reasonable and non-excessive. So that is what we are going to check afterwards. And of course, they must be in line with the proposed activities and necessary to support them. Next slide. Thank you. So regarding evaluation, we use the standard evaluation criteria, so the excellence, impact, and implementation. And the assessment of these cost estimations will take place under the implementation criteria. And here, experts will mainly assess that the cost estimations are reasonable and non-excessive, and also whether they will allow to complete the activities as described in the proposal. And it can happen that experts find that some of the costs are overestimated or not in line with activities. So in this case, we ask them to make concrete recommendations to change the budget that was suggested. And if this is the case, you will find enough information in the evaluation summary report, in the ESR, to make those changes during grant preparation. I should stress that if budget corrections are necessary, this is not going to penalize the project. It is not going to decrease its chance of being selected for funding. So a few corrections like that could be perfectly accepted, and we will just make a small adjustment to the lump sum. But otherwise, the chance of the project to be funded is not affected. The only exception is, of course, if the budget is really flawed, if it's completely inadequate or it doesn't make sense at all. So in that case, you would not only get recommendations, but you would have a decreased score, which will, of course, decrease the likelihood of your proposal to be selected. But I would like also to mention that the big majority of lump sum proposals do not have a budget cut. A minority has indeed, but this shows that the system is working. So in other words, many projects go through without having any cuts because they make reasonable and acceptable proposals for the lump sum costs. And a few do get corrections, but even in those cases, it is very rare to see large cuts. Next slide, please. And so what experts also use in the evaluation of the proposals is a benchmark, the so-called Horizon Dashboard for Lump Sum Evaluations, that is publicly accessible, but it is targeted and it is meant to be used by expert evaluators who carry out the lump sum evaluation. what they can see in this dashboard is the average personal costs in Horizon Europe per country and per organization type. So the dashboard shows how many person months were funded at different costs in Horizon Europe so far. And the data comes from the actual cost grants that were signed under Horizon Europe, so data from 2021. And if needed, also data from Horizon 2020 can be selected. And here you can see an example in the upper panel, the distribution of average personal costs in Romanian research organizations. And on the lower panel, you see the same distribution, but for German research organizations. And we have, as a matter of fact, in the EU and beyond, very big differences in what concerns personal costs in different countries. So this benchmark makes sure that the evaluators have a guideline to check what is reasonable for personal costs, because indeed the situation varies greatly between different countries and different type of organizations. So the idea here is that if you ask for personal costs that are above the 18th percentile value in the dashboard, so in other words, if your personal costs belong to the 20% most expensive in your country and in your organization type, then we expect that you really provide a justification for those costs. And this is also what experts will be checking. So it is absolutely acceptable to have higher costs. There is no automatism to cut those higher costs, but only be aware that you need to explain why your costs are higher, are the highest maybe in your country or your type of organization. So if you provide this justification, there is no reason to expect that those costs should be cut or should be criticized. Next slide, please. When we come to grant preparation, again, the message is that we use a standard process, and we have the no negotiation principle applying to lump sum grants in the same way as to any other grant. And so this means that normally the project is funded as it was proposed. However, there are some changes possible. And first of all, of course, we can correct the lump sum based on the recommendations that applicants got from the experts in the ESR, in which case the lump sum can be lowered or can be transferred between work package and beneficiaries. But there are also some other possibilities. For example, there can be obvious errors and inconsistencies that have not been detected during evaluation that should be corrected. But if these changes happens, they have to be documented in the grant preparation report so that we keep a trace of what was changed and why. And the detailed budget table that you submit together with your proposal will not be part of the grant agreement. So the Annex 2 of the grant agreement will only have the breakdown of lump sum shares per beneficiary and per work package. So it is the scheme that you saw in a previous slide. So all the many details that were leading to those shares are not part of the grant agreement. And now coming to reporting and payment, here again, as much as possible, we follow the standard approach. So you have to use the standard reporting template for the technical part of your report. The only difference is that we have an additional task for the coordinator of the project, which is to declare the status of work packages at the end of the reporting period. So when entering the reporting module screen in Sigma, the coordinator has to report if the work packages have been completed or not over the reporting period. And this is, of course, to be justified by the technical periodic report. If a work package is incomplete at the end of a reporting period, but it was planned to be completed, the consortium can still complete it in any subsequent reporting period and declare it as completed. And at the final reporting period, it is possible to declare also work packages as partially completed and enter the percentage of completion, as you can see in the screenshot below. And let me also emphasize that completing a work package does not mean that it has had a successful outcome. So it's not always based on positive results, because we are in the field of research, and we know that the results are not always successful. So it is really based on the completion of activities as they were described in the description of the action. Next slide, please. And here comes the big simplification of lump sums. This is about the financial reporting, because the financial report is much simplified and it's mostly automated. And so what is happening here, on the basis of completion of work packages, the financial statement is automatically generated by the system. And this financial statement will be the sum of the lump sum shares corresponding to the work packages that have been completed during the reporting period. So in other words, you don't need to fill in any financial reporting apart from declaring your completed work packages and sign the automatically generated financial statement. Next slide, please. And an important part is, of course, to know what standards we apply to accept or reject work packages. And as a general rule, work packages will always be accepted when the activities have been carried out. I have been mentioning this already, but this is really the core principles of lump sum funding. You will have to carry out the activities that were agreed in the grant agreement, and once you complete the activities in a work package, we pay the pre-agreed lump sum share for that work package. However, this is not really set in stone, so there is some room for maneuver, because we can also accept a work package as completed when essentially all tasks have been completed, or when you have done an equivalent task. In other words, when you deviated from the work plan, but you justify that deviation, and that is accepted. Of course, if there are difficulties in completing some of the work packages, we encourage you to make use of the possibility to amend your work packages in time, such that they're adjusted to the current scientific technical developments, and such that you will be able to complete them until the end of the project. And in case we got to the stage where the coordinator of the project considers a work package complete, but the project officers consider it as incomplete, in that case, the coordinator is, of course, still always invited to respond to the observations of the project officers. So they have the opportunity to explain why they believe the work package is perfectly fine and complete. And on that basis, the granting authority will take a final decision about the payment. And in any case, if this happens at an intermediate stage, the participants will always have the possibility to improve the implementation of that work package and to be paid for it later. And again, at the very end, participants can have a partial payment, and this is acceptable if there are technical reasons for which they did not manage to complete the work package, if there are cases of force majeure. But this is really treated as an exception, because we expect that the lump sum will be implemented as it was agreed in the grant agreement. So if necessary, the project officer will agree on a percentage that is lower than 100% for the final payment. But this will be a case-by-case decision depending on the degree of completion of the work packages concerned. Next slide, please. And here I would like to show you how the acceptance of work packages works in practice. So far, we've had approximately 60% of all work packages that were part of our LAMSI pilot under Horizon 2020 that were declared as completed, and 99% of those were paid as declared, including some cases where work packages were declared as partially completed at the final reporting period. And there are only a few cases where the granting authority decided to pay only a part due to incomplete work, or because the work declared was not reflected in the deliverables submitted. But so far, we don't see any evidence that to consider lump sum grants in any way more strictly, or that there is a higher financial risk of not being reimbursed. Next slide, please. And now for keeping records, in the event that there are technical checks, you will need to keep, of course, records, and this is the same obligation as in all grants. So you need to have the documentation to prove that you actually carried out the grant. And here are some examples that could be technical documents. So this could be the documentation that is required under the principles of good research practices, for example, lab notebooks, or any documentation that you have that shows that you actually carried out the grant. So this is exactly the same for all grants. There is no difference for lump sum. So there is no extra document that you need to keep for lump sum grants that you wouldn't have to keep for an actual cost grant. On the right-hand side, however, in a lump sum situations, you don't need to keep any timesheets. You don't have to have any evidence for the actual cost incurred, such as payslips or contracts or invoices. Basically, any document that prove the actual cost that you had are not necessary vis-a-vis the commission, the granting authority, as part of the grant agreement that we sign. But these documents are still necessary if you have any obligations under national law or under local procedures. This goes without saying, is unaffected by the grant agreement that you signed with the commission or with the executive agency. So the principle here is we are not going to check those things, but what you need to keep under national law or local procedures, that's a different matter, and those obligations are not affected. Next slide, please. And further information is available on one single page. So we created a dedicated lump sum page on the Funding and Tenders portal, where you can find guidance documents, the frequently asked questions, and a detailed document again with guidance for what you need to do when you apply for a lump sum grant, and how to also handle your grant when you start implementing it. We have the reference documents, we have a list of events, of past events and the recordings, and also the future events. And here I would like to mention that on 8th of February, we will do another lump sum webinar, and I really encourage you to participate. We will also have project coordinators of lump sum grants that will share their experience as well. So yeah, I really encourage you to access this page. Next slide, please. And here, lastly, I would like to share that we also published video tutorials for experts, applicants, and beneficiaries. So anybody can benefit from those simple and short videos. They're meant for experts to understand in a short way how lump sum funding is working. But since the principles are the same for everybody, you can also applicants can watch these videos usefully, especially if they are new to lump sum funding and would like to understand how it works. And the first two videos are out already and provide an overview of lump sum funding and the key principles, together with an overview of how the detailed budget table works. And we are now preparing a third video on the personal cost dashboard and how it should be used. And this is all. Thank you very much. And I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you, Andrea. And we will move to the questions now, just to see the lump sums. Okay, great. We'll start with the first one. What is the pre-financing rate in lump sum grants?
Yes, so I would like to stress that the pre-financing is not changing, because your grant will be using lump sum instead of actual cost. So the pre-financing works in the same way as it worked before. And as a general rule, it depends on the number of reporting periods. So for example, for projects with reporting period, the pre-financing is normally 80% of the lump sum. And for projects with 2 or more reporting periods, the pre-financing is normally 160% of the average EU funding per reporting period. And it can also be the case, I know, for accelerator calls that there are multiple pre-financing. And again, I'd like to stress that the rules for getting it are the same as they were before.
Okay, thank you. The next one, do you have any tips to optimize lump sum funding use? That is, work package durations, number and placing of deliverables or milestones?
Well, here I would like to encourage you to read very well the work program text and the text of the calls to see if there are specific things that you should include in your proposal, maybe specific work packages or some other things. But in general, I would say that, again, this the fact that your grant will be using lump sum will not affect the number of deliverables or milestones and so on. So this will really have to be clearly explained and described in the proposals to be able also to assess the progress of the grant. And as for work packages, we also encourage to split the work packages, maybe the horizontal ones such as management or the one for communication and dissemination, to split them along the reporting periods in order to be able to get paid at the end of the reporting period. But usually the most of the EIC grants are not, the duration is not very big, so you will have anyway a big pre-financing to start with, so this will not be necessary. I am talking about splitting the work packages. So this really depends on the way you design your grant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, I think it was already a little bit covered. Will there be any requirements to keep track of project expenses?
Indeed. So as I was mentioning in the presentation, for the Commission, there are no requirements to keep track of the costs and the resources. So you don't have to report on the actual costs and resources. But what is important is that the work has been implemented as it was described in the grant agreement, and that the work packages were completed, so that the activities in the work packages were completed, and we will look at that. So in the technical periodic report, you will have to prove that this was completed as described in the grant agreement. But again, let me emphasize, if you do have some requirements under national law or under your internal procedures for requirements to keep track of project expenses, this is unaffected by the fact that it's lump sum. So you will still might need to keep track of those under those circumstances. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is again, I don't know if you'd like to add anything, which kind of in-depth checks to the budget will be performed during evaluation, implementation, post-project checks, but
well, just to stress again that so the budget, the cost estimations will be indeed checked during the evaluation stage. So the expert evaluators will also have to assess that. So besides the other criteria that they need to look at, so this will be part of the implementation criterion. And so they will look if the cost estimations are reasonable and non-excessive, and if they match the activities that were proposed in the proposal. And during implementation, again, there is no reporting on costs and resources.
Okay. And the next one is on the Horizon dashboard for personal costs. It does not longer represent the actual costs for many countries. Costs are higher due to inflation. When it will be updated?
Yes, so the Horizon dashboard for lump sum evaluations, so for the average personal costs, was lastly updated in November 2023, and it should be updated 2 to 3 times per year. Indeed, we know that inflation is a problem, not only for lump sum grants, but for all grants that receive EU funding. And we also instruct experts to take that into consideration when they evaluate lump sum proposals. So yeah, when it's going to be updated, so we should have another update later on this year of the figures.
Okay. The next one, what is the format of the lump sum budget request in the EIC Accelerator?
Yeah, so for EIC Accelerator calls, for the short proposal, you don't need to provide the detailed cost estimations. So for the short proposal, you only need to provide the total budget that you are requesting it, and only if you are invited to submit a full proposal, you do need indeed to provide a detailed budget table in the form of an Excel file for the grant component part. So the format is this one is an Excel file that you will also you can download from the online submission system when you will prepare your proposal. Yes.
Thank you. The next one, if the costs finally needed during the implementation are lower than those initially estimated in the budget table, can the amount of grants received be reduced?
So we will not see what were your costs, your actual incurred costs during the implementation, because we will only look at the technical and scientific implementation of the grant. So we will look if we will assess whether you completed the work packages, the activities in the work packages as they were described in the grant agreement. There might be cases in which at the final reporting period, the project officer will decide on a, let's say, lower percentage of completion for the work packages, and in that case, indeed, you might receive a bit less, but this is not based on the cost. So we won't see the cost that you actually incurred for the project.
Thank you. The next one, in order not to lose money, the applicants will increase the number of work packages. How many work packages do you think are too many?
Well, we don't have a number that is the perfect number for an application. What we always say is that a work package needs to be really a good part of the work plan. So it doesn't have to be it does not have to be only a single task or a single activities to be considered as a work package. So we don't want that. We don't want to see indeed a multitude of really small work packages. So it should be a major subdivision of the work plan, this to take into consideration. And as I was mentioning before, usually for projects with a small duration, maybe with a duration of 2-3 years, the pre-financing is already quite generous. So you already receive at the very beginning the resources to start implementing the grant. So in that case, you don't need to split the work packages. So work packages, I think it's best to split if your project really has a longer duration.
Okay. And the next one, will you provide a specific budget template for the EIC Accelerator as it is a mono-beneficiary?
Yes, we do have a specific budget template for the EIC Accelerator. And we took into consideration the fact that it's a mono-beneficiary grant with the 70% funding rate, and this you will find in the submission system together with the other templates that you need to fill in when you will submit your proposal.
Okay, and when do you expect to upload the lump sum file in the funding and tenders portal?
Yes, so this will also should come soon, also to be available in the funding and tenders portal if it is not already. So yeah, please check this section. It should be there. But I would like to stress that the version that you will see in the funding and tenders portal is just for reference. So the file that you really need to use in your proposal is the one that you find in the submission system, in the online submission system.
Okay, and we move to the next one, how to deal with transversal activities that last for the whole project, coordination, communication, dissemination, exploitation, etc. Thank you.
Oh, so regarding this, you should you should organize your work plan in the way that you organize it also before. So it depends on how it works best for you. But again, as I was mentioning, if your project lasts for a longer period of time, so maybe more than 3 years, let's say, you have the possibility to split the work packages of these activities. So for communication, dissemination, and exploitation, you can have work package 1 for the that is corresponding to the first reporting period, and another one that is corresponding for the second reporting period, and so on. But this, yes, it's a possibility that you have depending on the duration of the grant and yes, on the nature of the grant itself.
Okay, and the last one would be, because we unfortunately, due to time constraints, this would be the last question that we'll take now. It's will a CVS be required with the lump sum funding?
So certificates for financial statements are not required for the lump sum funding. So they are usually part of the financial reporting, but as you will see in the lump sum model grant agreement, they are not applicable for lump sum, so they're not required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I said, we'll have to close the Q&A session for lump sums right now. But as mentioned already before, the questions will be also taken, those also not answered will be reviewed and taken for the FAQs. And thank you very much. And I give the floor to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone. Just give Viorel and Marco a second to turn on the video. So okay, Viorel is with us. Thank you for joining us here at the EIC Work Program 24 Info Day. My name is Juan Pescu, and to be the moderator for today's session on EIC Transition. We'll have 1 hour for this session, the last 20 minutes for Q&A. Just a reminder to our audience who may join later to use Slido for questions. You can join the EIC Transition room, Purple room, using the hashtag EIC24. If a similar question was already submitted by someone else, just vote or like the question. Likely won't manage to answer all your questions during the Q&A today. Nevertheless, you'll definitely find all your answers in the document available on the EIC website. And the reminder that the presentation and the recording of the Info Day will be published on the EIC website as soon as possible. With no further ado, here to tell us about the opportunities and the novelties in 2024 are Viorel Peca, Head of the Transition Unit, together with Marco Giorgini, Head of Sector EIC Tech to Market activities. Welcome, Viorel. Welcome, Marco. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Viorel. You can now start your presentation.
Thank you, Juana. I hope you can hear me well. Very briefly, before handing to Marco, I just want to welcome everybody and to thank you for your interest in the transition session. We are trying to accommodate a different audience because we are, I think in the audience, there are people that are a bit familiar with the transition, but also new ones that are interested. So we try to give both perspective. Without further ado, I would like to hand over to Marco Giorgini to start the first part of the presentation. Thank you, Marco.
Good afternoon. Hope you can hear me well. My name is Marco Giorgini, Head of Sector for EIC Tech to Market and Transition activities. So next slide, please. Next. So the first step about preparing a proposal for EIC transition is really to check if you should apply. Well, the first step is you should have identified a project result with a high commercial potential. So if your technology is ready for maturation and validation towards this potential, if you have conducted preliminary market research and therefore identified potential markets and competitors, but also you need to have the right mix of skills for developing the technology and investigate the commercial potential. If you have answered all these questions with a yes, then this instrument is for you. Next, please. So the objective of EIC Transition is really to fill the gap between early research projects that might have produced early results with high potential, and to fill this gap with subsequent activities for exploitation, typically to fill the gap between Pathfinder and Pathfinder-like projects and Accelerator. So who can apply? As you know, this is a restricted call. You need to have a EU-funded project, and here in the slide you see which are the ones that can submit in EIC Transition. Typically, these are research and innovation actions. Therefore, no innovation actions, no RNS except exceptions. Pathfinder and H2020 Future Emerging Technology projects, but also ERC proof of concept projects and H2020 societal challenges, leading technologies, enabling technologies, and in Horizon Europe, the projects coming from Pillar 2, but also projects from EDF, the preparatory actions for development research, defense research. What is the support? The total budget for 2024 will be 94 million. Here the application is by 18 of September, not 17 of October, and the grant that you will receive will be, you can apply with a request between €500,000 and €2.5 million. Together, during the execution of the project, you might also request a booster grant for extra innovation activities. Next slide, please. So the core element for a good proposal is the correct starting point. The correct starting point is a technology with results in validated in the lab, a technology validated in the lab, so therefore technology readiness level 3 or even better 4. And the endpoint is a technology with validated and demonstrated in relevant environment. Therefore, technology readiness level 5 or better 6. But also the endpoint needs to include a commercialization strategy for the next steps. Transition is intended to fill a gap, to bridge a gap, and therefore it needs to describe also during the execution of the project, you need to describe what will come and prepare for what will come after the transition. Next slide, please. So who can apply? Both mono-beneficiary and small consortia. So, for example, small consortia, two beneficiary needs to come from two different countries. The case of three beneficiary needs to come from three different countries and minimum one member state. Four or plus or more beneficiary needs also to come from three different countries, eligible countries. Of course, here we are always talking, including one member state. Eligible countries are member states or associated countries. A beneficiary is an independent legal entity. Okay, next slide. Okay, so how the selection of EIC Transition project occur. Again, the application is by 18 of September, not 17 of September. So the first step is to check the eligibility of your existing project and result. Then you need to prepare a proposal with a length of 22 pages, and this includes section 1 to 3, but also the cover page where other information are indicated, like the originating project. Then, of course, this needs to be submitted by the deadline in the funding and tender portal. The first step is the remote evaluation. Here, three evaluators will assess your proposal. The second step is the interview. Here, you will be invited, if successful in the first step, you will be invited to pitch your proposal in front of jury members and program manager. We will see the details about this phase in the next step. And then it will start the grant agreement preparation phase, and finally the grant agreement signature. Next, please. So who will participate in the interviews? These are the different roles in the interview, in the jury member interview. There is a briefer, but also there are up to a maximum 6 jury members, a moderator, program manager, and quality controller. There might also be observer that remain silent and do not participate to the questions. Next slide, please. The interview will last approximately 2 hours. There are preliminary checks. There is the briefing from the briefers. The interview, the pitch will consist of 10 minutes where the consortium will pitch the proposal, and then there are 35 minutes of question and answer. Then the participants, the applicants will leave the session, and a period of approximately 55 minutes will start with the decision and deliberation of the jury members. Next slide, please. The EIC transition might support a different pathway, a transition to technology where essentially a project consortium developer is developing the technology up to the TRL 5 or 6. In this case, the consortium might then decide during the execution of the project which are the next steps. And this might be, for example, the creation of a startup or the license of the technology to other parties. It might also be a transition to market, where an SME or a startup might identify an opportunity and therefore further develop the technology with the aim to take, for example, a license agreement. There is also a transition to entrepreneurship, where the consortium might decide to create a spin-off or a startup during the execution of the project. Of course, if you are not part of the eligible, if you are not part of the originating consortium, of the originating project, you might need to provide a commitment letter from the owner of the intellectual property results that essentially commit to negotiate with you access to the intellectual property. Next, please. These are two examples of commitment letter. Next, please. If you are not successful in the interview, you will receive, as for the SMEs, for the SME applicants that are not successful in the interview, they will receive a seal of excellence. The seal of excellence will give them access to business accelerator services. And this might essentially provide them with access to other services, business acceleration services, and support to other source of funding. How to find partners? Of course, as we said, if you are not part of the initial consortium, you can also submit a proposal. Of course, you might look for the right partnership, and to do this, you have several instruments to look for that partnership. Essentially, to look for the results that you want to exploit. As I mentioned before, you need to provide the commitment of the owner of the eligible project to negotiate with you fair and reasonable and non-discriminatory access to such results. Next, please. The problem statement. Essentially, there are researchers that might not be interested to further develop a technology because their role is, they are confident in the role of researchers, and they don't want to move out of the research environment and the academia. But there are also SMEs and startups and entrepreneurs that want to find technologies and solution to their problems, or to what they think is a relevant problem, and therefore these tools to meet the technology with the entrepreneur are available for you. Here, as you can see, the typical exploitation path in EIC Transition are either the creation of a new company, of a direct exploitation by an SME, but also the creation and the licensing of licensing deals with third parties and with companies that are not part of the consortium. Next, please. So the first step is really get informed, read about the EIC transition, its objective in the work program, check if this fits with your strategic needs, check also what are the conditions to participate. You might find a list of eligible projects in the EIC Transition webpage. We have not yet published this, but this will be published in the next few weeks, and in any case before opening of the submission to this instrument in April. You may also use other instruments like the Cordis website, the Innovation Radar list of innovation from FET and Pathfinder projects, but also the ERC Research Information System. Here, you will need also, of course, to investigate what are the conditions to participate in the transition scheme, the main features, and the evaluation criteria. Next, please. As I mentioned, the list of eligible projects will be put in the EIC Transition webpage. A disclaimer: is important that we state that this list is provided for information, and this does not constitute a proof of eligibility, but it's an information. It's your role to check the eligibility of the originating project with the conditions established in the work program, because the originating project may have modified the end duration, or the maturity of the technology might not be the one that was initially foreseen in the originating project. Next, please. Okay, getting involved. So it's important that you get involved in the discussion with the parties that might either further exploit your results, or that might provide results to you for exploitation, and this result should come from an eligible project. Here we have a list of all the potential source of information. Next, please. As I said, if you have found an innovation or an innovator that might complement what you already have, it's important that you get the discussion ongoing, you get involved and interconnected with these parties. Next, please. So now I will give back the floor to Viorel to explain what are the main novelties for Work Program 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Next slide. So I think one of the important change that we have in 2024 is that we have extended the scope of eligibility for transition to the pillar 2 of Horizon Europe, and you may say just one pillar, but it represents 51% of the budget, so it's quite a big change. And also in Horizon 2020, we are talking about societal challenges and LEIT, or Leadership Industrial Technologies. Of course, this is important. What is important to remember is that eligibility about TRL remains. So it's just TRL 3 and 4. That's why to simplify, we have indicated very clear that innovation action, CSA, and even the grant funded by cascade mechanism like ERANETs, except the 3 ERANETs that are mentioned in the work program, Kistera, Quantera, and Flagera, are not eligible, so that we are bringing clarity to you and simplifying everybody's life. And there is a clear requirement that in the proposal you prove and you specify the project from which the result was generated. Next slide. Another important change is the introduction of lump sum, and we had just before this presentation the presentation on lump sum. So now you have more information. So really, this will especially, I mean, for the one that will resubmit, you definitely want to inform yourself about what implies this transition to lump sums. We had the whole presentation on it, so I will not spend more time on it, but you have there the URL. Well, continuing a bit, we have adapted or fine-tune, if you want, a few of our evaluation criteria. So if you resubmit, definitely you want to have a look and even compare the two. First of all, we have sharpened our focus and wording on the commercial potential and the scale-up potential. So we have, for example, you see there, instead of business application, we say commercial potential, so that you know it is a bit clear what we mean. Also, we have mentioned in line with other policy development, for example, the potential to generate positive impact for European Union or member states or even associated countries in terms of strategic autonomy and so on. So definitely, please pay attention to this, and you may want to highlight this in your proposal to make the life easier for the evaluator and increase your chances. Next slide, please. We have maintained the change that we introduced in Work Program 23 with respect to the quality and efficiency on implementation, the sub-criteria about the team. So we are not talking only about the expertise to, let's say, mature the technology, but also to advance towards the market. So definitely make sure that you take this into account. Also, another change that we have maintained, and just had the previous week an interesting interaction with the jury member about the KPI and milestone. So I think initially we had only milestone, but based on the feedback with the experience with projects, we have realized how important is that not only just the milestone, but also the KPI. And of course, you want these KPIs to be clear, or they call the SMART, specific measurements, and so on. And of course, the evaluators will look at them, and if they are not clear, they may ask you or score accordingly. Next slide. An important change following the numerous feedback we received from you, and also following the recommendation of the EIC Advisory Board, are changes in IPR provisions. First of all, we have changed the definition of EIC inventors. For example, remove the publication. It's only the patent that becomes relevant. And we have, in a first step, we return the right of the first option from the inventor, the PI, for example, to the EIC awardee, which is the institution, the university or RTO and so on. So in a first stage, if the EIC awardees has provided or commits to provide support to the researcher, to the PI, to the EIC inventor for specific for exploitation, then of course it's just fair that these are the royalties are shared with the institution on the mutually beneficial terms, and each institution might have their own how to say practice, including specific percentage or specific support that they give to you. If not, or after a certain period, then the royalty, let's say the right of exploitation is back with the EIC inventor. And in this way, I think we answer to the numerous feedback, and in the same time we increase the chances of exploiting the project results, which is what we want and what Europe needs. Next slide. The same as in the previous program, there is no resubmission restriction, but of course, if you resubmit, you want to have a look at the feedback of the evaluator and to do some changes and improvements in your proposal. That's kind of clear. Next slide. Let's move now to the lessons learned, which I think are important for all of you. You see here some statistics from the previous results, including the last call, the last cutoff of 2023. Some quick takeaways. First of all, the number of ineligible proposals has dropped considerably, and thank you for that. Let's keep this trend. I think one of the main reasons for remaining reason is the fact that the TRL is not respected. I will say more in the next slides, and the base project or the eligible project is not there or is not very clear, not mentioned. Okay, so you may want to pay attention to these important aspects. In terms of success rate, we would have wanted to have it to be a bit higher, and the reason it is not because we ran out of budget, but unfortunately we didn't have enough good quality proposals. So this is I would say the main takeaway, if you want, of this slide, apart from let's say the various scores, and also you've seen that the number of proposals has increased, because if in 2021 we had only one cutoff date, we had a bit less than 300 proposals. You see that in 23, only in the second cutoff we had a bit less than the whole proposal in 21. So clearly this is increasing, and also with this increasing scope that I was mentioning, it may be even more. So another reason that you would pay attention to the lessons learned and advice. Next slide. Advice we give you. So we have asked our jury members, so in the second page, what are, in their opinion, the major strengths of the Go proposal. So this is something that you want to continue doing, and you see there they consider that most of the proposals that the Go proposal, the one that are selected and become projects, are novel or disruptive, and this is a bit kind of not surprising, because they are coming from ERC, POC, and from FED, from Pathfinder, so it would be surprisingly if that would not be the case. And then, of course, the team. So they consider that it is important to have a good team, but not only in terms of advancing the research, but also towards going towards the market. Next slide. Definitely in terms of weaknesses of the no-go proposal, the number one, and you see it, even the percentage there, is the lack of understanding about the market, about the competition, about the business aspects. So this is definitely something that you have to pay attention and to mention in your proposal. If not, that would be kind of a sure way to fail, and that would be a pity. Again, I will come back on that in the next slide. Next slide. A bit more detailed feedback, if you want, that for example, the jury members, they mention that sometimes the proposal lack clarity on the items that you see on the screen. Definitely IPR is an important one. So make sure that you clarify what is the situation with the patents. If you have one or several, mention there. Be specifics, because the jury members are really looking at these details. Clarify in your proposal the current and the expected TRL. Very important. Again, not only in terms of eligibility but also for the jury. Make sure that you say a few words about the exploitation team. If there is not one at the initial phase, how you will intend to acquire or get support on that, and then of course the credibility of the business objectives are important. Next slide. Some more lessons learned there. Again, we have seen in several proposals and even one or two projects that there is a clear need to be more ambitious, basically, to have to target a higher impact, a higher commercial potential, and because certain proposals we have seen that do not identify a promising market, or they go for a very niche or small markets, and for a European project that's perhaps difficult to justify. I was mentioning the lack of or enough detail about the business model and incipient or preliminary market analysis. This doesn't have to be perfect or what I call accelerator level, but it has to be there, some incipient, some certain hypothesis that you, of course, you need to test and further validate during the project, but you need to say a few words about that. And then TRL, that remains an important aspect. Whether the TRL we see, and then really take into account that it's a eligibility criteria, check not only in the beginning, but also by the experts afterwards. Okay, we have a dedicated slide on that. And just to mention the graph on the left hand side is that, as Marco was saying, also transition is a flexible scheme. So the weight between the business maturation and the transition and the technology maturation is not fixed. It doesn't have to be 50-50 or whatever you see there. Anything between 730 and 3070 is acceptable. And of course, certain proposals are more focused on, or well, many of them are going towards, if you want, a 50-50 or 60-40. But this is not a template. This is not a straitjacket. Don't misunderstand that. Next slide. And then a bit more detail about the incipient business model. And this is a slide we also present to our evaluator. So you have to present some initial elements of a business plan and business model, like what's your value proposition, what is your customer needs, or the problem you try to solve, and the competition and so on. This, again, doesn't have to be perfect. And then, of course, during the proposal, as also explained in the initial slides, you need to foresee activities that would increase this business readiness or this business maturity of the proposal, including analysis of the competition, customer requirements, and so on. And this needs to be your proposal need to be coherent with the TRL of your proposal, right? So we are setting the right expectation here, both for you and for the jury members. Next slide. More detail about TRL, as I promised. So we basically see two types of issues. Whether certain proposals are come with the initial project with a TRL too high, because, for example, they are coming from SME instrument phase 1. That's why we, for example, said very clear that innovation actions are not eligible, or the TRL is too low. For example, because the overall TRL, which is in the end what is important, is too low, and even one component is, even if it's an important one, is a required TRL, but not the overall solution. So really, you should yourself at the proposal level, because the experts are surely doing it, to evaluate the TRL at the real TRL level. and that's what you should apply when it is a minimum of 3. We don't have time, but we can explain why it's important to have a TRL 3, and then preferable TRL 4, because you still have some important technical risk there, and we've seen them materializing. Goes without saying, TRL 5 or 6 is too high because you can apply directly to Accelerator, and again, if it's you have we check it at eligibility level, then the experts are check it, and if by any chance you get away, we can stop, and actually we are now in the process of stopping a gap because we've seen that the TRL is too high. And we put some links there about the definition of TRL. For example, the TRL in ICT domain is different than a TRL in the health domain. So definitely take your time to accommodate yourself with the definition. Next slide. Also, in order to help you with the aspects that I just mentioned, we have started actually beginning of 2023 what we call a EIC Tech to Market program, the Tech to Market bus, which has 2 lots. One is EIC Tech to Market Entrepreneurship program, where we start with introductory training, then we go more advanced training, and then we go with business exploration, I-Corps like program. And then in second lot is the EIC Tech to Market Venture Building Program, where we can help you, and when I say help you is the Pathfinder or the Transition, and we even open the Tech to Market bus to, for example, when we have places to ERC POCs and others, to help you to complement your team, for example, with the CEO, or even to spin out the company if you don't have the resources in your university, for example, or research institute. Next slide. Of course, also booster grant. It's another option that you can, another measure that you can use. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, we don't have a template for the slides, but we have put here some elements that you can use to design this. For sure, we don't recommend more than 12 slides, but definitely mention the problem or the opportunity that you see, how your proposal will solve it or try to solve it, what the aspects about the market and the business model, and of course, the commercialization and the route to market. IPR, make sure you mention your IPR. If not, expect a question on that. And then, of course, the team and expertise that will help you solve these issues. Next slide. We have, you can have one or several people intervening, but not too many, because you have the switching cost and the time is very short. And then when you answer your question, so after the 10 minutes, you will be 35 minutes of Q&A. We ask you to be brief during the presentation, also ask you to be brief during the answer. So don't, because each jury member has a number of questions and you want to answer briefly, not too short, but definitely not too long. And then be prepared to have around 18, 20, 25 questions max during these 35 minutes, just like in a job interview, basically. Next slide. The questions are not predefined. This is the most important thing that you need to take into account. So I cannot give you the question that you'll be asked. It depends on what you say or what you don't say in your proposal and in your pitch. But we list the type of group of question that you can expect. Okay, so I don't have the time to go into detail, but really think a bit about this. And my advice is contact your NCPs. Some of them or many of them are usually even organizing mock interview, and they also see many proposals, so they can help you with organizing this. Next slide. the budget is up to 2.5 million, so we definitely advise you to try to get within this budget and maximum 3 years. But if not, make sure that you justify very well why you need more if the case. Next slide. I prepare some do's and don'ts just to give you a bit more indication. Obviously, you don't want to write a proposal and not pay attention to eligibility conditions, so that we are unfortunately required to declare a proposal ineligible. That's a lose-lose for everybody. You definitely answer these 3 questions and conduct this preliminary market research. Without it, it's really very risky. I mentioned the TRL, I mentioned the deviations, and again, definitely check, get in contact with your NCP from the beginning, and even more when you receive the information letter that you have been invited to the interviews, because they can help you. Or EN, for example, in certain cases, they can also help. Next slide. Some don'ts, and I think this is the last slide if I'm not mistaken. Definitely do not mistake or transition with Pathfinder or ERC, but in the same time not with Accelerator. So really, transition is in the middle, and that's why your short proposal should be also in the middle. And then of course you need to put this impact, emphasize on impact or higher commercial potential. Choose one or a limited number of markets that have potential and justify why you did this. So don't overlook this. It's a very risky for you to do this. Also, don't disregard the exploitation partner or channel. How would you go to market? Doesn't have to go there during the proposal, but you need to show that you have a plan for the future. And don't overlook the competition. Maybe that there is no competition, I'm not saying, but in that case, justify and explain why this is the case and convincingly. And then IPR, I think I mentioned several times, so definitely add clarification about APR, and don't forget to clarify. I will stop here, and together with Marco, we are waiting for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Viorel and Marco, for the comprehensive presentation. We will move forward to the Q&A. However, we had a small problem with the recording, so we will address the questions that have been already submitted until, I think, 10 minutes ago, when the recording and the transmission, the streaming stopped. So we have 15 minutes for questions. We will address these, and the ones that will not be addressed, for sure, they will be answered in the Q&A document that we will upload on the EIC website. So yes, the first one is indeed that the live stream doesn't work anymore. As this is recorded, I suggest to move on and take the next question. Will there be a list of eligible projects like in 2023?
Yes. We are working. Sorry, Viorel, do you want to answer this?
No. Over to you.
Yes, we are working on this. As you can imagine, the scope has significantly increased compared to last year. We want to be as precise as possible, and therefore we will publish this in the next few weeks. Please bear with us. Always remember that this is not a proof of being eligible. It's a suggestion and it's an indication.
All right, many thanks. Is there a limitation in time after finalized Horizon 22 FET project that you are eligible to apply to transition?
I thought this is quite clear in the work program, 2 years after the end of the project, but yeah,
I think this was already answered during the presentation as well.
Exactly.
Yes, the time has slightly increased compared to last year, as there will be only one cutoff in 2024. But yes, check the work program. This is slightly increased.
Thank you, Marco. Next question. Does the EIC transition have any key focus areas?
In 2024, as opposed to previous year, we do not have transition challenges. I think it's an interesting experiment because we certain challenges had more applications than other, and because this is a follow-up funding, we thought it makes sense to at least to try this year to experiment without challenges, and then we have to see for the next year. So no focus area this year in 2024.
Thank you, Viorel. I have just been informed that we are back online, so I just want to have a short reminder to the audience, because we are now back online, to submit their questions on Slido using hashtag EIC WP24 EIC Transition, the purple room. Moving forward with the next question. Why transition has been reduced, since it is important to bridge the gap between Pathfinder and Accelerator? Will it be removed in the future?
I may take this if I may. Thank you very much for your question, and thank you for the support. You may have seen that not only transition has been reduced, but the budget of all the three schemes have been reduced due to the funding from Next Generation EU, which has stopped in 2023, and this caused a reduction in the budget. I obviously I fully agree that this is important. Also, we have an increase in scope, and your support will be critical on that. For sure, it will not be removed in the future, and the situation that we will have and then the statistics that we'll have in 24 obviously will have an impact on 25, but definitely will not be removed.
Thank you, Viorel. The next question is coming from a coordinator who's asking about the EIC transition call results from 2023. When will the coordinator receive the results of the call evaluation?
Marco?
Yes, well, it's a matter of days. We expect to send the letters the next week.
Thank you. The next one is a question regarding the eligibility of Eurostars.
Thank you very much. We clarified this in the work program because we had a lot of discussion last year, and apart from the three ERA-NETs that are specifically mentioned in the work program, I think it's footnote 38 if I'm not mistaken, other ERA-NETs are not eligible, including Eurostars.
Thank you, Viorel. The next question, what is roughly a proportion of transition proposals in which there are no partners from the previous eligible project? Does that happen often?
Well, we don't have precise number about the proportion where the transition proposal was not part, in which there are no partners from previous project, but it does happen. It does happen. Yeah.
Most often, I think it's a situation where you have one or two partners from the previous project, but you also have new partners, including, by the way, from ERC POC.
Thank you. Next question, are patent filling expenses eligible costs for funding?
Well, you might have heard that we will be in lump sum. Therefore, yes, it is cost for filing patents will be eligible, but this will not be reported, as you know, in the way of it was before, as it is now a lump sum.
Thank you. Next one on the organization of the consortium. Are venture studios or other companies that support technology transfer allowed to join the consortium? Are these organizations positively recognized?
Well, we can say that are allowed to join consortia. There are no exclusion. If these are positively recognized, I leave this to the experts assessing the proposal. I think it's important to say that every partner in the consortium need to have a clear and precise role. It needs to be coherent with the proposal. If the proposal doesn't plan to create a spin-off or a startup, then but it plans, for example, to license or to exploit directly the results of the project, then a venture studio it's not justified.
Thank you. Next one, where they can find a list of eligible projects that can be developed EIC Transition.
Yeah, it will be published in the EIC Transition website. Webpage.
I would like to also draw your attention to the slides that Marco presented in the beginning, the second part where we are specifically trying to bring you help in this respect. And you may remember here the dedicated innovation radar page to transition. This page will be also updated, and even we are working to enhance it with extra functionality that will be able will make it easier for you to identify, for example, project results that could be used to apply or to further develop in EIC Transition. So definitely have a good look at our slides there.
Thank you. I think this one is also linked to the next question. Do we have to have a Pathfinder project to be eligible for transition? But this was already answered.
Of course, it's the basics there.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a Pathfinder project, but it needs to be a EU-funded project.
Just a reminder, because I saw a question. Yes, the presentation and the recording of the info day will be published on the EIC website as soon as possible, sometime this week. Next question. Are results coming from the teaming projects eligible for transition? If not, could this be an option for future?
I'm not exactly sure which is the pillar.
The teaming is from the widening, Marco. It's one of the widening actions. But so no, the answer is no. Of course, in the future, we could look into this, also take into account the feedback from this big extension and scope from Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe and H2020. But remember always the TRL is important. And I'm not an expert in teaming, but this one is not about particular project result. It's more about association between, for example, two institutions, one from an advanced member states and one from a widening. So I don't see how this would work, because this is about project results, research project results to go to innovation, not about association of institutions. Okay.
Thank you, Viorel. Next question is, there is a consensus meeting for the remote evaluations. If not, then evaluator errors or differences of opinion can easily bias or kill excellent projects.
No, there is no consensus meeting for the remote after the remote evaluation. The results of the three are formed into an average of the scores. I need to say that if one of the remote evaluator gives a very low score, and the other two gives a very high score, the proposal is still able to go to the interview, because the inviting threshold that we have seen in the past was allowing this. So.
Thank you. Next question. It was mentioned that consortia may include universities, TTOs. Does it mean that only TTOs and not universities researchers themselves may apply?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Definitely the researchers or can apply, but they don't apply in let's say in their name, like is, for example, ERC. They apply with their institution, with their university or department. So definitely it doesn't mean that they cannot apply. They will be under the same institution, but they may have, for example, members that are from the TTO part, and this again will help them to have a better proposal. In theory, they could also take, for example, the TTO of another institutions, for example, if they're interested to participate.
Thank you, Viorel. Next one, is it acceptable to have partners participating in management and dissemination activities only, or only partners performing technical tasks can participate?
This is a tricky one. Look, I mean, again, let me remind what Marco and I said in the presentation about the evaluation criteria, and that each partner needs to have a role. I would where I would not advise is to use this to hide certain costs and activities which are not in the proposal itself. We are not, as far as still now I've seen, we haven't seen, and I don't think it's a good idea to have one partner that would just do the management. No, that should be done by the coordinator. Okay, that activity cannot be outsourced. And what we've seen in certain cases, indeed, about the dissemination activities, but again, it's really risky to have just one partner doing just some small dissemination activities there. It's up to you. Of course, in theory is acceptable, but you run the risk of not being credible. Marco, you may want to add more detail here.
Yes, I think that we need also to emphasize the need to have the consortia for transition proposal to be agile. Management and dissemination activities are tasks that can be performed by, as you said, by the coordinator. Then why we should have a partner doing just that? But then, of course, this is a matter of evaluation by the experts. So,
just to mention, the average size of a consortium of transition consortium is 3, and I think we even have a decent size of mono beneficiaries. So indeed, every partner in a consortium counts. It's not that you have an average of 6 like in Pathfinder, for example. Here, average is 3 and maximum is 5.
Many thanks, Viorel and Marco. A lot of questions are still coming in. Unfortunately, we'll have to end our session now. I would like to thank Viorel and Marco for this session, for the answers. We will address all the unanswered questions in the FAQ document after today's session. You will find the document updated with our answers on the EIC website. We will communicate about it on our social media channels. And we apologize for the missing part because part of it was not web streamed. The session was recorded, so for sure you will have access to it as well on the EIC website. Thank you to our audience for joining us today. We are now going to have a lunch break for 30 minutes. So we will be back online at 1:45 for the afternoon session. We will start with the EIC Accelerator, followed by the EIC Business Acceleration Services session, EEN to EIC, and access to EIC presentations. Thank you for joining us and have a good rest of the day.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the EIC Info Day session. We are resuming our session today, and it's the time for the EIC Accelerator. We will have 3 speakers with us this afternoon. We'll have Cornelius Schmalz, the head of unit of the EIC Accelerator, Susanna Gedman, the call manager, and we will also have Jussi Hatonen, the head of the EIC from the European Investment Bank, speaking about the equity investment process. I will remind you that you can submit your questions via the QR code displayed in the screen via Slido, choosing the red room EIC Accelerator. So I think that without further ado, we can start with Cornelius, please, that will explain the overview and the application process. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Welcome to all participants and possible applicants. It's a pleasure to present to you our work program 2024 for the Accelerator. So we'll start with a kind of general introduction, then we'll go into the novelties of the 2024 work program, and then we'll continue with the evaluation process, and then followed by some other things, but just for the first part. So we look for, this is unchanged, for startups and small and medium enterprises that are seeking to scale up high impact innovations with the potential to create new markets or disrupt existing markets. We're looking for innovation built on scientific discovery or technological breakthroughs, what we call deep tech. And we look for innovations where significant funding is needed over a long time frame and that is too risky for private investors alone. Next slide. Our standard offer is blended finance with a mix of grant up to less than 2.5 million. It's very important that you apply for less than 2.5 million, so 2.499 or something. You can, in exceptional cases, also go beyond that, but then it needs to be well justified. And for equity between generally 500,000 and 15 million. We have 4 specific cases, also the possibility to apply for a grant only. If you can prove that you have sufficient finances to scale up the innovation, because it is very important for us that we don't finance innovations that are wonderfully developed, but then cannot make it to the market in Europe and cannot be scaled up in Europe. That's why we generally offer this blended finance possibility, or to equity only if you have previously received a grant from an EIC Accelerator or the EIC Accelerator pilot. And you really at this point only need to scale up. Next slide. Our standard offer in a little more detail is the blended finance for grant of a maximum of less than 2.5 million, as I mentioned. Eligible costs are reimbursed up to a maximum of 70%, and small mid-caps cannot get this grant offer. The investment component is, as I said, between 500,000 and 15 million. It usually comes in the form of direct equity or quasi-equity. Jussi will say more about this in his part of the presentation. The EIC fund usually goes for minority ownership with a maximum of 25% of the voting shares of the company, and it operates on the patient capital principle with 7 to 10 years perspective on average and a maximum of 15 years. As mentioned, more info on that will come in the last part of the presentation from UC. Our funding options, again, grant only if you can prove that you have sufficient financial means for deployment and scale up, grant and investment as the default option, and investment only in case you're only looking to fill the funding gap for rapid scale up. Maybe we can keep this slide for 1 second, just to point out also that grant, this is maybe a bit confusing on this slide. The grant component can only be used for this for the research and development, so for TRL 5, 6 to 8. The investment component is principally meant for TRL 9 for the deployment and scale up, but can of course also used to complement the part on the research and development. Next slide. Who can apply? A single company. The accelerator does not work with consortia, but subcontracting and affiliated entities are possible. You must be an SME according to the EU definition, less than 250 employees, less than 50 million turnover, or less than 43 million euro on your total balance sheet. And then very importantly, the data from linked or partner enterprises might need to be taken into account. This is a bit of a complicated assessment, but you have the link below to the self-assessment tool. This should help you to determine whether you're an SME or not. And as mentioned, the small mid-caps up to 499 employees are eligible for the rapid scale-up only for the investment component. Next slide. Natural persons are eligible at the early stage of the application. Importantly, we will only sign the contract with an established SME or in exceptional cases, small mid-cap in a member state or associated country. But as you can see here in the early stages, you can be, so if you are from a member state or associated country, the natural person, or another legal entity, for example, an investor that intends to establish an SME, then you can apply for the full short proposal and for the full proposal as natural person or legal entity. If you are from a non-associated third country intending to establish an SME, then you can also apply as this natural person or legal entity for the short proposal, but you need already to have established your SME prior to submitting the full proposal. We have two main funding schemes. We have an open call that supports projects in any field of science, technology, or application without any predefined thematic priorities, our bottom-up part. And then we have specific challenges, to which I will come a bit later in the presentation, which supports projects with predefined thematic areas with the aim to achieve specific objectives for each challenge. Next slide. The accelerator evaluation process, about which you will hear more from Susanna later on, is basically composed of the three phases: screening of short proposals performed by remote evaluators, which then leads to a go or no-go to the next evaluation stage, which is the evaluation of full proposals, which is again initially performed by remote evaluators and leads then again to a go or no-go to the next evaluation stage, which is the final interview with through jury members, which leads to establishing the final list of go and no-go proposals, for which we then start negotiations for grant preparations and the negotiations for the investment process. Next slide. These are just some numbers on what we have done, what we have achieved so far in the accelerator. So if we start with the pilot, which was run under the previous framework program, Horizon 2020, we still have 97 running projects from the EIC Accelerator pilot. Some of them have already ended, so that's why we end up with this limited number. Originally, it was more. We have disbursed 522 million euro. We have 141 almost all investments that were applied for under the EIC pilot approved by the EIC fund. And we have 111 companies that have an investment agreement signed and 355 million of this already dispersed. For Horizon Europe, we have 427 contracts with a grant component signed, 612 million dispersed, 186 investments approved by the fund, and 85 companies that have already signed their investment agreement, and 286 million dispersed. We have also had, now looking only at the Horizon Europe part, over 10,000 short applications submitted since 2021, almost 8,000 full applications submitted since 2021, and over 1,500 projects that have been invited to the interviews since 2021. If you look at these numbers, you need to, of course, realize that this includes resubmissions are counted twice in these numbers. Next slide. On the investment and the impact of what we have achieved, we have incentivized over 10 billion in follow-on investments in our portfolio companies. We have a combined valuation of 40 billion. Among our beneficiaries, we count 12 European unicorns and 112 centaurs. And we have 19% of funding for women-led companies. We wish that would be even more, but that is nonetheless a good first step. Next slide. Now briefly on the novelties in the 2024 call. Next slide. So we have significantly less budget. We have, instead of 1.1 billion euro in 2023, we have in 2024 675 million available for the EIC Accelerator. So this, as you can imagine, will likely, we depend on the number of applications and on the quality of applications, but will likely result in a reduction of the success rate for the accelerator. That's sad news. We invite you, of course, to share your concerns on this with the policymakers that allocate our budget, but this is what we have to live with for the moment. This is due, of course, to the initial front loading of the accelerator support with the Next Generation EU, the recovery package that benefited to a significant extent the EIC and the EIC Accelerator. So this is what we have benefited from, of course. The positive way to see that, we had an exceptionally high budget in the first 3 years of Horizon Europe, and we're now seeing more the normal distribution of funding, which is unfortunately lower. We have formally abolished the distinction between grant first and blended. So we no longer have an official option for grant first, where you initially applied only for the grant component, and then later started the, if you needed equity, that would be taken into account later. We have now subsumed that under the label of blended finance, where we continue to provide the option that, of course, you may start with your grant-only funding, and the investment component will come in when you're investment ready, as will be determined by the institutions responsible for the investment funding. We have 2 cutoffs on the 13th of March and on the 3rd October 2024. And I think in the Slido questions, I have already seen 1 question. These cutoffs are now indeed determined with the publication of the work program. So this has been decided by the Commission with consultation with the member states, of course, and agreement of the member states. We have, and of course, you can imagine that's a difficult question. There are also questions about the number of cutoffs. We have to find difficult compromises here. I'm happy to respond to that question when it comes. And we do now all our steps, evaluate them in the corporate tool for the framework program, which is called CEP. We no longer use our proper EIC tool that we had used before. So next slide. We have also changed an important thing on the short applications. We now require 3 out of 4 goals from the 4 remote evaluators. You used to be able to advance with 2 steps. That sounds nicer. It sounds like we have become tougher, which is true. We have become tougher. But in the end, we need to see that that is, of course, in the benefit of the applicants, because the whole point of making you go through 2 different applications, a short application and a long application, is that a significant amount of applications receive the news that no, unfortunately, this is not worth a full application at an early stage. There's also always the question, of course, of hidden gems that we might miss, and no doubt that of course occurs. We're continuously trying to improve our evaluation process, but we seriously think that in two-stage, you can argue about 2 or 3 stages, but a 2-stage application system with short proposals and full proposals only makes sense if you filter out a significant portion of proposals at the short stage. Otherwise, you might just go ahead and with the full proposal immediately. So this serves here, helps to avoid unnecessary costs for companies that would submit a full application only to hear later that they will not be funded anyway. We also have an important novelty that we will introduce consensus meetings for a subset of proposals at the full application stage. So far, we based our evaluation simply on the go or no-go votes of the remote evaluators, and these evaluators never met. We will now have consensus meetings in those cases where 2 evaluators give a full go and 1 of the 3 evaluators gives between 1 or 3 no-goes for the 3 different evaluation criteria on a proposal. So for all proposals where 1 evaluator is not in favor of the proposal and 2 other evaluators are in favor, those will go to consensus meetings. For those where all 3 evaluators agree on a go, those will immediately be invited to the interview, and those where more than 1 evaluator have doubts about the proposal that lead them to give a no-go, those will continue to be directly rejected. The evaluation criterion for excellence now includes a minor element, or not a minor, includes an element to assess also the excellence of the company. Next slide. The jury is no longer able to change the form of support between grant only, blended finance, and equity only. You remember that we have removed the grant first option, so we have now only 3 different funding types, and the jury cannot change that or can change the amount of equity requested, but they can make recommendations on the amount of equity, which will then be considered by the EIC fund. And in case of a no-go at the jury interview phase, it is now clear that applicants will immediately receive a rejection letter and will be eligible, and where eligible, so where determined by the jury, will also be awarded the Seal of Excellence. We were in a bit of a transition phase with regard to this in 2023, but that of course makes much more sense and is more customer friendly that you know immediately what the situation is. So you get no-go, and also if you're eligible for it, you get your Seal of Excellence relatively quickly after the evaluation. Next slide. We have, as you have heard before, now a lump sum model, which will remove financial reporting requirements for beneficiaries. The grant will take the form of a lump sum, and the amount will be determined during the evaluation process in view of the budget estimated per work package. Applicants must propose the amount of the lump sum based on the estimated project costs. A lump sum session not in the PM, but actually happened already before lunch, and you have had the opportunity to ask questions there. Next slide. We have also changed our submission limits. The EIC Accelerator continues to apply limitations on the number of unsuccessful submissions of proposals by a single legal entity. These limitations apply equally to applicants submitted via the fast track or plug-in schemes. After 3 unsuccessful submissions to the EIC Accelerator, which can be at any stage of the process, short proposal, full proposal, and full proposal means also remote stage or interview stage, and for any form of support, challenge, open, grant only, blended finance, equity only, an applicant may not apply again to the EIC Accelerator under the Horizon Europe Framework Program, which means until the end of 2027. I've also seen questions on this. I think it is relatively clear here. It is a 3 strikes and you're out until the end of 2027 rule, which is simpler and which we have also modified in a way, or which we are applying in a way that we think it is not to the disadvantage of anybody who was in the previous system. In the country, the counter starts new, so everybody who now has submitted after 1st of January falls under this new rule. Next slide. This repeals the rules on resubmission of applications to the EIC Accelerator laid down in previous EIC work programs. The number of applications to the EIC Accelerator submitted in previous years by the same applicant will not be taken into account for the purpose of the application of this new rule. In all cases, of course, we expect applicants to take into account the feedback from their evaluation summary reports on their previous submissions and only reapply if you have made significant improvements. Otherwise, it is probably a waste of your time as well as our evaluators' time. Thank you. Next slide. We also have new challenges. They are listed here. Can briefly read them. There's of course more detail available, and you have the specific challenge info day tomorrow, as I think you're aware. We have one challenge on human-centric generative AI. We have one on virtual worlds and augmented interaction, including support to Industry 5.0. We have enabling the smart edge and quantum technology components. We have food from precision fermentation algae, apologies. We have a monoclonal antibody. We have a challenge on monoclonal antibody-based therapeutics for emerging viruses, and we have a challenge on renewable energy sources and their whole value chain. Next slide. The short proposal template is no longer online. That's part of our switch to SEP, but is a PDF Word form that can include graphs and visuals, also to be more flexible and respond to requests from applicants. We have a new mandatory maximum page length, 12 pages. Of course, many people will say that it is more difficult to write a shorter application than a longer one. But again, this is in the interest of efficiency and of making a short proposal really short. And also, of course, in an effort to limit the efforts of our evaluators for this short proposal. We have slightly changed the order of the different sub-criteria and questions, starting with the questions on the company vision and ambition to scale up. We continue to have a video where you describe your company and your project in a 3-minute video with up to 3 team members. And we continue to have a short pitch deck where we ask you to engage us with your story, which has a maximum of 10 pages. Next slide. The full proposal template has a new mandatory maximum page length, 50 pages. Again, it can include graphs and visuals now. The video uploaded in the full proposal is the same video as in the short proposal, or a new 3-minute video with up to 3 team members. We have adapted this to the 2024 work program. There's no longer grant first. There are new challenges, of course. We don't have any more the rebuttal comments, and experts will no longer have access to previous proposals and previous evaluation reports. Next slide. Still on the full proposal template, we have streamlined questions adjusted to the new evaluation criteria to improve the user experience. We have introduced a cap table in the proposal narrative. We introduced the lump sums and therefore have a slightly modified mandatory annex. And we have a simplified annex on the financial plan and equity needed. Next slide. I think we have had this slide identically before, so I think we can skip that. We have reinforced measures importantly to protect against economic security risks. This is, of course, in view of the political context. Grant applicants and for companies in AI and quantum controlled by a non-associated third country will undergo an ownership and control assessment. This will be applicable to applicants who submit in Challenge 1, so human-centric generative AI, in Challenge 3B on the emerging quantum technology, and logically also to applicants who try to evade this by submitting under the open call, but whose proposals actually fall under the scope of the above-mentioned challenges. So we will screen that, and those proposals will, of course, be subject to exactly the same ownership and control assessment. In justified cases, a grant applicant company that is controlled by a non-associated third countries will be assessed as ineligible in the same way that this is the case for other parts of Horizon. Next slide. The cutoff dates, as already mentioned, importantly, the short proposal you can evaluate at any time, and we will give you feedback in about 4 to 6 weeks on your proposal. The full proposal is cut off. So this is when the round of evaluations for full proposals start. You can, of course, submit at any time before, but we will start evaluating all submitted proposals until 13th of March on that date or the day after. You see also tentative interview weeks for the related cutoffs each time. Thank you. Next slide. And I think this is the last slide for my part. This gives you an overview of the budget for the challenges. So we have an indicative budget of 300 million for the different challenges. We have an EIC open indicative budget that is slightly higher. The budget is movable between the two calls, the open and the challenge call, when it is not exhausted under one. But I will use this opportunity to very strongly encourage you, if you want to submit, if you have a proposal that is in the area of one of these challenges, then it is in your own interest to submit it to the challenges. We have generally so far not exhausted the budget of the challenges. So in that sense, you stand a slightly better chance to have your proposal funded if you submit to one of the, I mean, at least as far as we can expect, it to one of these challenges. And even if the demand for budget in these challenges should exceed that mentioned here, then the mechanism where this is movable in both directions will apply, and it is unlikely. And so you're better off submitting your proposal to a challenge. It is not a mechanism to evade the ownership and control assessment for challenge 1 and 3B. And you will also benefit from specific support that is available to the challenge portfolio that will be managed by one of our program managers. Thank you. I think next slide is for Susanna. Yes, so over to Susanna.
Thank you. Yes.
Everyone can hear me? Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'll be speaking about the evaluation and application process, which is, I think we're getting a lot of questions already in Slido, so hopefully we'll answer some of those now. So there's a few different steps and stages to this process. It's a bit complex, but we'll try to help you navigate it starting now. So if we look at the bottom left-hand corner, we talk about the first step being the idea. You need to have an innovative idea. You need to have a disruptive idea, something based on deep tech that will have the potential to scale up and where you need substantial financial support that the market is not willing to invest on its own. So then if you fit this category, then tell us your story. We have a short proposal where it's quite easy to do, and this is a test to see whether or not your idea really has a potential and really fits within the scope of the program. And it's quite easy to submit, and you get your results quite quickly. So it's a very good way to test and see whether the idea has potential. If that idea is successful at the short proposal stage, then you will be asked, you will be given the opportunity to have 3 days of coaching by one of our coaches that we have in a pool. It's not mandatory, but of course we highly recommend it because it is very useful in helping you to refine your business proposition and see whether or not your idea is fully fledged enough, or there's areas that need to be worked on further. The coaches will not write the proposal for you, but they will definitely guide you in the right direction on what we're looking for in the accelerator. So then you prepare the proposal and you can submit it. And here we see a number 3 in the top right corner. You submit your full proposal, and then it's assessed remotely by evaluators. And if it's successful at that stage, then it would be invited to pitch at an interview with a jury, a panel of EIC jury members. If the jury members believe and are convinced with your proposal and you're selected for funding, then you would begin the negotiation on your grant and or equity component. So maybe we can go to the next slide to let you know. So that's the application process, then the selection process. The evaluation process is managed by us in ISMEA. And we collect all of the proposals that are submitted in the platform, which is accessible through the funding and tender portal, so the SEP platform, submission and evaluation, and we check it against admissibility criteria. We look, once everything has been checked, then we send it for evaluation. Next step, next slide. So if we go a little bit more into detail about the application stages. So at the short proposal stage, your idea, here we will ask you, we have a template for this phase where you will fill in and respond to questions, and it's a template where the final product should not exceed 12 pages. So there's a 12-page max limit, so you see you need to condense everything and be efficient in how you propose your idea. Then you would also give a 10-slide presentation, pitch deck, and a 3-minute video pitch. So those are the 3 main things you need to submit. So what happens? You submit it, then you can submit it at any time. It's a continuously open call that can be submitted at any time, and you should receive your results very quickly within 4 to 6 weeks. So these 3 elements of the template, the slide, pitch deck, and the video will be assessed by 4 experts. If 3 of those experts give a go, and you'll notice we talk about go and no go, this is because Accelerator is quite innovative and different from other traditional programs, and we work on a binary system. We don't use scores, so experts will either give a go or a no go. And so if 3 of the 4 experts give a go, then your proposal will receive the option to have funding, to receive coaching to prepare a full proposal. If 2 or more experts give a no-go, then we consider this rejected, and you will have the possibility to resubmit the short proposal in line with what the resubmission limits are in the 2024 work program. So what Cornelius mentioned, we have a basically 3 strikes and you're out process at any stage, right? So if you fail the short proposal 3 times, then you're not able to submit again until the end of the framework program. So it's important to take into account the comments that experts provide. They spend a lot of time in really developing the comments to really make sure that they're useful for you, and we check those to make sure that you're getting the response and the feedback and recommendations that are helpful in preparing an improved proposal. So then next step. So if you receive a go on your short proposal in 2023 or 2024, you can then prepare and submit a full proposal now this year. So you can do that with the help of the coaches. It's not mandatory, but it's very useful. And here I think we've seen some questions in Slido about what happens if I had my go in a short proposal in 2022. Then unfortunately you cannot go directly to submit a full proposal. Now you need to start over with a short proposal. But if you did receive your go on short proposal last year in 2023, you will be able to go directly to submit a full proposal now in 2024. Next slide. So what happens? You submit your full proposal. We send it to 3 remote experts, and you need to have 3 goes in order to be invited to pitch your proposal in front of a jury. If 1 or more experts give a no-go, then you will be rejected and again have a possibility to resubmit your full proposal if you still have not exceeded your 3 unsuccessful tries. There's of course the option if only 1 expert gives a no-go, that your proposal will go to consensus meeting to decide whether or not to go to interview, but normally to go directly to interview, you need 3 goes. There are the 2 cutoffs that Cornelius mentioned on the 13th of March and the 3rd of October. And we go to the next slide. So once your full proposal is given a go to come to interview, then you will pitch the innovation in front of the panel of jury members, which includes entrepreneurs, investors, innovation specialists, and they will ask a series of questions. You will be able to pitch, and then they will decide on whether or not to select your proposal for funding and to go on to the next steps of signing contracts, negotiating contracts. So at the interview stage, we usually have 5 jury members, but we could go up to 6 or have as few as 4, but normally it's 5 jury members. And you will pitch, they will decide whether or not your proposal is to be funded. And if they decide on a no-go, then there is a possibility of receiving a seal of excellence if you have given consent to share information about your proposal with alternative funding bodies. So it's important that if you do want the option of a seal of excellence to provide that consent at the time of submission. If you do get this no-go, you will have the possibility of resubmitting again if you have not exceeded your 3 chances on successful submission. Usually the interviews are held between 12 and 13 weeks after the cutoff date, but this may vary slightly depending if it falls around a Christmas break or summer. And yeah, so what does the jury and the remote experts base their decisions on? We have 3 award criteria. They follow the basic line of Horizon Europe of excellence, impact, and implementation, but you'll see that under implementation for Accelerator, it's slightly more specific, and we look at really the risk level of the investment, looking at whether or not the investment is risky to or high risk that European market actors don't want to invest on their own unless the EIC fund is there. And so we want to see, is this project where the EIC fund could act as a catalyst or a crowd in external private investment, and whether or not the applicant has really not been able to attract all the financing needed from the private sector, from the private market. If we go to the next slide, I won't go into all the criteria right now because you could we really advise you to look at the work program, because the work program sets out the evaluation criteria, and these are the exact questions that the evaluators are going to see in their evaluation form. So if you want to know the questions, this is it. It's in the work program, but just to give you an idea, on the short proposal, there are 8 questions which the experts will look at. 9 questions. Under excellence, we look at the excellence of the company, this is sort of a new concept that we've introduced this year, and it's about looking at the vision and ambition to scale up of the company. Then we also look at the novelty of the innovation. We'll look at the technology readiness level, which is actually new at the short proposal stage. This was previously looked at the full proposal stage, but now is part of the short proposal. We're also looking at the timing, whether or not this is the right time for this innovation. Under impact, we look at the competitiveness, how it compares and what added value there is to the product, and whether or not that triggers demand from potential customers. We look at market development. We look at the broader impact, not just financial, economic, but also social, environmental, etc. And then we look at the team. Under the risk level of implementation, we look at the team. Are there capabilities there already, the motivation, and if not, is there a plan to acquire competencies, and is there a plan for gender, let's say gender equality or balance. So maybe on the next slide, we can look at full proposal evaluation criteria, which is a little bit, it's a bit more expansive. Let's say we also look at the excellence of the company, the mission and vision and ambition to scale up. We look at the novelty of the innovation, whether there's breakthrough character, and especially for challenges, we look here on whether or not the innovation addresses some of the specific objectives. We look at the timing, and the technological feasibility is not so much about the TRL level, but it's more about whether the technology is developed in a safe, secure manner. IPR is, again, as it was before, looking mostly at whether or not there's the IP rights to ensure freedom to operate. On the next slide, we can look at the competitiveness and demand. This is, again, looking at whether or not the solution brings added value and triggers enough demand from customers. The market development looks at whether or not there's a potential to develop new markets or transform existing ones. The commercialization strategy, experts need to look at whether or not it's well thought through and whether there's a sound business and revenue model, if the regulatory approvals are looked after, if the time to market is realistic, key partners been identified. Then for the scale-up potential, we're looking at whether or not, does the innovation have the potential to scale up? And the broader impact, again, looking not just at economic, but social, environmental, especially for challenges. And then the last, if we go to the next slide on the risk, we're looking at the team again, looking to make sure that there's the capabilities, capacities, motivation, gender balance. Then on the risk level of investment, I mentioned earlier, it's looking at whether or not it's too high risk for the private market to invest alone, and whether it makes sense that if the EIC fund would be able to attract external investment. The risk mitigation is to make sure that the main risks have been taken into account, not just economic, but also technological, markets, regulatory risks, and whether there's a plan to mitigate them. And then finally, we also look at the implementation plan to see if the work packages and deliverables are realistic in terms of resources and timing, etc. So this is just, really look at the work program just to make sure you read it carefully, because that's what you'll be assessed on. We do have some useful links on the EIC Accelerator in general. The work program, it's really the source of really the legal base. And then we have some very useful frequently asked questions and guidelines for applicants, and some of the questions in Slido I see can already be answered by both of those documents. So that's also a very key document to look at, FAQs and guidelines. And then of course the funding and tenders portal has all the legal and supporting documents. So it was a lot to take in, so hand it over to the next part to Cornelius. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. With that, we come to the last part of our presentation, then followed by Jussi's part on the investment component. I'll try to maybe go a little bit faster here in the interest of having time for your questions, because all of what I'm saying now, of course, only applies to those of you that will eventually be successful in your applications, and there will be time to discuss at that stage the details of this. But of course, it is important for you to also have an overview and an idea of what it actually is that you can get and under which conditions if you are successful. So this gives you an overview of the timeline and the different elements that are happening. So you will apply, you will be evaluated. If you are successful, we will then start to negotiate your grant component, as well as in parallel the investment component. On that part, Jussi will tell you more, so I'll focus here on the grant component. We will also start to launch the technical due diligence for you. We will then sign the grant agreement with you, usually in about 2 to 3 months after you have gotten your positive evaluation results. So our total time to grant, we aim to keep below 6 months, with a target of hopefully achieving 5 months. But that's from counting from the deadline of the full proposal. So once you are being informed, we try to have this ready, have this signed in 2 to 3 months. That also means that your first pre-financing will usually arrive within 10 working days of signing the contract. So that then goes very fast, unless you have decided for a later starting date. Then of course you will only receive your pre-financing shortly before that later starting date. We will then have progress meetings that assess your progress. Based on the outcome of the progress meeting, we will then release a second pre-financing. I'm talking here about a standard project of 24 months, which is the most frequent duration that we have, where the first pre-financing will come shortly after signing the contract. The second pre-financing will usually come after month 12. And then we have another progress meeting around month 21. And then there will, with a final review, and then we will pay the balance, which will usually be 10% remaining. Our standard pre-financing is 50% at the first pre-financing, 40% of the last pre-financing, and 10% reserved for the balance. that of course depends on individual circumstances and can be modified based both on the risk level of the company. For companies that have a very weak financial capacity, we might split the pre-financing actually up into 3 pre-financings. And if there are particular circumstances, for example, heavy investment into equipment, we can also slightly increase the first pre-financing. Next slide. Saying these things because I think they're not being dealt with later. Otherwise, I will skip the related slides. So 3 aspects that I would like to cover here: grant agreement preparation, negotiation, the technical due diligence, and some CRE provisions applicable during the life of the grant, the project management. Next slide. The objective of the contract preparations is to agree on a business plan and complement the application information with the data that are needed to sign the grant agreement through our corporate tools. We have negotiations that are built upon recommendation of the jury members. We have a single contract that covers both the grant and investment part. Contract preparations focus mainly on innovation activities, and only I actually hesitate here because I will check with colleagues, but I think it is no longer true that the investment agreement will be added as an amendment to the contract. I think the 2 are, of course, still very much in sync, the investment agreement and the grant agreement, but I believe that these are now 2 separate contracts. I'll double check that hopefully until the end of the FAQs and come back to you on that one. Next slide. We need to validate successful entities through our specialized services from another executive agency. That includes your legal entity, your bank account, your legal appointed representative that needs to be appointed, who can then distribute further rights in access to the portal where you submit your reports, etc. We need to fully assess your SME status for blended projects. For grant-only projects, we're happy with your SME self-assessment, which you need to complete and submit. And we need to assess your financial capacity. I was saying before that might to some extent determine the amount of your pre-financing. And we now have new, for those that fall into the area of one of these 2 challenges, or the challenge and the sub-challenge on quantum, this ownership and control assessment. So these are a number of processes that will then all run in parallel, that will require data input from you for these processes. We also do an ethics screening, which can result eventually with the first, we have a screening. Then for some projects, we will have a more in-depth ethics assessment, which can result in additional deliverables for the companies, or an ethics check review during the action implementation. We also have a security review for a pre-screening, and that eventually will be confirmed by another DG. And I just get, by the way, confirmation from a very attentive colleague who confirms that there is no more, the investment agreement is no longer annexed to the grant agreement, to the contract. So we have 2 separate contracts that, of course, are managed very much in conjunction and in cooperation. But we no longer have the ambition to add the investment agreement to the contract. So that clarifies the point from before. Sorry for jumping. We can go to the next slide here. Contract preparations also include, of course, data on the start date of your action, the duration of the action. We will check any inconsistencies in the business plan that you or the evaluators or we might have overlooked, just to iron that out and to have a clear grant agreement. We will also make sure that we will check that the budget is coherent that you're asking for. And we will then set the reporting periods and the pre-financing rates. I have already talked about that. The variables that go into determining the pre-financing and the reporting periods. Next slide. We have a milestone-based approach. These milestones will be the cornerstone of monitoring of this project. If you have well-defined milestones, that will guarantee a proper assessment of your progress. We're also aware that, of course, situations change, opportunities change for a company. So we do have possibilities to be flexible on those as long as they are in line with the intent of the original project as it was assessed by the evaluators. We have competent experts who help us in monitoring these projects. We don't have to rely on our own expertise. and these milestones are linked to the achievement of your your progress on the technological readiness levels, but there's also a possibility to add additional ones. Thank you. Next slide. Grant agreement preparation. Again, deliverables are a means of verification to monitor the progress of your action towards the different milestones. Your deliverables should have a clear descriptive title and an extensive description. Some of these advices that we give here are, of course, already applicable ideally at the application stage. If you have already a good application, first, that simplifies and minimizes the amount of negotiation that we have to do at the grant agreement preparation stage. And second, that will also usually make it easier for evaluators to understand this, so clear descriptive title and extensive description. Also to have clear dissemination levels of the deliverables that you propose already at proposal stage, and make aware that if you choose public, then your deliverables will become public after approval. And of course, we want to see that you have a sufficient number of deliverables that allow us to monitor your progress. Next slide. The technological due diligence is not a re-evaluation. It is also carried out by an independent experts. We ask for clear opinions and critical remarks on this, as we do in the evaluation. It follows a given format, has a short introduction and then a clear conclusions. Not all the elements are equally important. And it's good to have an overall conclusion to connect the dots on this. This is a bit the instructions that we give to the experts that I was quoting here. Next slide. We focus on the technology. We want specifically to know about the quality shortcomings and the use and possible extensions. We want to know about the protection of your intellectual property, patents, freedom to operate, copyrights, trade secrets, know-how. We want to know about the validity of your development plan, tests, prototypes, demonstration, scalability. We want to know about the commercialization perspectives, milestones, production, internal, external supply chain, suppliers, compliance with regulations and industry standards, and feedback from your tests to your lab results to prototypes and to customers, how that is taken into account. Next slide. It's a 5 to 10 page report. It requires 5 working days of commitment from the experts that we asked to do this. It will be completed in 6 to 8 weeks. It's, as we said, an independent expert with a critical view that we select. The expert might contact the company as well as potential customers. So this is really a check with more time and more detail than what the evaluators can do at the beginning. The report complements the evaluation and the negotiation, and but does not replace these, of course. And company and other third parties have actually no access to this report. The purpose of the so this is about key provisions applicable during the life of the grant. Progress meetings evaluate logically the progress of the project. This involves when we say possibility of assistance of external experts, that is actually the rule. So in the vast majority, if not all cases, external experts and monitors will participate. Program managers, which are our in-house experts, limited number of in-house experts that we have, might participate. Your financial officer might participate, and your EIB officer might participate. The timing will be regularly and at least at midterm and before the end of the project. For progress meetings linked to pre-financing, no financial reports or cost declaration is requested, only a statement on the use of the previous pre-financing. Next slide. We request one final full report within 60 days following the end of the reporting period. It will be assessed by us within 19 days. And it includes a technical report and a financial report. We had a discussion on this in the preparation of this discussion, because I was very surprised to still see a financial report when basically we have lump sums where you have provided the details before. So this is still carries the name of a financial report, but it is very simplified. It includes none of the details of your costs, etc., that we have in the current system. So this will be much simplified. It's based on the pre-financings that you have. And the completion of your work packages that are linked to the sub lump sums. And then there is the final payment. Next slide. still after the completion of your grant, you need to keep records and supporting documents at least until 5 years after the final payment. Sensitive information, confidential information, sensitive information needs to be kept confidential until 2 years after the final payment. Project reviews and possible audits can still take place up to 2 years after the final payment. Next slide. I think that's already you see. Thank you very much. And of course, I'll be there for questions together with my colleagues.
All right, thank you, Cornelius. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jussi Hatanen. I'm heading the EIC division at EIB, which is the division managing and dealing with the equity side of the blended award. We will go through, there was a lot of information from Keith, Susanna, and earlier from Keith on how the process works and the changes. So I'll focus a few words about the EIC fund, how the EIC fund functions, and then basically the equity side of the award. Now, to start with, the EIC fund is the venture capital fund established in June 2020 by the European Commission. So it's basically a special purpose vehicle to implement the equity investments under the program. It was privatized. Basically, an external fund manager was appointed as part of the EIC fund restructuring, which took place in a year ago, October 2022. Basically, which is now in a form and substance that would go on until 27, and the reorganization was due to lessons learned from the pilot, as well as some conditions deriving and stemming from the legal base. Now, the important point here is that there is no impact from the restructuring. There is no impact on the funding offered or the selection process. Quite the opposite. I think on the efficiency side, you will see on the numbers that there is impact on bringing efficiency and speed to deployment of the equity element. Next slide, please. So who are the parties involved in the EIC fund? EIC fund manager. So under the regulation, EIC fund manager, which is Alter Domus, is responsible formally for the investment and the investment decisions. What this means, I will explain later when we go through the process, as well as certain portfolio management activities, valuations, etc., what are required by regulation. Now, the European Investment Bank and my team over here is acting as the investment advisor for the EIC fund. So what we do is we perform the due diligence, we prepare the proposals, we support the portfolio management by taking active role in the transaction management, etc. Now, the European Commission, RTD, is involved in the award decisions and investments, so effectively also providing policy guidance on this instrument. And then EICMA, of course, for the evaluation and selection, but this is something has been discussed at length today, so selection of the proposals and implementation of the grant element. I think what is important also, and on the previous slide, I think it was a bit too quick to move on, but thank you. There is a close coordination between grant and equity components, albeit that these are managed under separate teams, one in EICMA and one in EIB. But it's important to note that there is a close coordination and cooperation between the teams to coordinate the implementation of these two elements of the award. Now, if we go to the next one, and I think these are just more, let's say, data that I think was not updated, but just to go through a few of the data on the recent performance of the EIC fund. At the moment, we have 469 proposals selected, which accumulates to 2.5 billion of equity investments. To date, we had 338 deals approved, corresponding to 1.9 billion. And investments made, we have concluded 275 investments in 205 different beneficiary companies. Now, why there is more investments than companies, of course, that will explain further, but we do follow-ons as well. So many times the investments we do initially doesn't accumulate the whole investment amount, but we do it over time to provide lifecycle support to the companies. Now, to highlight, following the restructuring, and then last year alone, we did 140 investments in close to 100 beneficiaries. So basically 50% of the current portfolio was actually concluded in 2023. So showing that it's up to speed and functioning, and the volumes are getting up to the point that we are planning to deploy on an annual basis. If we go to the next slide. So what is the EIC Accelerator equity funding purpose for? So it's early stage investment. So it might be seed startup, it might be at the later stages, but I would say The sweet spot being in the Series A type of funding, also in view of the amounts. The amounts being 500,000 to 15 million in form of equity or quasi-equity. Quasi-equity means convertible loans, safe agreements, always with the intention to become an equity investor to the company, but there might be some bridging solution. And these are always highly discretionary and on a case-by-case decisions. What is best for the company, what is best for the fund, and how we can best support the growth of the fund. As was said by Cornelius earlier, the primary focus is on market deployment and scale up. However, there is an opportunity also to use the equity funding to complement the R&D development in the companies. The equity funding is purposed to crowd in co-investments and follow-on investments from private investors. So that is the approach we have adopted to co-invest with the market in the equity side. Currently, I think the leverage effect is 3.3, give or take. So meaning that for every euro we invest, there has been 3.3 euros of private funding coming in the same equity rounds that we have financed. So effectively, we are hitting the targets. Of course, we want to increase that to closer to 5 to more capitalize and catalyze private funding. Let's go to the next slide. As said, we like to reserve follow-on capital to invest in subsequent series or in past in grant first cases. What this means is that if there is an equity award of a certain amount, that we might invest half, 1/3 of the initial investment or the amount in the initial investment, and then support the company in later subsequent series of equity raises, which is also the purpose of providing patient support for the companies to grow and in line of the general market practice in the VC industry. We provide patient capital, so long average perspective, 7 to 10 years with maximum 15 years. So we want to be known as let's say the patient investor in the company's cap table. Of course, if there is an exit window and the private investors exit, of course we have to make the decision then whether to exit. But the EIC fund is not the first one to push for an exit from the company's cap table. We aim to take minority ownership. What this means is from 10 to 25%, and adding up to blocking minority in certain cases where there is a strategic interest. But this is the sweet spot. So to be a notable investor in the cap table, but be a minority investor, however. Next one, please. So this is how basically the process works. So following the jury decision and the award, we kick off what is called an initial assessment. So basically what it means is to organize a call with the company as soon as feasible. And then the main purpose being to identify the timelines that the companies are looking at their equity raise. As said, we always want to co-invest with the market. So we have a discussion with the companies, agree on the timelines, when the funding rounds, when they need to do an equity funding round, and try to also align our due diligence timelines with the companies. Sometimes it might be that we go ahead if we find that we want to go ahead with a quasi-equity element. However, if we do equity, like in most cases, it doesn't make sense to do a due diligence ahead of a due diligence that they need to do anyway in 3 to 6 months time with the private investors. So of course, we want to make it simple and easy for the companies. Now, once we kick off the due diligence, of course, it's our team doing, let's say, most of the due diligence. However, there are separate other tracks involved, like the KYC, know your customer compliance checks, which is carried out by the EIC fund. Of course, the technical due diligence is also an important part of our decision making. So that's also where we coordinate also with EISMEA on the tech DD reports, which kind of completes our due diligence pack to what I call a market-aligned due diligence pack. So whenever a company prepares a due diligence for any private investor, it resembles more or less the due diligence what we are carrying out on our side. Now, once the due diligence is carried out, we have an investment proposal, which we prepare to the investment committee of the fund. So we go through an advisory committee, investment committee, like any typical private fund, and we present that investment proposal to the fund manager. Now they take the decision on the investment. So on drawing on the investment proposal. After that, if there is an let's say approval of the investment proposal, approval of the investment, we have the mandate to execute the investment, which means negotiating the investment agreement, etc. That happens, of course, by the EIB team. But at the end of the day, all contractual documents are effected by the fund manager, so officially in their role as a let's say the manager of the fund. After we have concluded investments, of course, it's a constant iterative process. So we monitor the companies closely. We stay in tune. We take observer seats in most cases. We prepare reports, monitoring reports. Of course, the formal responsibility on portfolio monitoring is with the EIC fund manager, however, supported by EIB team over at my side. Now to the next slide. This is just the list to highlight what sort of elements we look at in the due diligence that we do in the companies. It's very, as I said, it's very geared to a market standard equity due diligence any venture capital fund would carry out. So risk assessment, compliance, know your customer, looking at the product technology, looking at the market competition, commercialization strategy, business plan, financial projections, management, board governance, ownership, etc., optimal investment structure. So our intention is also basically to highlight any points that we feel that the company needs to develop in order to further grow the company if there is shortcomings, what we find in the commercialization strategy or the governance of the company, also to help the company to position itself for future growth. But anyway, as said, normally if the company is in a due diligence mode with the private investors, it's basically the same information that we would retain in our due diligence when we carry it out. Next one, please. So what is the outcome of the due diligence? First and foremost, there is what we call the different buckets, is the bucket 0, which is a no-go. So we find something in the due diligence that is substantial enough, preventing us from any investments. It might be findings on the KYC, so there are links to individuals, UBOs that we don't want to be associated with. However, there might be a manifest error, a misrepresentation issues, done in the application process that we find in the detailed due diligence that would be serious enough that that it prevents us from continuing with the investment. The second one, next slide, bucket 1, is basically companies that are not yet investment ready. So there is a high risk despite the fact that they have been awarded the EIC Accelerator support. Now, we will perform the full due diligence, and there is 2 options to do it, to continue after that. Either we might, because normally there is no other investors on board, we might do a quasi-equity investment, so convertible loan safe. But as said, there has to be justification. There has to be a belief and comfort that the company will raise equity in 6 to 12 months in order to do that. That's one option. Or the other option is that we delay basically the investment until the company gets to a certain point. So we may issue milestones. We say that we're comfortable with the investment. However, the company needs to meet certain milestones of being investment ready in order for us to make the investment. Bucket 2, the next slide, is basically that there is already investors around the table and interested in co-investing alongside with the EIC fund. So we enter into a syndicate with the existing investors. The syndicate requires that there is at least 50% of the investment, the equity investment, coming from private investors. Our objective is at least 1 to 3 leverage, but the minimum is 50%. Again, very case by case dependent. We also have to assess the company's capital needs, how much they do need capital in order to commercialize or scale up the technology or the company. And of course, we might make sure that they are fully and sufficiently capitalized for those plans. In this instance, we can rely, if we go back at the last bullet, we can rely on the financial and commercial due diligence performed by the qualified lead investors. So effectively have due diligence sharing. It can go other way around as well, where some private investors may rely on our due diligence findings. So effectively very typical to the market where you share also the load and intelligence and work done on the due diligence side on all parties. Now, bucket 3, final bucket, is basically where we find that the company is fully, the potential investors, private investors, show interest in capitalizing the company in full, meaning that there is no market cap. So effectively, we classify them as bucket 3. There is no further need from the EIC to provide equity if they can raise the same amount in same terms from the market. So those are the outcomes of the due diligence. As a final point, basically, and then there's a lot of text on this slide, but to highlight what we intend to do is EIC Fund is creating an ecosystem that can provide support to the companies beyond the financial support. So there is a lot of tools and services offered to the companies in respect to fundraising, preparing their investment readiness by supporting pitch books, e-pitching event, etc., where we can help the companies not only to raise funding but also commercialize. So it's an ecosystem approach. I think the approach we are adopting is that we're creating a investor that can provide smart money. So not only the financial means that we provide, but more also on the quality of services that what we can bring to the table in addition to the financials. I think that was the last slide, and I'm happy to go to the slide of questions if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jussi. It leaves us almost an hour for the questions, so we can start. First question, is the presence of tech transfer partners or venture studios in conflict with available business acceleration services? I think this is the wrong room. I think this is the room on business acceleration services. If we can switch to the accelerator room. Yes, I think this is for us. So will a no-go at the interview stage not count towards the resubmission limit? I think I will give the floor to Susanna to remind the resubmission rules on this.
Okay, so basically anytime you fail at any of the steps, so either at the short proposal, at the remote stage of the full proposal, or the interview stage of the full proposal, that counts as one of your unsuccessful submissions. So if you make it to the interview stage and you get a no-go at the interview stage, that is your first unsuccessful submission. So then you will go back and you can submit a full proposal again to the remote stage. And then if you fail that one at the remote stage, that will be your second unsuccessful, let's say. So I hope
I think I know where this comes from. I think reminder to ourselves, the presentation could indeed be clearer, because as quoted in this question on the presentation, we say step 1 and step 2, and then we know that the steps are not always very clear. That's why Susanna pronounced it exactly correctly. We should rather talk about short proposal, full proposal, remote stage, and full proposal interview stage. And at any of these 3 stages can the proposal fail, and all of this counts towards it. But I noticed while we were going through the presentation that that's probably where the misunderstanding comes from.
Thank you. Next, could you publish the financial and budget spreadsheet template on the funding and tenders webpage as soon as possible, please?
Yeah, that question, I don't know if colleagues from DG RTD are still in the room. That question goes directly to them. They have told us that they will not publish this on the funding and tenders webpage as such. It is available to anybody who applies. So any applicant will see those. We can discuss with colleagues again why this is, or whether there's a possibility that we can publish them on our EIC fund, but the preliminary answer has been that it will not be published on the funding and tenders portal. So we will need to get back to our colleagues, who of course, if they are still in the room, they are welcome to intervene here too, but I don't know.
Just to say also that we have a lot of information on our guide for applicants. So there's also some information there in the annexes if you want to look. But yes, we do not publish the exact Excel table to be able to fill in. So that, yeah, we will see if, but I think we were told it's not the regular practice to publish those. It's available once you go to submit. So.
Thank you. What is the benefit to SMEs or the European innovation ecosystem of reducing the number of cutoffs to 2 per year? Cornelius.
Yeah, so I actually have a good answer to that. I think the benefit to SMEs and the European innovation ecosystem is that more money, first benefit is that more money is available to SMEs rather than pooling it into our evaluation process. which would need, there is a number of fixed costs with each cutoff, and it requires additional resources, which we prefer to put into the money that we have operationally available to support SMEs. The second benefit is that we believe we have a fairer evaluation process with the reduced budget that we have and the reduced number of successful proposals that we can fund. We having this broken down into smaller units of comparing less proposals at the interview stage would be easier to lead to a bias rather than limiting having as many proposals as possible in one evaluation session and being able to compare these directly rather than allocate money to a smaller number based on a smaller sample and then see that maybe the cutoff after we have much better proposals. So I think those are our reasons for limiting this to 2 cutoffs. It is clear that more cutoffs are more convenient for companies. We had to really do a compromise based on those 2 additional considerations that I just mentioned.
Thank you. For plugin process, does the National Accelerator organization have to refer to SMEs, or does the SME have to do it directly through the national contact point? Cornelius.
That's a good question, but you see me hesitating. I wonder if Costas is in our room and maybe knows directly the answer to that, but I don't think he is in this room.
Cornelius? Yeah, it's Costas here.
Yeah, Costas, if you know the answer, please go ahead. If you.
Yeah, so the companies have to go through the national contact point.
Thank you.
Okay, clear. Next, will the 2024 Accelerator interviews be in person or online? Susanna.
Okay, so 2024 interviews for the 2 cutoffs of 2024 will be in person, and they will be in Brussels, and the dates were mentioned earlier in the presentation. Most likely the tentative dates are the week of June 10th, and then for the October cutoff, they would be in mid-January. So that's for the moment the dates that we have planned for that. So if the applicant submits and is hopeful to be invited to interview, they should keep those weeks open for the moment and be ready to come to Brussels should they be invited to interview. And we will try to inform as soon as possible, but sometimes it's not possible to inform before a few weeks before the interview. So it's good to keep those dates in mind, reserved for potential travel.
Thank you. Next, how many reporting periods is an EIC Accelerator proposal expected to have? Cornelius?
Yeah, I think that's maybe a bit misleading. Christina, you're also allowed to correct or to add to what I say, but we base our, so first we base our payments on pre-financings. We did so in the past and we continue to do so with the lump sums. So there was no financial intermittent reporting in the past. There was only the financial reporting, the proper financial reporting on your costs was only at the very end. Now with the lump sum proposals, there will be no more financial reporting at all on the details. But the basic, as I said, we do 2 pre-financings as a standard. We might in some cases do 3 pre-financings. So I think if you apply based on and those pre-financings are linked to progress meetings. So our way of reviewing projects is a bit different from the standard Horizon Europe approach. So we have this simplified reporting at the time of the progress meeting. We will usually do that at month 12. And then we will do a second time at month 21. So those would be the reporting period, so to say. Christina, I don't know if that was more confusing than clarifying, if you want to add something.
Well, as you say, standard reporting periods will be 2, 1 at midterm, but it will depend in any case of the duration of the project, because this is based in a 24 standard project, but it will depend on the risk, on the financial risk, on the length of the project in different circumstances. So this is to be seen at the negotiation stage. Okay. Next, can an SME obtain EIC Accelerator funding TRL 5 in addition to EIC Pathfinder Challenge funding, pitching a new capability fitting between levels TRL 1 and 4?
I think that's a tricky question. So I think the answer is theoretically yes, if you really make it plausible that your small and medium enterprise, your startup, is really capable of managing these two processes at the same time. I mean, logically, if your product is, it would require one product that is already at a high TRL level for the accelerator, so above 5, and then it would require, I suppose, a variation or a different product that you're working on that is at this lower TRL level. Then in theory that would be possible, but you better make clear in your application what the difference between the two projects is and the capabilities that your SME has to manage those two things.
Next, thank you. Is the November deadline for full proposals final? Can it be bypassed with accepted into a member acceleration program, allowing such company to apply by March 24 cutoff? Cornelius?
We were thinking a little bit, brainstorming about this question, seeing that 24 people liked it. There must be something that these 24 people understood from it. We are not sure we understand it correctly. So the deadlines for full proposals are final. The two deadlines that we presented, those will not be changed. A program, if with the member accelerator program, you're referring to the plug-in system, where you're successful in a national program, successfully reviewed in a national program, and then submitted by this national program as a plug-in proposal, meaning you skip the short step. If that happens before the first deadline, where I don't know exactly now the, so I suppose 3/13 means the 13th of March, exactly. This is the American way of writing it. So you receive the agreement to submit to the EIC Accelerator before that date, and you have a proposal ready, then you can submit to that earlier cutoff. So you can submit whenever you are authorized to submit to a cutoff, then you can submit, which means either having a successful short proposal evaluated by the EIC, by the EIC Accelerator, or being permitted by the plug-in program based on a successful review to skip the short step. Then whenever you're ready, you can submit to one of these cutoffs. You can, of course, also submit much before the cutoff, but we will only start the evaluation at one of these two final cutoffs.
Thank you. Next, when will the submission site for the full application be open? Susanna?
So it's the site is the same. The thing is that in order to submit a full application, you need to be eligible. And in order to be eligible, that means you need to have a go on a short proposal in 2023 or 2024. We will be sending, for those applicants who received a go on a short proposal in 2023, we will be sending out the links to be able to prepare and submit a full application by the end of the week. That is the schedule that we aim for. And then, yes, as of then, it will be possible to prepare and submit the full application. In the meantime, we do have the templates online, so applicants can already be preparing their application if they know that they are eligible. If you are not eligible, meaning you do not have a go on your short proposal in 2023 or 2024, then you can, the best thing is to quickly, well, not quickly, but to submit a short proposal and in time to get your results and be able to submit. And then when you get your results, you'll get the link to be able to submit your full proposal. So it's not that you go directly onto the funding intenter portal and find the full application. It's you need to receive a specific link. So it's only for the eligible candidates.
Thank you. In Accelerator with lump sums, is it maintain a pre-financing of 50%? If the answer is yes, how will be calculated the second financial statement after reporting period 1? Cornelius.
Okay, I will make an attempt. If I say something wrong, I count on the colleagues of watching me and sending me a message, or the colleagues here in the room can, of course, contribute directly. So yes, if we take a standard project, as I said, or a standard pre-financing, which would be 50% for the first pre-financing and 40% for the second pre-financing, we will maintain our system of pre-financings under the lump sum scheme. So that means we make standard pre-financing of 50% at the beginning. The second pre-financing will be normally 40%, and that will require, I suppose, only a statement like we have now in the past, that the majority of the first pre-financing has already been spent. I believe, Christina, there's a requirement to submit a statement that you have spent 70% at least of your first pre-financing, and then we will release the second pre-financing in the amount of 40% at the time of the first reporting period.
Thank you. We receive a second rejection at the full application in November 2023 cutoff. Can we resubmit the full application to the cutoff in March 2024? Susanna?
This depends when the go on a short proposal was received. So if the go on the short proposal was in 2023, then yes, they can resubmit to the March 2024 cutoff, meaning that you don't have to go through your 12-month cutoff, because basically all the rules from 2023 on resubmission limits have been waived, or let's say we restart the counter, so you don't have to do the 12-month cool off, but it all depends on when the short proposal received its go.
Thank you. Is business development allowed in acceleration, or is, for example, market study not advised, since these things needs to be known beforehand? I think this relates to eligibility of the costs, Cornelius.
Yeah, exactly. I think there are two aspects to this question. The first one, as you rightly say, Christina, is eligibility of the costs. So it's important to know that the grant component only allows for TRL 5 to 8. So this would normally not allow for commercialization costs. These need to be covered by the investment component or by yourself. So that's the point on the eligibility of costs. But I also see a second question in there on what should we, how far do we need to be advanced? And there, of course, we expect you to know, I think as the question, as the person here implies already, the more you know already about the market for your product, the more convincing your application will be. So without at least some basic or some important significant knowledge on what the market of your product will be, you're unlikely to be successful in a full proposal. So in that sense, the order of things might indeed be more advisable the other way around, that you know already your market, the result of your market study by the time you submit your full application.
Thank you. Are you considering postponing the first EIC Accelerator cutoff to give the applicants more time to adjust the new rules? I think this has already been replied. Cutoff dates are final and published, so I think we can move to the next one. Is it necessary to provide justification for the company's financial contribution to EIC Accelerator? If yes, what specific information documentation is needed? Cornelius.
Yeah, Susanna, you can also compliment me, but I would say that you can, if you follow the application template, you will find the appropriate instructions. Yes, of course, you need to justify your financial plan and your requested EU contribution. So we do expect you to know what you will spend and why you why you need as much money as you're asking for.
Thank you. In the new blended scenario, who defines when to start negotiating the equity part, and if it's not done immediately, the company or the EIC fund? Here, Cornelius or Jussi can reply to.
Jussi, I think you can give this a try.
Yeah, I think it was already in my presentation. So of course, as soon as we have the mandate to start a discussion on the equity part, we will engage with the team to have these calls to discuss openly with the companies about the timelines. So effectively, if there is an urgency, if there's a round ongoing, we can move very quickly on our side. There are some, of course, dependencies with the coordination of the award, etc. But I think that's also, once we have the mandate to start looking at the equity side, we'll do that and open the dialogue with the companies as soon as possible. So that's on our side.
Okay. Can the investment component be used to cover the 30% co-financing, or must it come from the applicant's own resources? Cornelius?
Yeah, I like this question. It comes back also because we had a different approach initially. But no, the investment component cannot be covered officially by the funding that we provide. 30% co-financing is required. That requires the company's own finances. So you need to demonstrate, make that clear in your application that you have that. We used to be very specific that the investment component can cover these 30% co-financing for the grant. That is not the case anymore. We have clarified that with the legal service in the Commission has clarified that this needs to be the case. Now, of course, money is fungible. I mean, the investment component that you get, nobody will check how and for what you use that. But in your calculations and in the application that you submit, you need to demonstrate that you have this money yourself to cover the 30% co-financing of the grant component. And this is what we're talking about here.
Thank you. What's the EIC stance on using AI tools to proposal writing? Cornelius again.
Unless Susanna wants to give this a try.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is somebody who intends to do a randomized trial to submit a random amount of AI-generated proposals to our system and see how it fares in the evaluation. We haven't done that experiment ourselves. It's not something that we would look forward to. I think the responsibility, I mean, the important thing here to say is that the responsibility for the proposal lies with the entity or the natural person that submits the proposal. So whatever you have done within artificial intelligence, we are unlikely to detect this, or we will not be able to check this, but it remains your responsibility what you submit. And we hope that our evaluators detect quality evaluation. And then, of course, also to say, I mean, the AI might be very good in formulating a wonderful proposal, but it might not correspond to what your company is actually able to do. And that is likely to come up, if not in the evaluation, then certainly during the implementation. And then you will be in a difficult position because then you have submitted a proposal that doesn't correspond to reality, and that implies financial sanctions and up to more serious investigations of fraud. So, I mean, you remain responsible for whatever the AI advises you to say in your proposal.
Thank you. Can project management activities be covered by an external service provider? Is it an eligible cost? Cornelius.
Again, Christina, also your precision is welcome on this. So I think it depends a little bit on what you mean by project management activities. There is an activity that, according to the grant agreement, cannot be outsourced, and that is coordination. Now, I'm hesitating a little bit whether that only applies to multi-beneficiary grants like in the Pathfinder, or whether that also applies to to our mono-beneficiary tasks. So clearly, you can, I think, have support on certain things that relate to project management, and that will then be in the right amount, not excessive, also be an eligible cost. But the responsibility for this, again, is of course fully with the mono beneficiary that we have. And I'm hesitating now to see if I get a message on this later. I will keep you updated. But I don't know exactly whether there are any specific tasks that cannot be outsourced at all. But I mean, for example, help on submitting eventually. Well, I mean, we don't really have that many more financial statements with a lump sum. So I'm wondering what kind of project management activities you want to be covered. I mean, when we communicate with you on the negotiation, much of this will require your engagement and your knowledge and your responsibility. So I think, for example, if we're talking about the grant agreement preparation, then much of this will require the management of the project. I get a message from a colleague cannot be subcontracted. So I would be careful here, especially with the much simplified financial reporting that we have now.
Thank you. What are the conditions to apply for blended? Is it necessary to have an investor ready to invest, or would it be okay to start conversations during the project? Jussi, for this one for you.
No, I would say, of course, this is also part of, I think was explained by Cornelius earlier. No, I don't think you need to have an investor ready when you apply. Of course, once we start the equity due diligence, we also have the tools to delay the equity due diligence, let the companies to use the grant and then come back in a short period of time when they do want to engage into equity fundraising. So I don't think it's a necessary requirement to have the investors on board when you apply, but at some point, of course, there has to be a window when the company plans to raise equity, and that's, I think, more important in this respect.
Thank you. On freedom to operate, as may be known, formal FTOs is very expensive. Can you please instruct evaluators that such a study is not mandatory? Maybe Susanna, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so as we say in the template, so we ask for a freedom to operate analysis, but if you don't have one, we ask that you can upload a note of up to 2 pages outlining the freedom to operate and giving as much information as possible on the issue. And then for cases where FTO is not relevant, like software, then a simple statement uploaded to explain why it's not relevant is okay, and we let experts know that this is the case. So you do need to upload something, but it does not have to necessarily be a formal FTO. But the evaluators need to understand the IP situation and the freedom to operate.
Thank you. Is a license agreement sufficient for a company to apply, develop, and commercialize a technology, or do you require the company to own the IP patents? I don't know who wants to take this one. Maybe Cornelius?
Yeah, I would say that freedom to operate can take several different forms, and having a license to apply this technology and exploiting it in a unique way that really makes this a breakthrough innovation might very well be sufficient. But usually, I mean, I don't know, maybe Jussi can also add to this, but usually I suppose IP is one very important factor, especially for startups, that makes them valuable.
I would say FTO becomes very relevant, especially when we talk about equity investment at the later stage. Now, I think the question is whether they are needed at the application stage or when we execute the equity investment. Of course, that's part of the legal due diligence we want to see, especially in industries where you want to ensure that there is freedom to operate with the companies.
For the evaluation, as Jussi says, you need to, of course, be aware that you're operating in a very competitive environment already with the application. So the more you can show, the better. And it doesn't necessarily make you ineligible if you don't own your IP, but it might be something that evaluators consider when they have other companies that have more IP themselves. I also use the opportunity to clarify that project management as such cannot be subcontracted also for mono-beneficiaries. So there is a paragraph in the grant agreement that says specifically what cannot be outsourced is monitoring that the action is implemented properly. And then acting as intermediary for all communications between the consortium, equal here the mono-beneficiary and the granting authority, unless the agreement or granting authority specifies otherwise, etc., etc. So there are a number of things that really can only be done by the beneficiary themselves, and I would be very careful what kind of support you are asking there.
Thank you. When applying to challenges, what happens if evaluators consider proposals don't completely fit the scope? Do they get rejected or move to open application?
Yeah, so we have to be transparent and clear here. The evaluation rules are clear that we cannot move a proposal between, so you decide what you apply for. So indeed, if an evaluator considers that you really don't fit into the scope, then that would be negative and would lead to your rejection and not to move to the open, even if we might wish that that would be the case. But we would emphasize very much that that shouldn't scare you. I mean, consider yourself, talk to some colleagues. If you consider that generally you fit into the scope of the challenge, it is unlikely that an evaluator will remove you because you don't. It is officially a possibility to remove you if you don't fit the scope, but I think you need to weigh that against the possibility, the special attention that you get if you submit into the challenge, the special budget, the specific budget that is available for that, and the advantages that you have from benefiting in the challenge. So we would highly recommend to submit in the challenge if you believe you belong there, and not overestimate the possibility of being evaluated negatively because supposedly you don't fit into this challenge. So get some advice from colleagues, ask some peers, people who could potentially be an evaluator, and if they tell you that no worry, you are in the challenge, then I would submit in the challenge. If indeed there is a doubt, then you're probably better off not submitting in the challenge. So if there's a serious doubt whether you belong or not, but I don't think that many of these things are so difficult, but maybe I'm underestimating that.
Thank you. How did you suggest to prove that we fail to receive funding from the private sector alone, especially when NDAs prevent us from sharing emails, name, etc.? Cornelius?
Susanna?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's case by case, depending on the situation of each company. I think sharing as much information as possible and any proof that you do have that you can share and it's not protected by an NDA, you can share that. Otherwise, a description as much as possible of the situation and the actions taken. You know, if you can't share very specific names or emails, etc., that's fine. But I think the experts need to understand the situation, what efforts were taken to get funding, and what are the reasons for being rejected, and to understand where the risk is. Why is it a market risk? Is it a technology risk? Or so we understand that not everything can have a nice paper saying, you know, you've been rejected for this, but you know, as much description as possible.
Thank you. In the consensus meetings, the same 3 evaluators of the full proposal take part, or other evaluators? Susanna?
Yeah, so it's going to be the same 3 evaluators that did the first assessment.
Thank you. If you receive a go, I think at the short proposal stage in 2023 or 2024, you can submit the full proposal in 2024. How many submissions would be available for the full interview then? 3? Susanna?
Yes, so if you got your go in short proposal in 2023, then the counter restarts now in 2024, and so you can submit a full proposal, and then just remember we count unsuccessful submissions, right? So you can submit a full proposal, and then if you're invited to interview, that, you know, it's not that you count the remote and then the interview as 2 submissions. We count the unsuccessful, so the rejections. So if you have a remote go and then you go to interview and you get a no-go, that counts as your first rejection, and then you go back to full proposal. So just think of it as number of rejections, and that the counter restarts now in 2024.
Thank you. What means excellence of the company criteria of evaluation? Cornelius?
I was tempted to say to Susanna, I think if we wake you up at midnight and ask you about resubmissions, you would know. We've had so many of these questions, and it is, I mean, I think it is significantly simpler now than before, but it remains a matter of discussion and of interest. What remains excellence of the company? I do not have the work program open, but I suggest that you really look what is written directly behind this sub-criterion in the work program. We want to avoid to create an additional set of guidance documents that explain what is actually being meant by the work program. So really the information that is in the work program on this is the one that we use to brief evaluators who might have similar questions and who we then basically ask to act to understand this in the way that they, with their expertise, which is similar to your expertise, is applied based on what is written in the work program. So we base ourselves in the text of the work program. Different people might have slightly different interpretations of this, but that is then the individual, based on the expertise of the evaluator. So no further guidance on this. It is what is written in the work program.
Thank you. Resubmission rules apply to the same improved project if our company submits a different project. Its resubmission counter restarts from 0, correct? Susanna?
Indeed. I mean, this is a footnote, and of course, there's no sort of what is the same and improved project and what is a different project. Again, this will have to be looked at carefully to understand whether it is a different project or not. But if it is indeed a different project, then the counter would restart.
But I take the liberty to be a bit more clear or a bit more strict on this. This is a new clarification in the work program that specifies this. But for all practical purposes, our marker of who is eligible to submit remains the legal entity and not the project. So, I mean, we're dealing very largely with startups who have a limited capability to fund several projects. So if we receive a proposal from the same entity, we will be very critically assessing, together with evaluators if necessary, whether this is truly a different project. A slight variety of your previous project is not a different project. So we will apply quite strict criteria here on this to have the counter reset to 0. This is not a way to circumvene the resubmission criteria.
Thank you, Cornelius. It's actually very important to note that. So please don't try to circumvent. Okay. As far as the redress procedure, yes, this will be available after the first rejection. So with every rejection, you will receive a letter, and in that letter, you will have the means of redress.
Okay, is it really only one person, the EIC fund manager, making the decision on the equity funding? Yusi, or you this one?
Yeah, the EIC fund manager doesn't mean individual. It's an entity, so it's Alta Domus Management Company. So just to be clear on this one, when we and my team does the investment recommendations, there is 3 layers of reviews before we submit even our recommendations. So there is a peer review and 2 layers of managerial review to ensure professionalism, consistency, and quality of the recommendations we do. After that, with the AIFM, there is an advisory committee with 6 experts from the VC industry reviewing and providing feedback on the recommendations that we do. And then it goes to the investment committee, which I believe consists of 5 or 6 people at the fund manager level, so entity level, making the final decision. So at the end of the day, it's, I would say, 10 people for each individual investment recommendation involved in the decision process. So for sure, it's not a single person.
Thank you. What is an indicative timeline for innovation activities, TRL 628, and market scale-up activities within the Part B regarding payments? I think this question has already been also answered by Cornelius regarding the pre-financings that we do provide for the grant. Next, does the EIC fund take a board seat? Thank you. Yusi, please.
Yeah, predominantly, and for most of the cases, if not all, we like to take an observer board seat also, which is a monitoring function for us to stay tuned on the development of the company and monitor on the performance of each and every transaction. Now, to work pari passu, which means in parallel and with the same terms with the market, in certain cases, we also have the right, but not an obligation, to appoint a full voting board member. Now, we're still in discussions on how and if we would apply these positions, but it's a right we have because we're working in parallel with the same terms of the market. But for now, I can say that the observer seats are almost in all of the cases we would like to ensure also for our benefit of staying in tune with the companies.
Thank you. Traction letters of interest. Can you confirm that no commercial terms are required and make sure that evaluators consider the lack of commercial negative? Susanna, do you want to take this one?
Okay, so if I understand, it's asking a little bit what should be in the letters of interest and whether commercial terms need to be included in those.
Or if the lack of traction is a negative point in the evaluation.
I mean, I think that the evaluators need to understand, I mean, in some of the criteria questions about for example, the demand and sort of, yeah, is there enough demand? Is there, some of the, the market potential, etc. I think in building the case for those criteria, evaluators may look and try to understand how much the applicant, I mean, has looked at the market, how much market demand there would be, how much, and if they can prove that there is already traction, I think that helps their case. Now, are they necessarily looking at which exact commercial terms are in these letters or not? I think it really depends on the whole proposal as a whole. And so, I mean, some proposals have many letters of interest, very detailed. Others have fewer. Some of letters are quite generic. So it's about making the case overall in the application. So I think having a demand and attraction is important, and evaluators will look at that. But as far as what exactly needs to be in a letter of intent, there's no specific requirements. I think if I understood the question correctly.
Okay, thank you. Can the activities partially overlap, or the investment should start after the completion of the grant activities?
I hope Jussi and I have the same answer to that. I would expect that in the normal case, yes, they overlap, and that the grant activities do absolutely not need to be completed before you start the investment.
Okay, thank you. We have 10 minutes left of the session, so I will try to that we can reply as much as remaining questions as possible. I applied for my short application in December 2022 and have only completed one attempt to the full application in June 2023. Can I apply for the full application in March? Susanna?
Well, I mean, I see that the person wrote, I applied for my short application December 2022. The key is, when did you receive the response? So when did you receive the go on the short application? So if the go was received in January of 2023, then yes, you can apply for the March cutoff. However, if you receive the go for the short application in December 2022, then you are not eligible to submit a full proposal to the March cutoff, and you should send now in a new short proposal. So it's really about the time that you received the go on the short proposal that makes you eligible or not.
Thank you. Those submitting short proposals in 2023 may sign grant agreements in 2025, investment agreements in 2026. Which work program applies for specific procedures? Cornelius.
I like an easy question. The work program that applies is the one at which you submitted your full application. So when you, I mean, the one under which you submitted your full application is the one that applies for your grant agreement.
Thank you. Is team, it has switched. Can you apply for equity only without previously being granted a grant component? Cornelius.
Again, easy, short, no.
Thank you. Is team diversity evaluated only as gender diversity? I don't know, Susanna or Cornelius, who wants to take this one?
I think this is for Susanna.
Okay.
Well, the team question is really about capability and motivation and critical competencies and the representation of women and men. So this is really what the criteria question is, as you'll see in the work program.
Okay, who can apply for investment only and who may apply for grant only? I think that was covered in the presentation by Cornelius. If you can give us short, it already went.
Yeah, I think it's really relatively clear in the presentation.
Yeah. Can you please clarify that there will be more flexibility for the EIC fund to set investment amount plus 2 million investment flexibility? You see, can you clarify the flexibility for the...
That's my understanding as well, but I think it was in the presentation in the morning from Keith, if I'm not mistaken, that this was clear that there is this 2 million flexibility to increase the investment amount. Always you can go lower. So basically we can reduce the investment amount, but now I think there's flexibility at the EIC fund level to increase by 2 million without having to do a new award. But perhaps, I don't know if Cornelius wants to confirm.
No, I think that's correct.
Yep, all right.
Thank you. SMEs that received the grant from interview cutoff November 23, do they follow the new rules for reporting lump sum or still the former reporting?
They will have to follow the former reporting because they haven't submitted an application that has all the details for lump sum. So no, this is still work in line with the answer that I gave before to applicants who submitted to the cutoff in 2023. The work program 2023 applies, so no lump sums.
Thank you. What is the percentage of female-led companies now supported by EIC Accelerator? I know if Susanna, you have the numbers in mind.
Well, it was actually in the presentation. I presented 19% overall female-led companies.
Perfect, thank you. If we submit a step 2 application in advance of the cutoff day, do we need to wait 12, 13 weeks after the cutoff to be informed if we are invited to the interviews? Susanna?
So the interviews themselves take place 12 to 13 weeks after the cutoff date. And you would be informed a couple of weeks before that. So it's, yes, the timing is as of the cutoff date. So, but the 12 to 13 weeks is when the actual interviews take place.
And the same, regardless of when you apply to the full when you apply with your full proposal, everybody will be informed around the same time of the success or not success of their full application. So there doesn't submitting ahead of the cutoff doesn't give you an advantage in the subsequent procedure.
We do advise not to submit at the very last moment, the last hours before the cutoff, because you may come into some IT problems or a question you weren't expecting. So, you know, you don't have to apply 2 months ahead of time, but also not 2 hours ahead. But we know a lot of people leave it to the end, but you might run into some problems.
Thank you. If I won a grant in Horizon 2020, can I submit again? Susanna?
Well, we do have some rules on concurrent submission and implementation. So if we read in the work program, concurrent implementation is when an awardee of an ongoing project tries to submit. But now if the project is finalized, they could submit a new proposal. Also, we have a possibility, as you see in a footnote in the work program, that ongoing grant-only proposals under Horizon 2020 may be eligible to submit a proposal for blended finance or investment only. So it really depends on what your case is, and also, does it make sense? Have you finalized, what is it that you're requesting now? Are you requesting only a grant or blended? Or so it really, you should read the work program text on concurrent implementation to understand your specific case.
Thank you. If we apply to the grant-only component, the 30% cost not covered by EIC must have to come from the applicant, or can they come from an external source?
So I had the opportunity, because this question was for a while the latest question, I had the opportunity to prepare for this. Again, thanks to all the colleagues in the back office here. But the most important part here is to say that if you apply to the grant-only funding stream, you must have a lot more money than only the 30% necessary to co-finance your grant, because we want you to have all the resources to scale up. So that's, I think, the most important message here. But indeed, it doesn't need to, so concretely on the question here, it doesn't need to be already in your balance sheets now if you make it clear that that money is available to you and that it comes from somebody else who will cover this eventually. But it basically runs through your, well, it can be if somebody else, so I mean, you are employing an FTE, right? 70% of that money comes from our grant. The 30% of the money will normally come from you. It will be you who pays the rest of the salary of that employee. Now, if it comes from another grant or something, that's fine. But I think the more important part is really the first part of the answer. If you apply to a grant only, you must have significant resources to scale up.
Thank you. The 2023 template was not geared to equity-only submissions. Is the 2024 template better aligned to this option, Susanna?
Yes, so some elements of the template have been tweaked, and yes, if you go through the template, you will see there are some adjustments made to take into account equity only. We didn't have a lot of proposals in equity only last year, but if we have more this year, then we will. The template is more adapted to that.
Thank you. Can the EIC fund be the lead investor of a round? Jussi.
Yes. Well, the first question is, what is a lead investor? Now, we can lead a round without leading a round. So what it means is that we can syndicate, we can provide the, let's say, the catalyst for a round. What we cannot do, we cannot price the round. For market conformity and state aid considerations, we always have to have a private investor who basically does the commercial pricing of the round to ensure that it's market price round and there is no public intervention on that one. But we can lead the round to the extent that I said, trying to syndicate, bring the investors on the board, etc. So that's perhaps not to answer the questions with an answer.
Okay, I think we will take the last question. You know that we will follow up in the question that have not been answered today. So last question is, on a project with affiliates, subsidiaries, is there a need to split the lump sum between the main and affiliates?
I actually don't know.
This question should have been sent to the lump sum.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we will maybe transfer this question to the lump sum room so it can be proper answer. So I will take an extra last one. If I receive a no-go with a seal of excellence at the jury interview, can I submit a full proposal again while fundraising from other sources? Susanna, you want to take this last one?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get a no-go at the jury interview, you can resubmit a full proposal. And indeed, if you need to be, working on your proposal, improving things based on jury recommendations, that can also include fundraising from other sources. Of course, we cannot do double funding with EU funding sources. So, but if you are raising money from the private sector or other sources, but yeah, I don't know if this means specifically from member state funding programs or that may come from the Seal of Excellence. I mean, again, we want to avoid double funding with EU budget, so keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. We run out of time, and I see that the next question is almost impossible to answer. So we will follow up the questions that haven't been answered today. We will integrate and we will update the FAQ document with all the questions made today. And thank you for your interest on the EIC Accelerator, hoping to see many applications next cutoff. And I will give the floor to, I will thank the next speakers today, and I will give the floor for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cristina. Congratulations for you, for the moderation, for all the participants in this presentation. From now on, we're gonna move on with other presentation on, as you can see in the screen, business acceleration services, the novelties that are included in the work program 2024. As you know, investment is important and finance is important, but from the experience that we have learned in the last years, the work programs, we know that it's not enough for bringing researchers and entrepreneurs to become global champions. For that, we have also, on top of this investment and this finance, we have the business acceleration services. Business acceleration services, as you know, and as you probably check already in the work program, are available for all EIC awardees, not only from EIC Accelerator, but also Transition and Pathfinder. But on top of that, also available for Seal of Excellence holders, applicants to the EIC Accelerator who succeed in the short application stage, and also for the EIC Scaling Club participant and Women Tech EU awardees. These services are procured from external contractors or delivered by selected ecosystem partners and consist mainly on business coaching, business advice, networking opportunities to expand the client base and to find co-investors and access to testing and scale-up facilities. For knowing more about business acceleration services and the novelties, specifically the novelties on 2024 work program, we have with us the head of sector for the EIC Business Acceleration Service Global Offer, who is Agnieszka Stasiakowska. Hello, Agnieszka.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, and the floor is all yours. Agnieszka, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So as Manuel said, I will present you today business acceleration services. So this is what you actually can receive once we become a EIC beneficiary. But don't worry, we also have something for the applicants and for the Seal of Excellence. Just maybe the previous slides projected the Slido for this session. So you can use it to already ask your question during the presentations, and they will be asked after the presentation. Okay, can we move to the next slide? So what is it about? So our objective is really to accelerate EIC innovation and growth of the EIC supported companies. What do we offer? Access to tailor-made services that can be worth up to 50,000 euros. Who is it for? Of course, all EIC awardees from the free programs, so Accelerator, Transition, Pathfinder, but also Accelerator applicants that pass to the second stage of the application process. They can receive 3 days of coaching that are there to help them to prepare, to strengthen their business case and in order to strengthen their application. We also have services for Horizon Europe Seal of Excellence companies, and also Women Tech EU beneficiaries and beneficiaries of EIC Scaling Club can access all our EIC bus services. Next slide, please. So why to go for business acceleration services? So we organized more than 40 matching events per year. More than 700 EIC innovators that are being served per year. 1,000 coaching sessions, more than 100 ecosystem partners that help us to deliver those services, 2,000 corporate and investors involved, and out of our matching services, we have 20% of companies that are participating in those are having follow-ups and business deals. We organize within a year around, let's say, 3,000 one-to-one meetings with business partners. And as I said already, some of our services are worth even 50,000 euros. Next slide, please. So just to simplify and present you the overview of all our services, I have this slide. It's actually, they are designed in 3 different categories or pillars, if you want. So one is about connection to innovation ecosystem partner services. So we realize that there are, of course, plenty of excellent service providers throughout Europe, so being that venture builders, incubators, accelerators, innovation agencies, or specialized legal advisors. And we want to connect our beneficiaries with those excellent service providers. And in a moment, I will explain you how we are doing this. Then access to business partners. So these are our flagship initiatives when we aim to connect EIC beneficiaries with corporates, with investors, with innovation procurers, and also to bring them to the trade fair so that they can find customers. And then access to advice and skills. And here we have 3 main schemes, which is coaching, tech to market activities. This is a specific one for Pathfinder and Transition beneficiaries to help them bring their innovation to the market. And we have a woman leadership program for women that are already in business or researchers that aspire for leadership positions in business. And then last but not least, we have EIC Scaling Club, which is a dedicated program for scale-ups within the EIC portfolio, but also for companies outside of our portfolio. And all this is available through the EIC community, which is our online platform. We also have there a GHG tool that helps companies to measure their CO2 emissions and also modelize measures to reduce those emissions. So now we will deep dive more into different programs. So stay with me. EIC Ecosystem Partnership Program. So as I said, the objective is to match our beneficiaries with excellent partners, service providers throughout Europe. And when I say this, I mean incubators, accelerators, venture builders, research infrastructure, test bed, pilot plants, regulatory advisors, and other service providers, also including internationalization. We have now so far selected more than 100 top partners and have 450 services available for our beneficiaries. The partners are selected through an open call for ecosystem partners that is available on the EIC website. And if I can have next slide. So just a little bit on the call for the partners itself. So why to apply? Well, basically because we offer the partners access to more than 6,000 innovative startups and research teams that joined the EIC community since 2014. So it's EIC beneficiaries, SME instrument beneficiaries, Pathfinder Transition beneficiaries, and Seal of Excellence companies that can access those services. And what we aim, of course, we want to establish a win-win partnerships with those partners. Can I have a previous slide, please? So I already said who are we aiming for. Explain that as well. You can apply if you're interested to join, to become an EIC partner through the call that is available on the EIC website. And what's happening after your application, it's we make a soft light evaluation where we're basically checking whether the services are meeting the needs of our beneficiaries and are targeted towards them. And we're checking also a track record of those services being provided by the different organizations. And then the services are being listed on our, if you pass the evaluation, on our EIC online catalog. Can I have a next slide, please? About the catalog itself. So it's available through the EIC community. It allows EIC beneficiaries to browse and search through those different services, applying different filters like geography, type of service, whether the service is opened or not, sectors, but also in the future TRL levels. And very important announcement that as of the Q2 in 2024, we will have additional funding available for the EIC beneficiaries to access those services, and this funding will be up to 50% of costs of the services. So this will be available very soon. Next slide. Now I will pass towards our matching services. So again, a flagship initiative that we've been running already, some of them since 2017. What is the magic recipe for the success of those services? What we are trying to do is to match our beneficiaries with corporates, with investors, with innovation procurers. And what we do, we launch a call on the community so that EIC beneficiaries can apply. And it's business partners that are selecting the companies they want to see, they want to meet, they want to discover. So once we organize a pitching event with one-to-one meetings, no one is losing time because there is already an interest being presented from corporates or from innovation procurers or investor towards those beneficiaries. And what we do also, we very closely follow the impact and the quality of those services through a quality survey and impact survey being launched towards both corporate or investors and EIC beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So corporate partnership program running since 2017. We already organized 69 of the corporate activities involving more than 100 corporates from Europe, but also beyond. We're really focusing on top corporates that has experience with innovation activities, with all open innovation departments. And what we've seen that out of the 69 activities, we have around 362 follow-ups and 97 deals actually happening. And new contract for delivering those services is about to be signed very soon, and we'll be able then to present you through the EIC community with a full planning of all the activities. But just to give you some heads up, so we already are in discussions with some corporates, including Renault, Iberia, including Software Republic. So there's many leads coming on, and but soon we will be able to provide a detailed planning. Just to give you an impression of what's coming out of these events. So, for example, we have a success story of a Nanolike that pitched the activity, the innovation towards Holcim in January 2021. And 1 year later, after completing a proof of concept with Holcim, they were selling their sensors technology in over 670 plans of Holcim. So they signed a contract and were able to put this technology directly into the operations of Holcim, and all this within 1 year, which is really great. We also have examples of investments coming out of those corporate events, like, for example, Neste, that invested in Circularize, joined their investment round of 11 million euros. Next slide. Now we're passing to co-investment support program and services. So it was touched upon in the previous presentation, but I will go a little bit more in details. So it's about two things. So first, we want to prepare EIC Accelerator beneficiaries to be investor ready. So we're reviewing the pitch deck. We're helping them to review the financing model and benchmark also with other competitors, and really prepare a thorough financing strategy and a presentation towards investors. And then once this is done, we're able to connect EIC beneficiaries with investors, and we're making a direct presentation towards investors. There's also a matching platform available when the companies are listed, investors are listed, and matching is happening. We participate in events, we organize investor roundtables, and I have a next slide just to show you a little bit of figures here. So we have over 850 investors registered on our platform, 300 companies already supported, 230 direct investor introduction that happened in the last 4 months, and 770 companies listed on the co-investor portal. Next slide. And we organize matching events with the investors. So there's a monthly e-pitching, and we have also investor days, which are physical events. So far we organized over 40 of those activities, for which we had more than 800 meetings, 229 follow-ups, because we really measure and track those, and 12 deals happening. And again, an example of the story is we have an example of AgroSustain that from EIC pitching of Agritech closed a successful deal with an investor, BayWa. So we're working with top European investment firms, and this activity is of course continuing in 2024, 2025. All the planning is available in the EIC community. Next slide. Now we go into innovation procurement program. So here we want to match beneficiaries with innovation procurers, which is not an easy task. Innovation procurers are not, let's say, the first possible partners that companies are thinking about, but they are, of course, represent a huge potential with markets, especially public procurement markets, which are huge, of course, and represent a huge potential. Similarly, the private procurement markets, that you might see that private actors are maybe more flexible or more advanced in those in the way they're doing procurements, but they also have their processes and procedures, and this is where we want to bridge this gap between innovations and potential procurers of those innovations. So in the past, we already organized 21 of those activities, and now we are having a 3 strands of this innovation procurement program, with 1 activity kicking in, which is Strategic Innovation Procurement Program, or SPIN for EIC, as we call it, and I will go in details towards 1 ongoing program, which is called InnoBuyers, that provide a support for innovation procurers to enter into a piloting with companies, including EIC companies, and they can receive a financial support towards that. And starting in 2024, a new activity that will provide EIC beneficiaries with financial support for undertaking pilots with public and private procurers. Next slide. So just to talk a bit more about SPIN for EIC. What do we aim here? So first of all, we want to provide to beneficiaries assistance to apply to tenders in Europe, but also globally. So we provide an advice and support in submitting tenders. We provide a help desk where they can find information about how to create a good tender. We will launch academies and also different toolkits on how to reply to public and private tenders. And then we also want to create a community of buyers that will be interacting with EIC beneficiaries through the EIC community. We will organize, of course, matching events because this was something that worked very well in the past, and we want to continue with this. Again, all the information is available through the EIC community. There are already calls open there to receive a support for the tender writing. So I encourage everyone to check this out. Next slide. So the InnoBuyer program, as I said, we provide here a financial support for public and private procurers to basically enter and facilitate them procuring the innovations from SMEs, including EIC beneficiaries. So we have launched here a call for the innovation procurers. We have already selected them, and now they are actually publishing their own challenges towards SMEs and EIC beneficiaries. And if I can have a next slide, these calls are open till 24th of January. They are all available on the InnoBuyer website. Again, I'm saying here it's available for the EIC beneficiaries, but also for non-EIC beneficiaries. So actually all companies can check them and see, and if there is a successful match between this innovation procurer providing a challenge and SME providing a solution, then there is a support for the SME actually to enter into a piloting of those solutions with the innovation procurer. And those we have challenges in different sectors: education, energy and water, healthcare, manufacturing, public administration, and transport. So I encourage everyone to go and see what kind of challenges are there. Next slide.
Yeah, we have 20 minutes to go, so we would like to leave also time to questions. I think like 5-10 minutes max. We finish the presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much. And last activity on the innovation procurement program is what I mentioned already: this funding for the EIC beneficiaries to enter into the piloting of the solutions with innovation procurers, funding up to 60,000 euros. Next slide. International Trade Fairs and USA Soft Landing Program. It's already a third edition that we have launched just at the end of last year. It's building on the previous activities, of course, where we, for example, had from the last 10 trade fairs that were launched, we had 20 million of business, additional business actually expected from those trade fairs. So we want to serve around 240 EIC beneficiaries, bring them to trade fairs outside, but also within Europe, and also soft landing activity in the US. We had a pilot activity in Silicon Valley in December last year, and we will continue it also in 2024, 2025. And next slide. just to mention which trade fairs are we going through to. So the CES in Las Vegas that just finished last week and was very successful for the EIC beneficiaries. But we are going also to the Mobile World Congress, to Bio International Convention in USA, to Giantex Global in Dubai, Medica in Düsseldorf in Germany. So these are the trade fairs that we also want to repeat in 2025 and for soft landing activities. Next slide. EIC Scaling Club. This is this very targeted initiative to help scale up both EIC companies, but also companies from outside of the EIC portfolio. 100, we aim to support 100 companies in total, 50 from EIC and 50 from outside. And the idea is not only to offer to those companies a different targeted support in terms of mentoring or investors roadshows, or other type of networking and promotion, especially promotion activities. But we also want to create a club of 100 companies, 100 mentors, 100 corporates, 100 investors that will be there to be activated around this program and create sustainable relations and really support and grow some unicorns out of this cohort of 100 companies. And we actually are in the process of selecting those from EIC and non-EIC for first 4 thematic market opportunities, and the beneficiaries will be announced during the EIC Summit in March. Next slide, please. Regarding our advice and training opportunities, coaching. Coaching, this is a service also that we are running since 2017. It's available for EIC applicants, but also for beneficiaries, of course, from Accelerator, from Pathfinder, and from Transition. Something very important for the applicants. So when you can access the service, you will be actually automatically notified to use the 3 days of coaching that are there for you when you receive a go decision after the step 1 of the application process. So we are very much encourage all the applicants to the EIC Accelerator to use this service, because it really can help you to make your business case stronger, and then through this your proposal also better. We also have this available for the Seal of Excellence companies, so you can also access coaching. We have run around 2,200 business coaching sessions since 2021, and 96% of beneficiaries recommend to use coaching to their peers. Next slide, please. Which is about the EIC Women Leadership Program, and I'm really heading towards the end of the presentation. So this is a dedicated program we have to network and enhance the skills for the female researchers and female entrepreneurs. And very important, it's for female researchers that want to access leadership positions in business. So not leaders in academia, leaders in business. This is what we aim. And we will have 3 cohorts run every year, 2024, 2025. You have here already on the slide first dates for the cohorts for entrepreneurs and for the researchers. And next slide, please. Just to let you know, so what is there in the program? It's about joint trainings, business coaching, personal mentoring. We have over 400 mentors available for those excellent female entrepreneurs and researchers, and of course a lot of networking. And what we've seen that from the first 3 cohorts that we have run already, what we see is that 32% of participating women declared improvement in their skills. Next slide, please. is about the tech-to-market activities, entrepreneurship and venture building programs that are specifically built for Pathfinder and Transition teams. And we have two objectives here. So first one is to build entrepreneurship skills for those entrepreneurial researchers that want to first check whether this path is really for them. And we can also offer you different training activities that will help you to become an entrepreneur. And the second one is about venture building. So we want to build startups around innovative ideas. Next slide. So the entrepreneurship program, we have different type of training activities that can be accessed as a program, but also can be accessed separately. So what we're aiming for is to, again, explore entrepreneurship, start to business, to help those entrepreneurial researchers to start to build their business project, and also validate the idea with customers and discover who could be a potential customers. Next one slide is about the venture building activities, and here this is really like a program available for our beneficiaries. First, we will do a tech demo days when we want to identify the most ready innovations and teams. Then we offer to validate the market attractiveness, corporate interest, team expertise, etc., to identify also where the most urgent need is help to build a startup. We offer very important help to create the team. So you can even have a CEO joining the project for being, let's say, his salary being sponsored by this program, and with let's say some KPIs like ensuring the first funding or building a company. So we want to enrich this as well. And the last but not least, the venture support. So really a dedicated expertise support, either regarding the leader aspects or IP aspects or market entry aspects for this innovation. And next slide, please. So these are some success stories from the program that we already see. And next slide is about that all of this, what I just told you, is available through the EIC community platform. It has, everything is visible public, so anyone, whatever your profile is, you can go and see what are the services we offer. But then if you want to apply, you need to log in, and this is for the beneficiaries, but also for the Seal of Excellence open. You can see there the service catalog, the GHG tool, the partner calls, so many different important information. And now last slide, I think, in my presentation, just detailing a little bit more what is there on the EIC community. But I think the easiest way is to going towards the link and really exploring yourself what can be found. And I think that's the end of my presentation. If we check the thank you very much then, and I think we pass to the questions.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Not easy to summarize all the business acceleration services in just one presentation. We know that we have plenty of questions. We're gonna use the next 11 minutes that we have in our agenda to solve or try to solve some of them, just to again highlight that these services are accompanying, they are supporting all the EIC beneficiaries, companies, researchers in different areas and in different ways. So let's go with the questions. We have a first one: is business acceleration service free to qualify applicant, or is it paid for by 50%? Agnieszka?
Yes, so for the applicants to EIC Accelerator, the only service that is there for them is the coaching, and this is free of charge. And as I said, you get notifications when you pass your step 1 of the application process. A notification with the link when you can start the process of matching with coach and get a coach, etc.
I think this is a question that is going to be recurrent because in the second one we have, are the business acceleration services for Seal of Excellence holders free of charge?
Yes, so for Seal of Excellence holders that receive it for the running of Horizon Europe program, all the services I mentioned are free of charge for you, so you can access them at the same stand as EIC beneficiaries. Regarding the services from the partners, so as I said,
system, right?
Yeah, I'm linking to this question because also from the previous one. So I take this opportunity to explain that. So the services from the accelerator, from the other service partners, ecosystem partners that are in the catalog, so far, if beneficiary or Seal of Excellence wants to use this service, they need to cover the cost, if there is a cost, because there are many also offered for free, they need to cover it from their own resources. But as I said, as of Q2 2024, we will have a possibility to receive funding up to covering up to 50% of cost of those services. And this will be for the EIC beneficiaries, but also for Horizon Europe Seal of Excellence.
That's great, and this is a novelty for 2024 to take into account for all the Seal of Excellence holders that are listening to us. Next question, are the business regarding EIC application coaching, to what level does the application need to be ready in order for coaching to be most effective? For example, first draft?
Yeah, so the coaching for the applicants, it's not there to help you to write your application. So you're writing your application yourself. However, where the coach will be able to help you is to strengthen the business case overall. And often, of course, these kind of questions are there included in the long application to the EIC Accelerator. So I think if you have a first draft already, when you can spell out your ideas, your business strategy, it will for sure help with the coaching and will make it more efficient. Yes.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Christian Eriksson is asking, how exactly do I apply for business acceleration services?
So as I said, everything is available in the EIC community. So just for the applicants, the coaching, here you receive a notification to activate this coaching. But for all other services, all information are there in the EIC community. And for many of our matching services, for example, we run open calls on the community, and there the EIC beneficiaries and Seal of Excellence, you can use your profile, that is the EU login, to log in to the community and apply. But the calls are visible for everyone, so everyone can check it. Just for application, you need to log in into a members part of the community. But everything, all the information are really there.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Our proposal was rejected from November 2023 cutoff, and we plan to resubmit in March 2023. Can we get coaching for that? We then use business acceleration service coaching in 2023.
Yes, you can. So basically, you're entitled to use this applicant coaching just once, in your whole application history, and you're free to decide when do you want to use it. So either you use it for your first application or for your second application, full application, I mean. So it's really up to you, but remember, it's just once in your application history.
Yeah. This is again the question about the charge. Are the business acceleration services free of charge for EIC beneficiaries and others?
Yes. So For EIC beneficiaries and Seal of Excellence and Women Tech EU, the services are free of charge. Coaching is free of charge for the applicants. The only thing, as I mentioned, is the services from the ecosystem partners, where up till now, if there's a cost, you need to cover it from your own expenses. But then in the future, as I said, there will be this financial support to access those services up to 50%.
Yeah, I would like to include also in this answer to give a specific example, for example, with corporates or with trade fairs. The service itself is for free, is the cost of traveling to the trade fair, for example, that has to be covered by the EIC beneficiary. So in each of the services, you have to read the call and to have a look about if you want to know exactly, but the service itself, it means the preparation of the participation, the booth, for example, in trade fairs, the matching with the corporation, it's free of charge, is the traveling what is covered by the company that participate.
Yes, exactly. We never cover the accommodation or travel expenses. This you need to cover yourself.
Yeah. What business acceleration services are available specifically for Seal of Excellence?
So Seal of Excellence can access all EIC bus services at the same status as EIC beneficiaries. So you can receive coaching. You can apply to matching services with corporates, with investors, with innovation procurers, or services offered, also accompanying services offered by the Innovation Procurement Program. You can receive in the future, as of quarter 2 2024, this support in accessing services from ecosystem partners. Women Leadership Program, you can access all services. Just important, you need to be a Seal of Excellence from Horizon Europe program.
Mm-hmm. So no Horizon 2020, just Horizon Europe, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alexandre from ETP Nanomedicine is asking regarding the 50% discount to support access to the Business Acceleration Service catalog of services. Will it be a 50% discount or a reimbursement? Will there be a selection process?
So it will be a first come, first served, so no selection. So if you're eligible, we will just check the eligibility. So whether you're an EIC beneficiary or a Seal of Excellence. And this is 50%. It won't be a reimbursement. It will be depending on the cost of the service. It will be like a lump sum funding for you to access the service. Knowing that now we actually selecting a partner who will help us to provide this financial support, as we call it. So all the details, what kind of proof you need to present to access this support, this will be available very soon, but we are still clarifying all those details.
Yeah, so we have 1 minute to go. 2 questions more. Could you provide an overview of Business Acceleration Service open to ERC proof of concept grantees, please? How many POC grantees did already participate in BUS?
Yes. So if I'm not mistaken, I think we started to open the tech to market activities. So some ERC proof of concept grantees, but this would need to be double checked with my colleagues managing the tech to market activities, and something that we will update in the frequently asked questions. So I don't have exact information about how many, but if I recall well, we did a discussion started to open the tech to market activities to ERC proof of concept grantees as well.
Thank you, Agnieszka. So last questions. I would like, if you allow me, Agnieszka, just to answer the one. You are not invited for a specific bus by the EIC. You have to find opportunities yourself. Here is again very important that you access the EIC community. In the EIC community, we publish all the calls and all the information about business acceleration services. So I invite all the viewers to go. This is an open platform where you can have a look not only for the next month, but in the next year, what activities that are going to be in the calendar. And then the last question before we give the floor to our colleague from APRE, Marco, if you are already there, isn't very unlikely that there will be a match between EIC SME beneficiaries with their own project and public or private procurers with their related project. So this is related with the new procurement program that is very, very interesting in 2024. So please, Agnieszka, last question.
So again, we do it as an open call for majority of those activities regarding the innovation procurers. So we are in contact with innovation procurers, public and private, and they are passing to us the challenges that we publish on the EIC community. And then you will see whether you can reply to this challenge or not. So this is how it functions, no? But also, if you proactively find a tender to which you would like to apply and you would like to receive a support for this from us, we can provide it. So it's both approaches.
Great, thank you very much, Agnieszka. Thank you very much for your attention, all the viewers. We will, of course, complete with your question the FAQ document, and we will publish it. Again, highlight that the EIC community is also the best way to access all the business acceleration service, and we will place their own information with due time in advance. From now on, I will give the floor to Marco Lentini from APRE.
Thank you.
Again. Take care.
Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marco Lentini, and I'm the coordinator of the project EN2EC. First of all, I would like to thank the ESMIA agency, the organizer, for inviting us for presenting the EN2EC project. We can start with the presentation. Next slide, please. So support to EIC Accelerator by the Enterprise Europe Network is the complete name of the project EN2EC. It's a coordination and support action financed within the EIC Work Program 2021. Next slide. The total budget is more than 7 million euro. More than 70% of the budget is dedicated to the financial support to third party. The project started on September 2022 and will run until next year, until the end of August 2025. The coordinator is APRE from Italy, my organization, and then we have other 4 partners that are also work package leaders: BPI France from France, Lithuanian Innovation Center from Lithuania, Taxi from Greece, Standbys from Germany. Next slide. 4 main pillars in our project. The first one is developing a strong cooperation mechanism between the European Innovation Council and the Enterprise Europe Network for supporting innovation and scale-up companies. The second, and probably the most important, is increase the number of quality proposals to EIC calls with a specific focus for widening countries and women innovators. Women-led companies and companies from widening countries are 2 categories of applicant low performing. As was said before, is 90% at the moment the percentage of applicants women-led companies, and the definition includes not only the companies with a CEO woman, but all the companies with a woman present at the executive level, a CTO or CSO, for example. As far as is concerned with the applicants from widening countries, if we consider the November cutoff, only 14% of applications originate from widening countries. That's the reason for focusing the EN2EC effort on these 2 categories. The third pillar is the assistance to the Seal of Excellence holders for accessing alternative sources of funding, both private and public. The Commission as you probably know, is promoting an integrated approach between Horizon Europe and the cohesion policy, try to strengthen synergies between these key EU instruments. But the degree of achievement of this objective is still different by each country. So the companies need the Enterprise Europe network for guidance and advisory services for obtaining alternative funding at regional and national level and to connect them with key international investors. Finally, the fourth objective is improving the widening country EN's capacity of providing adequate services to potential EIC applicants. Next slide, please. What is the Enterprise Europe network? Probably most of you know already this network because it's the world's largest support network for small and medium enterprise in the world. It was launched in 2008 by the European Commission. Since 2014, tailored innovation support services were introduced. More than 500 organizations belong to the network that is present in more than 40 countries. EN support companies to enter international market and to seize new commercial opportunities, to identify sources of finance, to identify EU funding opportunities that suit their business needs. EN advisor help companies to apply for these EU funding opportunities, help the companies in finding the right business partners, to promote new technology globally, guide companies in their transition to more sustainable business models. So a lot of tasks for the network. Next slide. The member organizations include Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Regional Development Organization, University, Research Institute, Innovation Agencies. Next slide. So the first months of our project were dedicated to the development of the operational structure of the EN2EC network. Between January and March 2023, we opened 3 open calls. The first one for consortium innovation leader, the second for local nodes that directly support company in applying to the EIC Accelerator, the third for group leaders and local nodes for providing with support the company's seal of excellence. We had to open also 2 addenda to the open calls for allowing the participation of Turkish EN node affected by the earthquake and countries that have not joined the Single Market Program Association Agreement by the first expired date. Recently, we had to open another call for selecting additional local nodes for supporting Seal of Excellence holder. Next slide. Was really important selecting the EN organization that were best positioned for adding value to the local innovation ecosystem as the consortium innovation leader and the EN organization with experience in terms of knowledge of the national innovation funding landscape and the knowledge of venture capitalists in their region. Next slide. At the end of the process, we selected 64 EN organizations as consortium innovation leaders, 13 as group leader for Seal of Excellence support, 75 as local node for Seal of Excellence support. Then other 135 EN advisors from 115 EN organizations operate directly in the field for providing with assistance women-led companies and companies from widening countries for the presentation of EIC Accelerator proposals. Next slide, please. Here you can see the map of the consortium innovation leader. As you see, all the EU countries are covered, but also we have representative in some associated countries. Next slide. And here you see the map of group leader for assistance to Seal of Excellence that operate at multinational level. We have 13 group leaders in more than 40 countries. Next slide. The first results. At the moment, the EN advisor are providing with assistance 650 companies interested in applying to the EIC Accelerator. 430 of them come from widening countries. The remaining are women-led companies. We have already 127 finalized case of proposals submitted within the EIC Accelerator program. 65 are women-led companies, 62 are widening country companies. With reference to the assistance to the Seal of Excellence companies, the EN advisor already have contacted 550 Seal of Excellence companies that are laureates from June 2021 to March 2023, and soon we will contact also the rest of the Seal of Excellence companies. We have already realized pitch sections with international investors in France, Italy, Germany, Austria. Next slide. And here you can see the details of this pitching session in France, Germany, Italy, and Austria. Okay, next slide. Here the upcoming pitching session: Spain, again France, Ireland, Belgium, and Lithuania. This is the period January, March. Here, coming back to the assistance, to the identification of EN support needs in widening countries, we have launched a survey with a contribution of 86 EN advisors for identifying the needs of the ENs in widening countries. And we will come out with the 20 different action plans prepared for the 15 EU widening countries, plus other 5 associated countries with the same level of research and development of the widening countries that have applied for our program. Next slide. Okay, so going to the end of this quick presentation, the message that I would like to give today to the women-led and companies and the widening countries companies connected, interested in submitting proposal on EIC Accelerator is to contact us, to contact the Enterprise Europe Network. You can contact us both centrally, and in this case, we will direct you to the consortium innovation leaders of the nearest local nodes, or if you are already in contact locally with an EN advisor, you can contact him directly. So please don't miss these opportunities. Here you find our reference. Next slide. And here is the EN2EC network on social media, ex Twitter and LinkedIn. So thank you for your attention, and I leave the floor to my colleague Valentina Fioroni. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Marco. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Valentina Fioroni from APRE. I'm the coordinator of Access to EIC Network. We are the network of EIC National Contact Point. Next slide, please. I don't know if most of you already know the role of National Contact Point, but we are appointed by at national level and by the European Commission, and our role is to support potential applicant and applicant that would like to participate, in this case, to the EIC program. Access to EIC is the network of EIC National Contact Point. Is a 7-year project and is a project that started in February 2020 one, but is built on the previous access to EA support networks that started some years ago in 2016. The aim of our project is to improve the skills and the professional skill of national contact point across Europe, just to allow us to help you to apply for this call. We identify and share good practices from previous experience, from previous projects funded by the Commission in this scheme, and we also try to raise the general standard support to this program and to the applicant that would like to apply to this program. Next slide, please. As I told you, the project started the 1st of February 2022 and will run until January 2029, so until the end of Horizon Europe and more. Next slide, please. We are a network of 16 partners, and here you can see the different countries and organizations in each country that is part of our network. But of course, this network is not dedicated only to the national contact point that is part of this project, but is dedicated to all national contact points in Europe and in associated countries. Next slide, please. In this slide, you can see our objective, the objective of our project. The first one is to improve the NCP capacity in order to align all the different skills of all NCP across Europe. We identify and share good practices from the success story for each scheme in the EIC. So it means EIC Pathfinder, Transition and Accelerator, in order to share this experience also with the future applicant. We identify synergy between EIC and also other complementary instruments and also other networks, like, for example, Enterprise Europe Network, and to connect the EIC community with other stakeholders in Europe. We identify and disseminate the novelties of the new financial instrument like the EIC Fund and the Investment Fund, and we foster the use of other financial instruments to complement the EIC Fund, so to allow also the applicant to find other instruments to the EIC goal. Next slide, please. The specific need for the NCP that we try to reach with the network is to train all the NCP, EIC NCP, and to train them with the novelty in order to increase the number of the application and also the quality of the application, with particular attention with to the women company, to the women applicant, and the applicant from the widening countries. We identify, as I told you, the best practice that we use to try the best for the future experience. We develop tools and guidelines for not only for the NCP but also for the beneficiary that would like to apply. And we need to harmonize all the level of knowledge of all national contact points across Europe. What we also try to do is also to create a bridge with other programs in Horizon Europe and also at national level. Next slide, please. Who are the target of our network? Of course, the first target are the EIC National Contact Point, because we would like to address basically to them, but not only to the NCP, because our activities are also dedicated to the applicant and potential applicants. So it means SMEs, university, other research organization that would like to apply to the EIC program. We also have other target group that that act as a multiplier of our activities. For example, we have a lot of connection with other EIC, other NCP network, and with also national organization like Chamber of Commerce. We have a lot of activities in collaboration with other network, for example, Enterprise Europe Network, the IPR Help Desk, and also the Digital Innovation Hub across Europe. Our activities are done and in collaboration with other stakeholders, like the Commission, the ISMEA agency, and also with other national and regional public and private organizations. Next slide, please. Here you can see our structure of our activities. We organize a lot of trainings dedicated not only to the NCPs, but also to the potential applicant. One of our activities is dedicated to create fact sheet, toolbox, and other instruments to help the applicant to understand better the EIC program. In our activities, we have also a lot of connection with other network and with other programs. So part of our activity is dedicated to the synergy. And then we have the part dedicated to the financial instrument. Our activities is also dedicated to this part to complement the EIC fund with other financial instruments that are available in Europe. Next slide, please. What we would, what are our results? What are our expectations? We expect to organize a lot of trainings and mix and exchange for NCPs and also for applicant. We aim to create, our aim is also to create dedicated support measure for the three different schemes in EIC. And also to analyze the solution and the best practices to show you the case studies of EIC program. For example, on Seal of Excellence, on the EIC plugin, and on Fast Track. We establish exchange mechanism with the Enterprise Europe Network and other thematic groups. And another aim is to create a guide to the financial instrument so that all of you can have an overview of what are the other instruments available in Europe. In next slide, you can see our products that are available on our website is what we produced from the beginning of our project, and you can download from our website. You can see for the EIC Transition a testimonial of a successful proposer is an interview of a successful proposal for the transition. Then we have another fact sheet dedicated to the interview to the head of unit responsible for the EIC Pathfinder. And we create an annotated template for the pitch deck of the short proposal for EIC Accelerator. We are going to produce a lot of other tools. For example, we are going to produce the EIC Pathfinder annotated template for the proposal, and also other instruments for the transition and accelerator. In next slide, you can see our contact. If you would like to learn more about our activities, what we can do for you as beneficiary, and also if you would like to know who is your national contact point in your country, you can contact directly us, and we can forward your request to your national contact point. So before leaving, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I leave you this evaluation survey that I invite you to fill in for this info day. So thank you very much for your attention, and we are here for any other information that you would like to know about the network. Thank you.